Yo, what up? What up? So I'm back. I had to take a quick power nap. I think Vita should be coming in here in a minute. So tonight we're gonna switch up the gears a little bit. And I asked her to pick the topics. I'm going to send her the link right now. You guys can just give me one quick second. All right. So everybody that if you're seeing it right now, you might watch it a little bit later. This is part two, or I guess you can call it part two of a conversation me and Vida Star is gonna have. Now earlier we talked about Nick Cannon and religion and history and a lot of other things. Now this one, she wanted to talk about relationships between men and women, particularly black men and women. And this is gonna be interesting because yeah, we live. Yeah, we live, go link, we live. We live, we all the way live. This is going to be a very interesting conversation because I'm going to let her do majority of the talking because as a man, I don't know everything. And I like listening to women when they're talking about relationships because a lot of times us men, we're like linear thinkers. We just go from one thing to the next. We don't see the outside stuff. So she should be popping up here any minute now, but hopefully everybody is doing well and had some dinner or something. And oh, there she is right there. So let me pop her in. You good now?
I'm good. I just had the best po' boy ever.
I ain't gonna lie, I took a for real power nap. And I feel like $1,000,000 now. I feel a lot better. It was that tea. You got a dog?
Oh, only Mario was here. I just live in South Central.
Oh, everybody, yeah, that's true. That's a good explanation for a lot of stuff that goes on in your background. The bars on the window.
That was funny though. I was not expecting to get called out on that. That was funny. I'm not even gonna lie.
That's funny. That's funny. So tonight this is a topic that we do on here and on the podcast for a long time, but we really don't get a lot of women that want to go on. Go Link. Thanks for the donation, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you. This is a topic that we've been trying to get on with a lot of times, but you don't want to have a conversation about relationships with just men. You know what I'm saying? I was just saying a minute ago before you came in, men are kind of like linear thinkers, and we just go from one thing to the next. We don't see the outside stuff when it comes to relationships, and in particularly black women, black men relationships. You know, there's a lot of brothers out there. And I ain't calling nobody out, but they date non-black women and they kind of have this idea that they're going to take advantage and all these kind of things. Or I've even heard brothers say, well, you know, I don't date no black girls because, man, they be tripping. And they always have all kind of weird excuses why they don't. But I want to get your thoughts on this.
What exactly is the question?
It's not really a question. It's just the topic of relationships between black men and black women.
So just in general? Well,
in general.
Well, it's funny because I think we have so much that takes place outside of the relationship that affect the relationship. So like just our economic situation being like number one, our ability to communicate our feelings. And because so many times growing up, we were taught you don't communicate your feelings, that you were met with, punishment or some sort of consequence for, showing emotion. Right. So a lot of times we don't really know even how to communicate our emotions. And I think a lot of that comes from just how we were raised and our experiences and the trauma we've been through. So I don't think people consider what we've been through when they think about how Black relationships are and how they should look. I often see, this comparison between Black women's relationships with Black men and white women's relationships with white men. And I see them talk about how, well, white women don't have to go through all this emotional labor with their men. It's not our job to go through all this emotional labor with our men and all this stuff. And I understand that. I really do, because it is a lot to take on to try to handle your shit and somebody else's shit at the same time. And I'm a strong believer in people taking care of their shit and get into relationships on either side. But sometimes you're in a relationship because you found somebody that you really like and you haven't all the way taken care of your shit, you know? And if that's the case, if you're wanting to be in this relationship and they want to be in a relationship with you, you're going to have to support each other. There's no way around that. And I don't know why people want to skip that part, because they think they want to what these fantasy, by the way, white relationships look like. And white people's relationships are not what y'all think it is. Y'all have this, you know, not us, we know, but a lot of the times I'm looking like on Twitter and Facebook and seeing the conversations about relationships, it's always this comparison to what white relationships look like. And ours are not going to look like that. A lot more healing has to take place in ours.
Yeah, you're right. And let me know if my screen is freezing up a little bit, because yours is freezing up a little bit. So let me know if mine. When I look at, Charlemagne, Charlemagne, are we live? Yeah, we live, brother. Salam, we live. When it comes to relationships, the last thing I want to do is compare it to a white relationship. I live in a majority white city, and I'm probably the fourth black person to live in my apartment in my area. And I have neighbors that are in good relationships. I have neighbors that are in horrible relationships. I have a neighbor that lives downstairs from me that beats his girlfriend up every night, damn near.
Wow.
And they're drug addicts, and the cops are always there, and all those things that are happening. You know what I mean? I think sometimes we live in a fantasy when it comes to relationships, as far as like how we're supposed to treat each other, how we feel like we deserve to be treated. A lot of people believe that our relationships are supposed to be like our parents, or somebody that we know, or a celebrity's relationship, or something like that. And we don't see how we cultivate our own relationships with someone. You know, it's not going to be the same. You know, and I don't think that we've been able to figure that part out yet. And when we react with each other, and that's when it can become nasty. Because as a man, I have expectations, and it really depends on where you come from. Where you come from will dictate what you believe a relationship is going to look like. So if you come from the hood, and you might have had both parents, or you might have seen healthy relationships, we still, you know, when you come from the hood, you hold on to some traditions. You know what I'm saying? To whereas if you're not from the hood, the traditions aren't normally the same.
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes, like for example, if you haven't really been associated with a lot of black people, then your idea of a traditional relationship doesn't include a lot of African American cultural things that we do, like barbecues, things like that, intermingling with each other's families. Because this is the thing that a lot of people don't understand, is that, and I can't say all white people, but a lot of white people that I do know that are in relationships, they don't really interact with each other's families at all. You know what I mean? One person have their family over here, this person has their family over here, but they don't intermingle, and the boyfriend is hanging out with the dad. But in our culture, you're gonna go to your girl family barbecue. You ain't got no choice. And when you get there, they're gonna kick your ass in spades, they're gonna kick your ass in dominoes, they're gonna talk shit to you. That's just the way it is. Those are just certain things that we have going on in our culture. But in a lot of other cultures, they don't have that kind of stuff going on.
I mean, I don't know, because I honestly, I don't know that many white people. So, and I don't really interact with that many, to be honest with you. So I couldn't tell you too much about how their families interact. I do know there are different types of white families. And it also depends on their income. So I'm sure the traditions are different if you're from a more affluent family versus more working class family. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know enough white people again at all to really even make that to even know. But I do think Black people in general have like this low self-esteem where we're always like we have to compare. It's like the whole white ice is better syndrome, but it's like we feel not only to business but to like everything. It's like this constant belief that whatever we do and whatever is ours isn't the right way. Something's wrong with it.
Right.
You know,
it's not good enough.
Right. Like exactly. Like you're never good enough. That's really what you're saying. If Black isn't good enough, you're saying you aren't good enough. If Black women aren't good enough, Black men aren't good enough, you're saying you don't feel that you're good enough. And that's something we could talk about too, because I feel like a lot of times we hear these people who put down Black men or Black women, And so now the internet, don't get me wrong, they just be saying shit. But
Right.
some are revealing how much they hate themselves. Like literally. Like whenever Kodak Black was opening his mouth talking about dark skinned women, I literally all I heard was how much he hated himself. Because he always that let me know. Like when he said, well, that's because dark and dark don't go together.
Yeah.
He really said
that was something in himself. That was something that was within himself. And that's when I never listened to that young man's music, and that not because I don't like him, I just didn't. But then when I heard his comments on Vlad, I was like, damn, you know what I mean? That's deep seated, and that's generational. That came from somewhere else, because he's only what, 20, 21?
Yeah, he's young. He was pretty young. I mean, when
he's young.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that had to be taught, taught to him somewhere. Yeah, that was taught to him somewhere. And so what ends up happening is, where people like him is that they end up making comments about if they do like black women, they'll start saying they want a light-skinned woman, or that she got to be a quote unquote exotic or something like that. And it's like, dude, you don't know how bad you setting yourself up. And I know for a fact that because he's black, you know what I mean? I'm sure he has a lot of black cultural norms that we all recognize and that we all live through. So you're gonna go and if this is what brothers want to do, that's fine. But you're gonna go find a woman outside of the culture, bring her in. Okay, so how are you gonna explain to her all this backwards stuff that you got taught now? Because you was just saying that you only like a light skin or an exotic. Now she's a woman that's conscious. She's gonna be like, I don't want nothing to do with that. You ain't about to fetish me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I don't even like the idea of calling other people exotic. Like that sounds so fucking offensive.
Yeah.
Like when 50 and Lil Wayne were having that little ignorant ass conversation, which I think 50 does that shit on purpose. So I don't even like to feed into it. Because he's just a troll king. He's been doing it his whole career, you know. But even just calling people exotic, like they're animals or rugs or something, like it just sounds so disrespectful. It's almost like you're dehumanizing them down.
It's like they almost they dehumanize it to the point where you're talking about this person like it's a car that only certain people can get.
Right. In fact, that's what a lot of even lyrics sound like sometimes, right?
Yeah.
I don't even like listening to Action Bronson, not just because he's a fake, tries to sound like a fake ass ghost, but like Action Bronson always have like these weird ass rhymes, like with some weird random ethnic. She's a Lithuanian, you know, like
yeah.
Like it'd be like really like it's like every song a Jamaican, like it was just always just some sort of random stuff. Like again, I like the way you said it, as though it's some sort of rare car that only certain people get to drive. You know, like you
right. And I think a lot of those dudes, I hate to say it like this because I don't know all of them and I don't know their background, but like this comment BL says, he said in his childhood people called him ugly, and I think he still has that child mentality, getting teased. I think not only that, there's a lot of dudes that became athletes, rappers, whatever. There's this joke that I make about a lot of brothers who always have something negative to say about black women. And the joke is they're still mad because they couldn't get a dance in the 8th grade with Tanisha. They've carried that along with them, and they're still angry about that. But now that they've gotten they're of means now they want the woman that's quote unquote Lithuanian, whatever the hell. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, dude, okay, you make it like you actually went to the store and bought this woman that only existed. She cost so much money, only you can get her. You know what I'm saying? Only a certain select few can get with that woman who's Lithuanian and all that type of shit. And it's like, dude, that's a mental illness that's going on right there. And it probably does stem from the fact that some girls called you ugly in 7th grade.
But I think it's deeper than even that, because it was just because it's more than that, because it's reinforced in other places of your life, right?
Right.
It becomes the story that you begin to tell yourself over and over and over again. Right. So you begin to so it's not just that this girl rejected him. It could be the fact that he felt rejected all his life, and this just was the icing on the cake. Maybe he thought this was opportunity to shine and break that, and then this broke. You know what I'm saying? So it's always deeper than just the one incident. It's the story you tell yourself after that incident. What is that story? What has he now told himself about himself when after that happened, and how did other things in his life confirm that? Right. So I'll give example, even with myself, right? I was teased a lot growing up, not really for my skin color necessarily, but I was really poor, Grew up with a single dad who didn't know anything about doing a black girl's hair or anybody's hair for that matter. Didn't know how to dress me.
Right.
And when I say poor, we were dirt poor. Like we were fucking poor.
Yeah.
And I went to school looking all kinds of ways. Got made fun of. And I had been told pretty much majority of my life that I was ugly my entire life, right?
Yeah.
So as I got older, I always had things in my life that confirmed that belief because I believed it. Once I internalized it, my father made me feel that way. The people of my family made me feel that way. School made me feel that way. And as I got older, I believed it to the point where I was in high school. Guys would literally drive up and just to shout out and call me ugly and call me names, right? Or if I go places, I would like the guys do that little thing where they like, hey, he like you, and then they all say, oh no, she's ugly, she's like a man, you know, all that kind of shit, right? That happened to me pretty much, honestly, all the way through my adulthood, all the way up. At one point, I was walking through the grocery store, and I had to be like 28, 29. I'm walking through the grocery store in the parking lot, and this guy, older black guy, drove up to me and said, I guess because I had a frown on my face, and he said, walking around looking like that ain't gonna change the fact that you an ugly motherfucker. So that shit would happen to me.
Whoa.
Exactly.
Whoa.
I could say it was from being teased when I was a kid, but then I can go on and talk. I can give you example after example after example of this being reconfirmed in my life. But the reality is this. That happens to us all the time. The difference is when you believe it, you hear those other times. It's like it exacerbates all those other moments, right? So
it starts to becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then but this is the thing. Once I started healing from that bullshit, you know what I mean? And I erased how I thought, changed how I thought, did things differently. I stopped listening to it. Now I don't make it a me thing. It has nothing to do with me. This guy driving up to the parking lot to say something mean to me, that has everything to do with him. He's a nut. Who does that? Even if he thought I was the ugliest talking, why can't you just go to the fucking grocery store and mind your business?
I mean, saying it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. No matter, regardless of whether you believe it or he believed it, just saying that to somebody that you don't know is crazy.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, so now if people say something stupid, you know, like this one girl on Twitter tried to compare me to Miss Piggy, and she looked like Miss Piggy, literally. It was like the weirdest thing. It was weird. But now I see that shit. I'm like, you full of shit. Like I don't even internalize it. But when you believe it, you internalize it. But I think I could also tell you there was probably plenty of times people said I was attractive and I never heard it because I believed it.
Right.
In fact, I had a boyfriend who told me, he said he got tired of complimenting me because I would never remember a compliment. But if he had one critique, I remembered it verbatim and I would always bring it up. But he said, I didn't remember shit.
and you know, and the thing about it is, man, men deal with that too. It's just that in real life, we don't tell nobody, but we'll get online and do the incel shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how we express ourselves, how we can't deal with the fact that we believe these things about us for so long. Look, I done heard everything about me. Like but I've been through a lot of things when it comes to relationships, but one of the things that I've always realized is that and I had my grandmother. My grandma is like I don't know, man. She reminds me of you remember the Flintstones, Gazoo on the Flintstones? Like the great Gazoo on the Flintstones. Like he always had something very intelligent to say when Fred Flintstone saying some dumb shit. It's like gave you some ideas. Because when you're young, that's when those ideas get implanted in your brain. You know what I mean? I heard all kind of crazy stuff, but then I had to think about it. I was like, damn, well, the only shots you ain't gonna make is the ones you don't take. And so, because in our society, men chase after women. You know what I mean? Men approach women. Men try to get validation from women. Men try to get with women. All these kind of different things. I mean, there's brothers out here that meet women on social media and be buying them stuff. Ain't never met them before in their life. And be putting money in their CashApp, all kinds of stuff. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but when you expect something from it, okay, now we need to talk about why are you doing this? You never met this person. So sometimes you hide those insecurities deep down and you try to cover them up with either money or things of that nature. But for men, man, when they become incels, man, it gets nasty.
You hit on something. You said money, and for men, it often is money.
Yeah.
For women, it's acts of service.
Right.
So that's when women start doing things you didn't ask them to do.
Right.
You didn't say you said you just mentioned you were hungry. You didn't say come over and bring me food. They should start. right? And then you're like, and then she resents you when she feels like you're not reciprocating. Because in the same thing with the money, then he gets mad if he feels like she's not giving him what he wanted, right?
Right.
But it's funny. They always laugh about that because what it really is you were trying to manipulate your way into love. Whether
Yeah.
it's sex, but really it's the same shit. It's really the same emotion. We replace love with sex. That's really what happens a lot,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So what happens, you really just wanted to say, I want this out of you. I'm giving you this. So you should be returning this to me. But when
Right.
you're doing things for love and not from love, you're always going to be disappointed.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing. I see that in a lot of relationships, and not all Black people, you know what I mean? But there's a certain generation. I'm not even gonna say a certain generation. There's just a certain type of Black people that do those kind of things because we don't have a history of seeing healthy relationships.
But so you're saying it's generational? I don't understand what you mean. Like
I was gonna say that, but it's not generational. It's not generational. I think it's a person by person thing where there's people out there that have never seen a healthy relationship. So when they get into it,
I've never been in one, and I've never seen one. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Never seen one, never been in one. But I've
done the work.
Never been in a single healthy relationship. Not one.
But you've done the work on yourself.
Yeah, now I'm single. All this work. All this work, and I sleep alone. So I mean,
but at the end of the day, you've done the work, so you understand where you stand when it comes to a relationship. You know what you're looking for. You know what you don't want.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Someone that has never done that work. I have a relative who every dude that she's ever dated was either a drug dealer, gang member, something. And when we did I had to think about this, and why is this always happening? She's never had any resemblance of a healthy relationship. And I think I told you about it the other day. She had some hot noodles thrown on her by her boyfriend.
Oh yeah, I remember you told me about that.
You know No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's interesting because that's deep. And it's deeper than we really even realize. It's more than not just having seen a healthy relationship. It's you're attracted to a certain type of person in a certain type of relationship. So the reason why I never had a healthy relationship is because I kept chasing narcissists. My father was a narcissist. He was abusive, right? I never had a relationship where a man hit me like my dad used to hit me. Not at all. But they were very mentally manipulative. And the thing about I learned that I was actually a codependent, and it talked about it in that clip. And what's funny is people talk shit about it, but codependency is a real thing. I deal with that, something I had to work on, because what it is codependents actually look for narcissists. Yeah, codependents have low self-esteem. So what it is you want to try to fix everybody else because you don't feel like you can fix yourself. You don't want to do the work on yourself. So what happens is you try to replace that with the narcissist. So you have low self-confidence. Narcissists have high self-confidence. So that basically is how you want to basically live vicariously through this confident person. And the thing is, you feed their ego. So that narcissist is attracted to you. So narcissists and codependents are like magnets for each other.
So basically what you're saying is that with this narcissist, what you're expecting them to do or hoping that they do is build you up, even though you know that they're going to break you down also.
You don't even, the thing is this, it feels so good. Their relationship feels so good, especially in the beginning. It doesn't feel bad. You don't feel like you're being abused. You don't feel like you're being mistreated. In fact, like most things, we all do this thing where we rationalize things so we can justify whatever it is we're doing. And our brains literally rationalize it, and it makes total sense to us at the time. And it feels good at the time. What happens is after a while, it starts to feel miserable, but you end up so addicted to that type of person. Even if you finally get out of that relationship, you end up in the exact same relationship, but with a different person.
Right. Because so Walter here, it sounds like attachment style theory.
Exactly. Yes, Walter. Thank you. Attachment style theory. Exactly that. There's actually a great book called what's the name of this book? The Human Magnet Syndrome. I highly recommend that book. I learned about it, funny enough, on Twitter. Somebody posted a link. I asked a question about, how do you, once you realize what your issues are, how do you not end up in like a bad relationship again? And somebody posted this link to this guy, And it was basically talking about the codependency thing. And that's how I discovered that book, The Human Magnet Syndrome. But it talks basically about attachment trauma and how that affects our relationships. So it's that attachment style. Attachment theory is one of the key theories when it comes to relationships that I love to follow because it hit home for me heavy, heavy, heavy. And for people who don't know what it is, I highly recommend you Google it. There are about 4 attachment styles, 3 main ones. And there's like another 4th one, like they call it disorganized attachment. But it's really fascinating. It's really, really fascinating.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that before. And that definitely sounds fascinating because I'm sure I'll fall somewhere in that spider web, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I can quickly go over it if you want.
Yeah. Go grab that. Yeah, definitely.
So
I don't know how to share. I don't want to. Do you want to do it online? If you got it well versed, if you can just go ahead and say it. But I was going to say if you need to share your screen, then.
Oh, I don't need to share my screen. I could just tell you real quick.
Okay, yeah.
So I teach this, so this is really easy for me. But yeah, so there are different attachment styles. So there's secure attachment, there's anxious avoidant attachment, and there's anxious attachment, and there's avoidant attachment, right? So the thing about secure attachment, when you're a baby and your parents, let's say you cry a lot, right? And your parents come, they hug you, pick you up, feed you, tend to your needs every time you cry. You develop a secure attachment because you have confidence that your primary caregivers, the people that are taking care of your survival, are going to make sure your needs are met. So you basically develop healthy attachment. You feel very secure. You don't worry that your needs won't get met because you need. And then you have what they call anxious attachment. Anxious attachment is when you have intermittent support. So sometimes your parents tended to your needs, sometimes they told you to cry it out. Which, by the way, telling kids to cry it out is one of the worst things you could do. People don't realize it's actually extremely unhealthy. The cry it out thing, do not do that. It's actually very damaging to children. But anyway, so that back and forth, that I'm not sure if my needs are going to get met, creates an anxious attachment. So then you end up, as you grow older, you don't trust relationships. You're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. You're always feeling anxious. You always think this person says that they love you today, but they might not say it tomorrow. And you're constantly looking for validation. And when you don't get it, you panic.
Right.
The thing about anxious attachment people is they tend to get in relationships with our third category called avoidant attachment. These are people who pretty much avoid relationships, habitually uncommitted people. The reason why they're that way is because when they were babies and children growing up, their needs were hardly ever met. So they learned how to meet their needs on their own. In fact, they say, I can't even rely on other people in my relationships or anywhere to get my needs met. If I don't do it, the needs won't get met. The problem is you struggle with connection. So then those people tend to get in relationships with anxious people. And that makes it which makes it really an even more tumultuous situation because you have this sort of anxious attachment person who's like the chaser. They're constantly looking for the validation and they're constantly doing things to get that validation. Like he was talking about, that narcissist codependent relationship is very similar, right? You do the things to get validation. And then when you don't get it, you feel hurt and distraught and you confirm that, that something's wrong with you and I have to continue to do this thing to get validated. Avoidant people are like to be chased. So this person keeps doing all these things, but you don't have an emotional connection up to return that affection. So a lot of people, even if they get into relationships, they don't know how to connect or stay connected. Or after a while, they just get bored in the relationship or they keep cheating in the relationship because they avoid that connection. So those are the main attachment styles. Then it's disorganized attachment, usually from kids who had severe abuse, constant attachments and reattachment, and that sort of thing. So that's much more extreme. But those other ones are the 3 main ones: secure, avoidant,
and there's a lot of people that have these theories that are attached to them and they don't know it. They've never been to therapy, things like that, and then they have kids. So now these people have kids with people that have these things going on. How much do you think that plays into a role of the state of Black relationships today? And as far as like not the stereotypes that they try to put on Black people, fatherless homes and all that kind of shit,
right?
But not that, but just the state of our mental wellness and where we're at as far as trying to access relationships and put our families back together. Because that's one of the main things that people are talking about, and I'm glad people are talking about that. and they're talking about normalizing Black families. You know, even though we have a group of people, I'm not going to say who they are, who are on the opposite side of that don't care for Black families. They even put it on their website that they don't really care for Black families. What do you how much do you think that plays a part in our growth? Like do you think that attachment theory and those 4 theories that you just brought up is one of the main things that has stunted the growth of the Black family?
I won't say one of the main things, but I will say white supremacy, slavery, Jim Crow, torture, rape with impunity definitely created some dysfunction in our ability to connect in a healthy way. So
right.
I definitely feel like for example, we have this sort of survival response mentality, right? Let's look at spanking, right? We don't even realize where that really comes from. If you look at a lot of places that have not been colonized, right? A lot of places that haven't been colonized and also have not been enslaved by Europeans, you'll see that their first reaction is not let's punish, not crime and punishment. Crime and punishment is a very Eurocentric idea, right? You do something we don't like, you must suffer for it. So we have been conditioned under that. Let's just talk about African Americans in particular in our experience. Now, I do realize these experiences are similar in other places, but I want to specifically talk about African Americans since that's what I am and that's what I know. And I'm sure that spanking has a different history in other places. That's why I'm saying that. But here, let's look at slavery. If you didn't beat your child in front of your master, they might beat your child and might kill your child. I remember when Dr. Joy DeGruy was talking about in one of her lectures on YouTube, and she was talking about how they created laws to protect white women because they were beating Black children to death. So they couldn't go to jail. They created a law to protect white women because they were beating Black children to death. So if we don't beat our kids, massa will. It's very to the statement we hear a lot from our parents today, or even our older parents. If I don't beat my child, the police will. It's the same.
Yes, I was just about to say that. I'm doing this because if I don't do it, then when the police get a hold of you, ... Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because that's exactly what I was about to say.
Exactly. And so we have this mentality of thinking that we have to teach our children to follow authority, follow the rules to stay safe, to stay alive. That's why when I teach my parenting classes, I don't admonish parents that spank their children. They love their children. A lot of them, this is all we've ever known. So when to what we're passing down and how we feel about how we feel about relationships, that's one of the key things we should be addressing. How do we even treat our children? And I have so many parents that'll say, well, I don't hit my kids, but you scream at them all the time. You use threats. I'm gonna tell you right now, rewards and threats are like the 2 worst things you could possibly do. One, you don't teach them what you really want to teach them about the value of whatever it is you want them to do. What is it that you want your child to do, and what reason do you want them to have for doing it? Nobody considers that, right? So it also have a chance to speak. Do they feel safe enough to come talk to you? If you're beating your child and they're scared to get a beating, they're not going to come to you when they really need you. I used to be in some really fucked up, dangerous situations when I was a teenager. I mean, some real fucked up, and some fucked up situations have happened to me. But I was more afraid of calling my father to come pick me up than I was of these niggas that I was sitting with.
Right.
Think about that. So if his goal was to keep me safe, if his goal was to keep me alive, if his goal was to make sure that I came home in one piece with no problems, clearly the hitting me, screaming at me, all that shit was not working.
Right.
It created the opposite. So I just think the way we treat our children, the way we talk to our children, we have to break that cycle and think that the only way that we can teach our kids to survive is to follow orders and follow white supremacist orders.
Right. Because, I have they don't live next door to me anymore, but I used to have this neighbor. She was probably about 27. And she had a son that was 1. She had a daughter that was about 6. And she was taking care of her sister's kid who was about 7 or 8 or something like that. And I never heard her hit her kids, but I mean, she talked to them kids like they had a tail. I mean, she yelled at them, screamed, cuss, and I'm talking about calling them instead of saying, bring your ass here, y'all motherfuckers, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And one day I was outside, I was outside doing something, And then I never spoke to her. You know, I'm one of those people, I'm private, so I don't really like, I don't have my neighbors all up in my business. And then they're gonna want to come in my house. So we talking and everything. I had never spoke to her. She lived here for about 9 months and I never spoke to her. So then eventually I started talking to her. And I told her because Child Services came over here because one of her kids was in the street or something. I forgot what it was. And I told her, I said, you know, I'm not trying to be in your business. I said, but I know you got 3 little girls. And I said, I just want you to think about what you're saying to them as a woman and as their parent. Think about what you're saying, because, and I don't want to compare the way I raised my daughter to anybody else. My daughter's 16. I think the last time she got a spanking, she was probably 2, 3, 4, something like that. I got to the point to where I said to myself, like, okay, I didn't like it. I didn't like I come from an abusive household. We got beat. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where I learned that talking, because what I like to do is I want to educate my daughter on certain things. So when she has an issue or she's doing something that's wrong, like say she, you know, I tell, you know, like other parents, you know, when my daughter's cutting up at school or whatever, which is rare, but when she does, we'll have a conversation about, okay, where is this coming from? And if you continue to be like this is what it can look like. You know what I mean? I told my daughter when she was real young, I told her, I said, you know, we were walking to school one day. I think she was in 4th grade. And I told her, I said, you know, you're going to see that when you get older, you're going to have friends that are going to go a couple of different ways. I said, when you get into middle school, you're going to have kids that start doing drugs. You're going to have kids that start having sex. You're going to have kids that just stop going to school. And we're talking about middle school. You know what I mean? And she would listen and everything. And now she's a sophomore in high school. And we talk about it. And she goes, man, Dad, you would never believe, you know, such and such, man, she got caught smoking weed over at such and such's house and all this. And I was like, yeah. I said, but, you know, this is the thing, you know, all kids are going to try to do something. You're going to try to have a drink. You're going to try to smoke, something like that. And I'm not a hypocrite because I used to do both. And I told her, I said, man, I'm not saying it's cool, but I said, there's a such thing as how things can change you. You know what I mean? Your environment can change you. Your environment, that you start hanging out with kids that smoke weed, and all of a sudden you don't want to run track no more. You don't want to be whatever it is you claim that you want to be. Now, it doesn't always affect everybody like that. You know what I'm saying? But there's kids that start drinking in high school. Then all of a sudden you don't want to play football no more. You don't want to go to school at all. You know what I mean? So having the right kind of conversations, because I told my daughter years ago, I was like, you know, I come from the street life. You don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about the streets. So if you want to go to the jailhouse, I'll take you down there and show you what it is. If you want to go where the dope fiends are, I'll take you to where the dope fiends are and show you what it is. You want to know about the prostitutes and the gang members? I'll take you right there. Now, don't be surprised if they say, "Hey, Kenny, how you doing?" But that, because that was a former life that you weren't even born when I lived that life. But sometimes we do the whole "do as I say, not as I do" as parents.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And we don't give any reasons why.
Yeah, and I don't think people always know how to communicate it. You know, a lot of parents don't really know how do you say, well, I know because I did it, and you don't always want to tell your kids everything you did, right?
Yeah, see, and that's the difference between me. I tell my daughter everything, man.
You know, you said something else though that I thought was really. You said you asked her, well, you try to figure out where it's coming from, the behavior.
Yeah,
and a lot of parents don't do that, which means that you have to listen first.
Oh yeah.
That part. So it wasn't just that you started talking to her. You started off with listening to her. Well, what happened?
Oh yeah.
I always concur this before I don't even label behavior, because sometimes with the teachers do that when they hit up parents. When I train teachers, I always talk about that too. Stop labeling the child when you talk to the parent. Don't say say it's bad behavior. Describe what happened.
Right.
You know, because it's not. Because sometimes you already implant in the parent's head. Either they're gonna buy into it and think, oh, something's wrong with my child, or they get defensive and they're ready to pop you in the fucking mouth. Then the teacher starts saying stupid shit like, these parents don't care. They're more mad at me than they are at their kid, and start whining and shit. No, you're just a shitty ass teacher. But whatever. You're just a shitty teacher and a shitty adult. Yeah. And I always train, when I train teachers, I always say, do not blame parents and do not blame the kids. They're in your classroom, and we cannot train you on how to make sure how to structure your classroom to where you're not going to have a lot of the problems you're having now. A lot of times teachers don't even know that they're the ones triggering the behavior in the first place. So what I'm saying to say, because what happens is, and I'm not speaking on your particular case, I'm just speaking in general. sometimes teachers hit up parents and they tell the parent that the child had bad behavior, or and the child did this or that, and it's all these negative things, as opposed to just saying, hey, I'm concerned because your child has been really feeling threatened by other students. This child has been really feeling, it gets really snappy whenever I ask them to do something. And I just want to make sure he's okay. I tried doing this, want to give you the heads up. This is what we're working on here. Just in saying what you're doing, as opposed to just expecting the parents to do everything. Sometimes parents don't always know either.
And most of the time we don't know.
Right. A lot of people don't have classes and trainings and all this stuff, right?
No. They just go, they're playing it by ear.
Yeah, and the reality is this: no matter how much training you get, no matter how much whatever it is, the people are people. We're human. They're human. There's no perfect person. None of that shit. But it's just that we listen to kids instead of just going straight to the jugular. Listening to Black children is really important because their experiences, even though we've gone through them, we're like, oh, I'm past that. That's just some kid stuff. In third grade, little Susie ain't talking to you. That's your whole world.
Yeah.
It
really is.
The other girls just iced you out. That just blew your whole day. And you come home trying to talk to your parent and they don't care because it's just that you guys will figure it out. It's nothing. And that child got no empathy, no support, and doesn't even know how to resolve the conflict.
Yeah, and that's something that sometimes my daughter come in the house and she'll start telling me about some kid. Man, Dad, such and such did this. And the first thing I'll say is, well, why'd they do that? And she'll start explaining to me why they did it. And I'm like, that don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way we talk, because inside my house is different. And I let her know this. Out here in this world, people don't give a fuck. So inside this house, I got to give a fuck.
I love that. I love that. I wish more parents did that. They say outside there don't give a fuck. And I have to prepare you for that by not giving a fuck about you here. And
no.
I'm telling you. Okay, so the worst thing ever. I went on a date with this guy, right? I had to break it off because he treated his son so terribly. His son was like 15. He was like always angry at his son. And I was like, he was like, he's just so ungrateful. I bought him these Jordans. But like you just told me a few days ago that you just you said some crazy ass shit to him the other day. Buying him Jordans don't fix that. No. And parents don't know how to apologize. That's the other thing. You got to come back and repair the rupture. Kids are going to parents' affection, so they're going to just bypass it because you're not talking about it. But that doesn't change how they feel about you in that situation. So to apologize and repairing it is important. What he would do is like go buy something and then get mad at the son if he didn't feel grateful. But you never fixed the problem in the first place.
No, it doesn't work like that, man. Like, if me and my daughter, we have an issue or something, then we'll have a conversation about it. It's very rare because she's a kid that gets it. And it's very rare that I have to get mad. Like, I don't like getting mad because I don't want my blood pressure going up. And there's no conversation that we need to be having where I'm getting mad at the end of the day. So it's like sometimes when we have these disagreements or whatever, like we had a disagreement about her protesting. She created an organization called PDX Youth Movement. And they've been out protesting things like that. I made sure she got tested for COVID when she got done protesting and everything. And she got mad because I told her I didn't want her protesting right now. And at first I didn't tell her why. I said, no, I just don't think it's a good idea right now. And then she kept on that. Why? I said, okay, this is why. And I showed her some videos on YouTube of these dudes talking about shooting people and all that. And I keep it real with her. And I told her, I said, you ain't old enough to be strapped. I said, because I understand for your generation, these protests are very pertinent. This is a pertinent time in your life, but you don't have the means to defend yourself right now. And I can't rely on other people out there, mainly the police or other kids your age, to defend you against grown men. I can't rely on that. So what we're going to do is just chill out for a minute. I'm not saying you can't do it ever again. Just not right now. Just not right now. And she understood that. You know what I mean? It wasn't one of those I'll say, but you ain't going to do it because I said so. Well, that ain't a good enough explanation because I used to hate when my parents did that shit. You can't even give me a logical reason. Yeah, you can't even be logical with me for a minute.
And it feels a little disrespectful. It's almost like I don't even respect you enough to give you a reason.
Right.
That's what it's what it feels like to me. At least that's what it felt like to me. It was like,
yeah, that's exactly what it's like.
But you know what? And every child, also they might receive things differently. Like you're very straightforward, matter of fact with her, right? Like, here's what it is. This is what it is. Some parents, I recommend, some kids, that's not how they connect.
Right.
You might be a little more emotional. You have to say, look, honey, I just love you so much that I'm terrified about what could happen out there. And here's what I've already been seeing.
Right.
And that might hit them like, damn, I don't want to. And think about how kids, they don't want to disappoint their parents. They don't want their parents bad. You don't even think about that, right? Like they don't want, but your truth, that's the truth. The truth is, as a father, you're terrified of what could happen to your daughter while she's out there.
Oh, yeah. Because at the end of the day, I mean, I guess if something happens to her, I can get revenge later, but it ain't gonna bring you back. You know what I'm saying? So let's be careful. And because you don't want, because I get it. Like, when you're young, you think you're invincible. You know what I mean? And I told her that I was like, Layla, I've already lived your life. You haven't lived mine. So look, I get it. I know you think you're invincible. You don't think if you got COVID, you don't think you're going to die. Like, I get it. And I respect it because I've been there before. You know what I mean? I know exactly what that feels like. But just for your own safety, let's just chill out for a minute. So she went camping. So she'll be back, I think, the day after tomorrow or something like that. She went camping, went found something else to do. Like, but I've always, because of my experience and what happened to me when I was growing up, I found that it's best to give her some leeway. You know what I mean? Because one, I trust her. There's a lot of people don't trust their kids, and they don't trust their kids because of who they are as people. You know what I mean? And it's sad. It's sad because if you're a person like, and I've seen this before, if you're a person that has a history of horrible relationships, and you have those horrible relationships around your kids, well, you don't even trust yourself in a relationship. So when your kid's 17 years old and they say, "Oh, I'm going to go out on a date," you don't trust them. Like, your kid doesn't have any history of being a hood rat or doing anything crazy, but you don't trust them. No, you don't trust yourself. And
there's sometimes bad things have happened to people. So I know a lot of moms who are terrified because of things that have happened to them. So that's also part of it. It's like, what can happen to your child when they're out there, when they're hanging out with a certain group of kids, or when they're, going out with their boyfriend or girlfriend for the first time, So I was actually watching an old 60s sitcom, and the mom was like freaking out about the 14-year-old daughter going out on a date. Oh, I like that question. You gonna read it?
Walter said, did y'all parents ever say, "Why are you stressed? You don't have any bills to pay"? I feel like that has a big effect on kids taking their own problems seriously. Yeah. One thing my daughter does not know, she don't know how much the rent is. She don't know how much the light bill is. She don't know how much her cell phone bill is. All she knows is that her cell phone bill never gets turned off. You know what I mean? She's never, you know what I mean? Because those are not things she need to be thinking about. You know what I mean? I told her that the only thing I need you to do is go to school. Now, if you want to get a job, fine. I don't care if you get a job or not, because I appreciate the fact that you want to make your own money. But I'm not telling you have to. You know what I mean? I just want you to go to school, get an education, and just be a kid, be a regular kid, because her favorite person is my sister. But what she doesn't know about my sister is that my sister, because of the way we were raised, my sister had to basically raise us. So my sister got her first job at 14. Instead of her being able to enjoy her own money, she had to buy me and my brother school clothes when we're like 9, 10, 11. You know what I mean? So my sister never really got a chance to be a kid, So I make sure I let her know, and she still doesn't know that, but I make sure I let her know, man, just be a kid. You 16, be a 16-year-old. Do 16-year-old shit. You know what I mean? You ain't got nothing to lose. I mean, you got something to lose, but don't worry about that. You're going to be okay, because we put a lot of pressure on our kids. And I used to work with this woman, and we actually went to high school together. I don't remember her from high school, but when I got my first job, she worked with me, but we went to different high schools, whatever. And she has a daughter. Her daughter at the time was like 16, and her daughter looked exactly like she did when she was in high school. She hated her daughter. Every time her daughter wanted to go do something, she would not let her daughter do it, but she would let her son do whatever he wanted to do. She would make sure she would take her daughter's clothes, and just talk bad about her. She'd come to work tomorrow. Yeah,
I can tell you exactly what that is. I know exactly what that is. Her daughter's at the age that she was when she was traumatized. That happens all the time. So what happens? So this is very common with children. When children reach the age that a parent is triggered, they get triggered by that age. So for girls, a lot of times they turn develop teenagers. There are moms who have trauma associated around that age. And so because of that panic, they begin to abuse the child. It's not a conscious thing. She doesn't realize she's doing it. So I bet you if you talk to mom, she has a trauma that happened around that age. I without a doubt, I bet you.
Because she talked about her daughter like her daughter was, I don't know, just like a prostitute or something. I was
She's talking to herself. Listen to me. She's talking to herself. She has something happen to her, and now she's mad that her daughter is basically her.
Yeah.
It's a narcissist.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and not
Yeah.
I don't think it's a full-on narcissist, but it's on the spectrum of narcissism.
Yeah. It definitely is on the spectrum.
But I want to answer that question. He said, did your parents ever say, why are you stressed? You don't have to pay bills to pay. Yes, my parents did say that. And what I often hate about that, what I hate about that in general, or anybody, is that it's so dismissive of what your children experience. It's like saying, fuck what your needs are, fuck what your feelings are, fuck your experiences. My needs are most important. What I want you to do is most important. Even if you think it's coming from love as a parent, the reality is you're saying you don't care about your children's needs. And then when that child doesn't want to come to you, and you find out, like, I can't tell you how many times I've had parents that came to me and said, I didn't even know my child was getting bullied every single day. And they were hurt that their child never told them. I don't know if I told you, I was telling somebody, I had a parent who found out later, after punishing her daughter, after taking away her birthday party, after the spankings, found out later that all the behavior issues, the cutting up in class, quote unquote, was associated with the fact this child had been molested.
Wow.
Daughter had been molested. She'd been punishing her, been spanking her for this behavior problem. She was having outbursts in her classroom. Teacher would say, kid get triggered and start screaming at other kids, throwing things. Oh, she's just outrageous. She just doesn't know how to act. She's a temper problem. And the child got molested. And I can't tell you how many times we label and judge children's behaviors, and we don't, because we're so dismissive, we miss so many important things that they could be communicating to us. Behavior, in fact, my saying is this: behavior is communication. The behavior is
absolutely, yeah. Your behavior is going to tell your parents what's going on.
It's supposed to, if your parents can receive it.
Well, if they can receive it, right.
But what happens is we're conditioned, because this is what happened to us. You conditioned to correct the behavior. You're not conditioned to address the problem.
Right.
Because you can address the behavior and they might stop that behavior, and all you've done was mask another symptom of a problem. And then that symptom comes out in something else. So you're like, I stopped my kid from talking back to me, but now guess what? Your kid's withdrawn. And I wish get the whole concept of talking back. It's not a real thing. I hate to say it.
No.
Your child questioning you is not a bad thing.
No.
It bothers us. It's triggering, but it's not bad. But it triggers. Right. We got smacked upside the head every time we questioned our parents. But some are more legitimate than we want to be honest about. Why do I wash the dishes?
Yeah, I mean, that's a logical question. It really is.
Right.
Even if the answer is because I want you to do it, there's nothing wrong with answering the question. You know what I mean? There's a certain way of
I'm laughing at you. He called you. Then you put it on the screen of him calling you out.
Yeah, I put it on the screen because you know why? I'm gonna tell you straight up. This is why. People say I'm a good dad. I don't see it that way. I always looked at it like this, because one thing I never do, I never pat myself on the back, which is something I had to learn to start doing. And I had to start learning to validate myself. I always looked at being a single dad as something I'm doing this because this is what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? When I got my daughter, I'm not even gonna go through the whole story, but when I got custody of my daughter, I had just got out of the county jail. So I get out of the county jail, I go to my mom's house because I had been in jail for however months, weeks. And this lady calls me on the phone. She goes, "Are you Layla's dad?" I'm like, "Yeah." This is the day I got out. "Are you Layla's dad?" "Yeah." "Oh, I was just wondering if anybody was going to come and get her." I said, "Well, who are you? Who is this?" "Oh, I'm your daughter's mom's neighbor. She's been over here for the last 3 days and we ain't seen or heard from her." I said, "I'm on my way." Wow. So I go out there to go get her. And she was just turned 1. And I said, "Well, where's her mom been?" "We don't know. We try to call her. She ain't answering the phone. Nobody knows. She's been gone for 3 days." Now, at this time, I didn't know my daughter's mom was on drugs. So when I went and got her, I came back a week later. And I asked the lady, the next door neighbor, I said, "You still ain't heard from her?" She said, "Nope." I went right next door. I kicked in her door. I got all my daughter's clothes, all of her things. And we went to my mom's house. So I never looked at it. And we've been riding ever since. That was 2004. I never looked at this as something that was special or you need an award for. This is what you're supposed to do. if I didn't do it, who the hell else was gonna do it?
But I think the credit is going to how you're parenting and how you're being a father, not just that you're
Right.
a father. Like,
Right.
I'll be honest with you, I believe all parents, I won't, so maybe not all parents, but generally speaking, I think all parents are good parents. They're trying the best they can with what they have. As abusive
Right.
as my father was, mind you, I cut my father off completely, right?
Yeah.
But I love him, but I had to keep myself safe, so I had to cut him off. Physically, he's physically unsafe for me. But
Right.
you know, I do believe he did the best he could with what he had. He was
Right.
a parent on his own, going to school full time, working two jobs full time, sometimes three, sometimes two jobs in the internship and going to school, right? Working on all his degrees, his two masters, his doctor, all that while raising two kids on his own. He didn't
Right.
even date at all until I was 18.
Right.
And the only person he dated was the woman that became my stepmom, right? The mother of my baby brother. But, he was, so I think he did the best he could. He was abusive. He was a dry drunk. We found out later he had bipolar disorder and all these other issues. But that came from his trauma and what he had
Right.
been through. His father was an abusive alcoholic, and my grandfather was a great man. He was a wonderful.
Right.
He married my grandmother, who was an unwed mother of three, adopted all her children, and they all have his name.
Right.
And he's done a lot of amazing things as a grandfather. He's still an abusive alcoholic. His grandfather was an abusive alcoholic. So what did my father have? What tools did
Right.
he have to parent me? How
And
could he
and
his own? Yeah, he didn't have anything. So I just think, let me get to my point just real quick, is that parents do the best that they can with what they have. And you're a great parent because not only have you addressed your own shit, because that's what you had to do to become a great parent.
that's what I was gonna say.
Address your own shit.
Yeah.
You had to do. Not only did you step up, but you raise a daughter who's independent, who's intelligent, who's strong. So that's why you're being told you're a good dad. Not just because you're a dad, but because you're doing the best you can, but what you're doing is amazing.
I was just about to say what you just said because I had to address some shit. You know what I mean? I went to therapy, and it had nothing to do with her. It was about me. You know what I mean? And I think me and you talked about it off air. I didn't know I was dealing with anxiety and PTSD for the last 10, 15 years. I had no idea. I thought having anxiety and panic attacks was just something that happens. You know what I mean? But then I had to reach inside myself and figure out, what is this? Why is this thing it's like a monkey on your back? Where did this come from? So I had to I had to actually ask my parents. Now, the thing is, my dad, who's a narcissist, he acts like he doesn't remember anything. My dad will tell you a story and you'd be like, nigga, that didn't happen. You know what I mean? My dad's one of those religious people. Now, all of a sudden, after all these years, he didn't got religious. So now he'll start telling us about, I remember when I taught you guys how to read. I'm like, nigga, you didn't teach me how to read. My sister did. What are you talking about? I remember when I taught y'all how to ride a bike. Nigga, what? No, you didn't. Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like, once I had to reach inside myself and figure out, because I used to be a person that had a really, 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 really short temper. Like really bad temper. You know what I mean? To where it didn't take much for me I'd fight in front of my daughter or some shit like that. You know what I mean? So I asked my daughter sometimes, hey, do you remember that one time when I did it? I don't remember that. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff she don't remember because she was real little. And what I did was I had to fix myself. And of course, we're never going to be totally fixed. But what you'll learn is the tools of how to get around these things and how to deal with these little things that happen in your life. And I went to therapy. I had to deal with all kinds of stuff. There was points in times where, as a single dad, in my mind, I was like, I don't like this. I don't want to do this no more. Now, I would never let her know that. But it was so much pressure because I was going to school. I've never been a dummy, but I never worked. I was always a hustler. So I'm like, okay, now I got a job, like a real job, and I'm going to school. So now I'm obligated to get up in the morning. I got to take her to school, go to work. I'm like, man, I don't want to do this no more. You know what I mean? So I had to train my brain to understand that the way that I was living before was not right. The things that I was doing before was not right. And being a dad, I had to change things about myself in order to do this right. You know what I mean? And I was going to ask you a question. Do you think that all parents should have to go to parenting classes?
Do I think all parents should have to go to parenting classes? No, because I don't think actually need parenting classes. On top of that, all parenting classes aren't created equal, and I damn sure don't trust white people to teach black parents how to parent. So as long as it's
Right.
us, I think, and I definitely think things like that should be voluntary. I don't believe in forcing parents to do that, because then that's, to me, the opposite of what I would be teaching. I don't teach we force people to do things. That's the opposite of what I teach, right? If you believe you're ready for this and you have some, I like how someone phrased it on the chat room, those good parents are rare. Most are just coasting because their parental tool belt is empty. If you realize your tool belt is empty, there's a place where you can get tools, you know?
Yeah.
I think that it should be definitely be voluntary. I don't believe in forcing parents to do things like that, but because also you want people to come in for the right reason. So if they're forced to, they're not going to retain the information, because in fact, they're going to actively reject it because they were forced to.
Right.
So actively reject it, what use is it? So I don't, but there were some really good questions in here. Actually, it was a great comment from Death God 6Q3. I think I said.
Which one?
You gotta wash the dishes, because this is a Mark.
Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah. So what's funny about that, and that's actually what kind of low key kind of what I teach. So one example, what I do is I always talk to them about the fact that, hey, we're a team, and we want to make sure don't we all want to eat on clean dishes? I know they don't like to eat on dirty dishes, right? So just kind of basically showing, hey, we're all part of a team. This isn't about, I don't necessarily want to have to clean the toilet, but it got to get cleaned, right? Because I want to make sure we're all living in this space harmoniously. Now, however you have to communicate that to your kid, however you guys speak, don't use my language, right? But usually it's that concept. So I actually like what he said there, because that's pretty much what I teach. Show that it's valuable because we live here together. And you have to also show that in your actions all throughout your household. It's not just when I want things done as the parent. It's also when, I don't want to do things and I'm like, I didn't make this mess over here either, but I'm gonna pick it up anyway. And it's not about who did it. I practiced that when I used to run after school programs. So I want the kids to clean up after they had their snack time. They would just leave trash everywhere. So what I started doing, I used to ask them, do you like sitting at the benches and there's trash everywhere and it's dirty? All the kids, no, that's nasty. Especially black kids.
Right.
Ew, that's gross. How they're extra with it, right? So then I had to, and I brought that to their attention. So then I just asked them, what can we do to make sure that we always have a clean space to eat? Then let them tell you, let them develop a solution with you. And if they develop a solution, they're more likely to remember it, and they're more likely to follow it because it came from them. It didn't feel like an order that was imposed upon them.
It didn't feel like an order. Exactly. It wasn't an order.
Exactly.
Orange Marley,
to be creative and to be problem solvers on their own as well.
Right. Orange Marley just came in the room. He said, "Do we agree with beating children?" Hell no.
No.
I don't beat my kids.
So I'm a complete believer in nonviolent communication and nonviolence in parenting. I teach trauma-informed nonviolent parenting. That's literally what I teach. And and it's really important to me as a child who grew up in a very violent household that we learn that the way that beating children is not necessary. And I never understand people who fight for the right to beat their kids, because I always ask, do you like it? Do you like it?
Yeah.
You don't like it and you don't enjoy it, and they certainly don't enjoy it. Why do you only want to do that? Why not look for alternative ways to be able to communicate with your children? Why not work on your own healing so you can communicate with your children? So you don't have to hit them, right? Because you lack communication. Right. So I want. There's no reason to hit your kid. There's literally zero ever a reason to hit your kid. If you can't keep your house safe, that's on you. Your 3-year-old's gonna reach things. You don't hit them. Get shit out of the way. They're 3, and they won't remember shit in the next hour because they're 3.
Yeah, it's funny because I do stuff like I'm slick. So sometimes I'll go knock on my daughter's door. I'm like, "What you doing?" "Oh, I'm whatever." I'm like, "Man, oh yeah, did you hear about something?" And then we'll be talking whatever. And then right before I go out, I look around, I'm like, "Man, your room, man, what's going on in here?" "Oh, I know. I don't have to yell and say, 'Man, you need to get this room together,' and da 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 da." I make it like, "I don't know how you're gonna kill no spider in here. The spider gonna hide under all your clothes."
That's a good.
You know what I'm saying? I did that to her. I swear I did that to her a couple days ago. She was here and she come beating on my room door. I'm in there asleep. I'm knocked out asleep. "Dad, there's a spider." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Well, kill it then. I can't get it." I'm thinking it's up in the corner. You know, the spiders will hide in the corner in the ceiling between the wall. I go in the room, I'm like, well, where's that? Oh, it's behind my dresser. I said, well, by the way these clothes is looking on the floor, he might as well put the clothes on and walk out the room. I ain't gonna be able to find him. I don't know what you want me to do. You know what I mean? Yep. So I turn it around on her. Like I don't have time to do all that yelling. I'm just make you think about your surroundings and your environment.
Sometimes
and when you see how important it is for you to get that done.
When I was a nanny,
right?
Legos do the job for me. I didn't have to say nothing. Step on a couple of them.
They're gonna step on one. Yep. They're gonna step on one.
And I remind them, oh, looks like you need to clean your room. But
step on that Lego.
So what did 2008 B. Scott say? I like how living a Black life, we need a more nuanced view of what a good / doing the best you can parent is. Most of us aren't given much to work with. That's absolutely true. Also, add to that, there is no perfect parent. One of the best things you can do, I believe, is if you have a rupture, meaning you have an argument, disagreement, or you lose your temper when you wish you hadn't, repair it. Go back and apologize and give them a moment. They might not want to hear from you right now. Just like they piss you off, you piss them off too. And just like sometimes you don't want them hugging and kissing on you because after they just said something crazy to you, they don't want you hugging and kissing on them after you just said something crazy to them. So give them time.
Right.
And respect that space, because especially if you feel like you want to repair it because you did something. So that's the thing. You don't have to be perfect. You lost your temper. Guess what? That's going to happen sometimes because you have your own healing that you're still working on. But if you just keep trying, one of my favorite movies is a Goofy movie. You know why I love that movie? Low key, it makes me cry. Don't tell nobody that. But I love that movie because in the movie, the dad is in panic mode. If you remember, he gets a call from the school. The principal, like I was telling you, teachers do. Your kid's gonna become a thug and join gangs and be in prison, because he did something in school that whatever, some child prank or some shit, right? So now Goofy's like panicked. Oh my God, I have to save my child. So he's just trying to figure out, well, what can I do to connect with my kid? The kid doesn't want to go on a road trip. He ends up taking the kid on a road trip, but he's fucking up the whole time. The son's just getting mad every time because dad's missing the mark every single time. But guess what? He never stopped trying. And that's what hit the most. His dad just kept trying to the point where he said, I will do whatever it takes because I just love you that much. So it wasn't that he was perfect. He didn't have to be perfect. He just never gave up and he kept trying. And that's the most important thing you can do as a Black kid. We got a lot of healing to do. We have a lot of things we've been through. A lot of heavy experiences that we're still living in. And we're terrified for what can happen to our children. But just remember, as long as you stay
and
you'll get there.
I mean, and especially if you want to cultivate a better relationship for your kids when they go out into the world, so that they know how to interact with people. You know what I mean? If you have a lot of nasty things going on in your house, I don't want to say toxic, but if you have a lot of nasty things going on in your house, a lot of abuse and things of that are going on, when your kid goes into the world, they're gonna mimic what they know. You know what I mean? And they don't know, if they don't know anything but to cuss people out, and you got a son or daughter, and they even a daughter, if they putting their hands on people, and that's why I was looking at the Floyd Mayweather situation with his daughter, because his daughter be fighting her boyfriends and the boyfriends fighting her, and I'm like, well, Floyd Mayweather do be beating women, do be hitting women, so the apple don't fall far from the tree. She's hitting her boyfriend and all these different types of things, and it's like, I know he knows that, but then when you see his reaction to his daughter going to jail, he really didn't have a reaction. He pretty much just hung her out to dry.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
This is and from what I could tell, she didn't have a lot of respect for him either. Because I remember reading certain things saying, it was all kinds of things. But I also know that Floyd Mayweather also has his own trauma. His father used to hit him.
Yep. His dad went to prison. All kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Right. So he's
trying to cover, and you could tell by the things that he does, he's trying to cover it up with all the fame and the money and all these kind of things. He covers up his insecurities with all of that. Because you strip away all the fame and the money, that's a hurt brother.
You'll find that in a lot of people, for real. It's also there's always
that's one thing.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I think there's an overlay. Is there overlay?
I think there's a bit of a delay.
Is there a delay?
A little
Okay,
one.
okay, that's what I thought. Go ahead.
I forgot what I was gonna say. You know how I am. I'm not even smoking.
No, I mean, boy. Well, I mean, we can circle back when we talk about relationships between black men and black women. I think a lot of times hurt
actually,
people. I know it sounds. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. If you got your thought.
I'll remember. Don't worry.
Okay. Because you know the cliche of hurt people.
Mm-hmm.
The cliche of hurt people, all that kind of stuff. And I see that a lot on social media, on both sides, where people will start talking about. They never talk about their own personal trauma and the things that they've went through. They just do a one size fits all. All black men are trash, or all black women are trash, or oh man, oh these white girls are evolving, or these white men is evolving. And it's like, why do you have to tell us that? Like, you have to tell us that white people are evolving into what?
That's just,
what are they evolving into?
I don't know. Aliens? I have no fucking clue. I don't even know when people.
Yeah.
Walter Walsh said Max wasn't trying to hear all that. He was trying to talk to that bougie light skinned girl. Exactly, but that's exactly right. So remember, to your kids, that's their whole world.
Yeah.
And what most people don't know, in adolescence, so you have all these basic human needs, right? That we think it's just water, shelter, food, but you have a biological need for affection. You have a biological need for acknowledgement, the biological need for connection. So these are real things, right? One of the things that's really big for adolescents was number one on their brain. This is due to their brain development. They have a huge need for acceptance. Huge need for acceptance. It wasn't just the girl. He wanted acceptance from his peers as well. So that's really big in an adolescent's mind. So yeah, that's all he wanted was, this girl, but it was deeper than that. Because when you're a teenager, that's your whole world.
Right.
Might not be important to us as adults because we're past that stage. We know relationships are fleeting. Shit ain't gonna last. We know.
Yeah.
But if for that moment, that's everything to him. And once Dad connect with that, he was like, "Oh, we're gonna get you on that power line stage," and he got on the power line stage.
Right.
Fucking up the whole time until he actually heard him.
And that's the truth. Is like I never really thought of it that way. When you're young, that one little thing, whatever it is you're focused on, that's your whole world. That's your whole life. If your whole idea, like I have a friend who just started going to therapy, and we've been friends for like 10 years, white dude, and he's not the only white dude I know that goes through this. But when he started breaking down his relationship with his dad, his name is Rick. I said, Rick, you're pretty much speaking to the statistics about white men when they're not in the house with their kids, they don't be bothered at all, as compared to black men who aren't in the house still are involved with their kids.
Ooh, I could speak as a nanny perspective. I can tell you for a fact, it is way different with black parents than it is with white parents. 100%. And I nanny both in black families and white families. Let me tell you something about white dads. They couldn't even tell you what their kids eat.
Yeah.
They live in the house with them.
Yeah.
One time, there was a situation where the family was in Florida, and then the dad had to fly back for some work or something happened, and he brought the youngest son with him, who was like 2 at the time, right? So they call me. They're like, "Hey, we need somebody to help because dad don't know shit." I show up, the baby ain't ate yet, and I came at like 10 in the morning. Baby hadn't even eaten and had been up.
Wow.
Can of SpaghettiOs that the baby don't even eat. So I was just like, oh my God, what is going on here? He had no clue where to start, couldn't tell you how to change a diaper. He knew nothing because his wife did everything. Or when I got hired, I was doing all the other stuff, right?
Right.
And black families, dads, they're way more involved. They could tell you, in fact, they can tell you not only what their kids eat, they'll give them way too much of the thing that the kids like to eat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I would have to tell black dads like, yo, chill. Like, you can't keep giving them sugar and then dropping them off to me. It ain't happening,
Right. One of
your favorite candy, I know, but don't drop.
Right. But it's 9 in the morning. But this is the crazy thing that he said. And me and him have been friends for a long time. It's my dude. He's a good dude. And we were talking, and I asked him this. I said, man, I notice every time you talk about the trauma that you've been through, you bring up one specific thing. And one of the things he always talks about was his dad got remarried. he came home from school one day and he noticed that his dad's wife and her daughter had took pictures, like they take the family portrait at Sears or whatever it was, and it dawned on him that he wasn't in the picture.
Yeah, that's
so he asked the dad. He said, "So why didn't you guys ask me to be a part of it?" "Oh, we probably thought you probably wouldn't even want to be, do anything like that." And he's like, "Yeah, but you didn't ask."
That's bullshit. I hate when parents do that, especially even to their adult kids. And I've witnessed that. I had a boyfriend whose dad did pretty much the same type of shit, the exact same type of shit. I think that's cool and fucked up. Your kids will want to be a part of that. Don't fucking play.
And he's living in the house with them. So I asked him. I said, "Is that so? What else was going on?" He said, "Well, I remember when I was like 8 or 9, his dad told him if he got straight A's, he would let him go to this basketball camp. I can't remember what the name of the basketball player was." And he said that they were all. He said, "I can remember vividly." Now he's 39, same age as me. He said, "I can remember vividly. We're all sitting at the dinner table, and I had my report card. I gave it to my dad. It was straight A's. And I asked him about the basketball camp, and then they told him no." And I asked him, I said, "So, basically what you're saying is that whenever you needed your dad to come through for you, he just never did. He just never could come through for you." And so recently they got into this big debate and this big argument because he had got a settlement because he got hurt on the job. His dad wanted him to give him $5,000 for him paying for his tuition back in 2000.
Oh no.
Told him if he didn't give him the $5,000, he wasn't gonna take him out of the will. And my boy was like, "Man, fuck that will." You know what I mean? I was like, "Damn," dude. And I had to think about this, and I was like, "I know my dad was fucked up, but your dad is fucked up." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I didn't tell him that, but in my mind, I was like, "Damn, dude, your dad pretty much looked at you as a commodity." You know what I mean? Like you were an investment. You went to college, you didn't finish. Now he wants his money back. Like that's really weird. You know what I mean? And your dad took a picture with his new family. You live in the house, and he didn't even want you he didn't ask you to be in the picture. Like that's insane.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's the difference between black fathers and white fathers. And I'm not gonna say all, but when you start looking at the statistics, when black fathers are out of the house, we still involved. I don't care if we gotta sneak over to the baby mama house to see the kid. We gonna see the kids.
Yeah.
Even though she hate us, we're gonna go see the kids. But white dads, when they ain't involved no more, they gonna start their own new family and they go on about their business.
I mean, it's a really interesting thing because black dads get the most flack. Get the most denigration. Black dads, and in fact, what's interesting is I hear so much about how many black dads just miss and love their kids when they're away from them for a long time.
Yeah.
And in fact, we look at like how incarceration has just decimated black families. It's not black women. Stop that bullshit.
No.
I don't know if people keep saying that shit. It's black women. They destroyed the black family. No, it was white supremacy. It was incarceration and slavery and all that shit, right? But they've been destroying black families. And then we have, these situations where these men are missing their children and their children are missing their fathers.
Yeah.
You know how I just can't even imagine what it must feel like as a father to know you can't even be there and you want to more than anything in the world.
Right. Yeah, I don't think 2008 B Scott was saying don't some Asians claim that sort of transactional relationship with parents, as in we pay for everything now, but you must get lucrative career to take care of us and pay us back. No, I have and I'm not gonna say all Asians, but one of my good friends, he actually lives in Huntington Beach now. He's Vietnamese, and his parents used to own a car shop in my neighborhood, and they retired, and they gave the company to his brother. And when he was young, his mom used to work at Popeyes. They didn't ever look at we do all this so you can take care of us later. Nah, they just want to make that. One thing I noticed about the Asian community, they love stability. They don't want to have to rely on a bunch of other people, which is a good thing. You know what I mean? You don't want to have to rely on other people. So I asked him, his name is Eric. I was talking to him the other day, and I was like, so he's always coming up with ideas of how to create a business or how to do something. You know what I mean? And I'm like, man, well, what's stopping you from doing it? He doesn't have the confidence yet, but he doesn't, I don't think his parents who are Vietnamese have this idea that they should take care of them when they get old or nothing like that. But I will say in some cultures, when a person becomes an older person, they're not supposed to go to the old folks home. Your family's supposed to take care of, and that's how in my family, when my grandmother, she passed away in 2011, when she had cancer. She lived with cancer for about 7-8 years. When she was in hospice, we didn't put her in no home. She was at the house, and we all rotated going over there to watch, to look out for her, do things for her, to the point where my dad actually moved in and took care of her when she was really like about to be, about to pass away. But even when he was there, I would get out of school, go by my grandmother's house, see how she's doing. My grandma's a big Laker fan, so we sit there and watch the Lakers, Kobe, and all that kind of stuff. And then once it got time for me to go to bed, I made sure the house was locked up, and then I go home. So, but when you have that connection with your family, that's what you do when you love a certain. Like my grandmother was like my mom. You know what I'm saying? So there wasn't nothing I wasn't gonna do for my grandma. Even when she was up and moving around, people were saying, "No, don't let her smoke cigarettes." She was like, "I already know this is gonna kill me. Can you go get me a pack of cigarettes?" All right. And I go get her a pack of cigarettes because she said so. It's my grandma. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would say,
That's what she wanted. So that's what I went and did for her. You know what I mean? So, we knew that there was no reversing of the lung cancer that she had, and she had been living with it and didn't know for years. And when she found out it was terminal, we had a lot of deep conversations. You know what I mean? I thanked her because when I first got custody of my daughter, I lived with her. You know what I'm saying? She helped me a lot when it came to raising my daughter. And up until my daughter was 7, because that's when she passed away. She helped me a lot because, man, there was so many trials and tribulations, and I was losing my damn mind. That, you see, I'm bald. I had hair back then. I ain't got it no more. Okay. So, so, those are the kind of things I take with me. But, I think it just depends on the family. If there are certain families out there that are Asian that will put their parents in an old folks home. Don't get it twisted.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't know that many Asians to even have that reference point. I mean, one of my best friends is Japanese American, but both her parents, I think her grandparents were from America. So
Yeah.
I don't even know. But I know my family, both my grandfathers passed, both my grandparents were married. They all stayed married till they died. Both my grandfathers were taken care of by their wives until they died. And then my grandmothers were both taken care of by at least one child. So my grandmother was here in LA, was taken care of by my aunt, who did a wonderful job taking care of her, and did the most and did the best for her. And then on my mom's side, I had uncles that lived in the house with my grandma, and they took care of her. So in both cases, and my mom bought her the house. So my mom made sure my granny had a brand new house, because in the Midwest, it's cheap as fuck. You can do that.
Right.
Bought my granny a house. And then, my uncles were there to take care of her. So I can't imagine putting my mother anywhere other than my house. Like I couldn't even.
No.
Or even if I have to move into her house, like I just cannot imagine my mother not being taken care of by me or my brother. And I have a sister who has special needs. So I would have to take them both, So yeah, with no problem, without hesitating. I take my sister. If something happened to my mother, I would take my sister in,
Yeah.
I have to tell somebody. Anybody that I marry has to know that might happen. Where we're gonna have to take care of my sister who has special needs, and that's
right.
The question,
Yeah, Yakub was saying his grandma lives with his great grandma who's 100 years old. That's a house full of wisdom. That's a house where you go over there and you sit on the porch and don't say shit. You know what I mean? That I swear to God, I used to do that with my grandmother. I would go over there. My grandma was the type of grandma that'll put you in the yard and put you to work. So if you go over there, you got to make sure don't wear nothing that you don't want getting dirty, because she's gonna find a hole for you to dig. You know what I'm saying? And the older I get, that's the kind of stuff I miss from the elders, the people that I grew up around. I grew up around old people because my grandparents pretty much had to raise me kind of, because my parents were doing what they wanted to do. So when I was 9-10 years old, like whoever the first black bus driver was in Portland, I knew who that guy was. The first black painter for the school district, I knew who they were because my grandparents knew them, because they were some of the first black people to be here in Portland. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So there was so many of these older people, they see my name and like, oh yeah, you Laverne's grandson. Yeah, that's my grandma. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of knew all these old people, but I think it's just when you care about your people, you're gonna take care of them. Right now, my mom will be 60 years old in October. Now my mom is fine. She's doing everything, she's good. But if my mom called me today and said, Kenny, I need you to come down here because I'm on my way. You know what I'm saying? My sister lives down there, but I know that, a team is better than one person. So I have to go down and support my sister while she take care of my mom or whatever it is. That's what you got to do. Now, my dad, I don't know, man. That nigga better tell me he got shot or something. And I got a bullet and I don't want to go to the doctor. Okay, I'm on my way. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even know what I would do with that. My dad, I don't know. Because my dad's not, I don't know. I would have to look.
Yeah.
Brother, what do you want to do?
Yeah. I have to have a huddle with my brother and my sister. Like, all right, what y'all want to do? Y'all want to just let him sit over there and bleed to death, or y'all want to go? Y'all want to go? Okay, I'll go with y'all. Because the thing about it is, man, he's one of those dudes that. Remember, I was telling you last night something my grandmother always told me is you don't want to be somebody that can't be told anything. He's one of those people. He can't be told shit. He can't be told anything.
But our dad's a narcissist. Remember,
he's a narcissist. Exactly.
Narcissistic
traits. So people like that, they live to be like 138 years old. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he's gonna die no time damn soon anyway. So
I want to honor, because this is the thing. Whenever I talk about my dad, it's not that I feel bad because I feel like I'm constantly demonizing him because he was kind of monstrous, won't even lie to you.
Right.
There were so many other Black men in my life that made me feel safe.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm saying that is because of this. I think sometimes people you hear this show, I'm like, oh, I'm not a parent, so this doesn't relate to me, but it does, because there are kids who do not have fathers that are able to be in their lives in a healthy way.
Right.
Really important that as Black men that you're stepping up to help kids in your community. And I don't mean being a formal mentoring program. You might have you or a cousin, young men even in your family that you could be a mentor to or just connect with. Don't even look at it as a mentorship. That's just something to connect with. And I'm saying that because that helps kids a lot. What helps kids feel safe is close protective relationship. That's what helps make that toxic stress of an absent parent or an unhealthy parent, because there's this mental illness, substance abuse, all kinds of things, sexual abuse, physical abuse. All these things are traumatic for children. Even if it's happening to their parent, it affects their children. So these children are going to need other people in their lives to support them while they're growing up and having these parents. So I'm grateful. The reason why I don't have this sort of resentment towards Black men or men in general is because there were other men in my life that were my mentors that stood up for me, that made me feel safe. I was in a youth organization and there were males that were in that program that were also, and the thing about this organization is they did a really good job of making sure there was a good male-female balance, right? And the males, and they were always appropriate. The males were always appropriate with the girls. There was never any scandal or no shit like that. And I always felt safe. They would take me home.
Yeah.
Like that. They talked to me. They didn't even know what was happening to me at home. They didn't know my dad was beating my ass at home.
Right.
They didn't see that shit. They just thought I was weird. I wore a jacket all the time.
Right.
But other than that, they took me to rap concerts. I became a hip hop head, honestly, probably because of them.
Because of them, right?
All the time, So being a man, a Black man in your community, doing work within your family, doing work within your, the kids around you, and not even, or just being an example and just talking to them sometimes. You don't gotta take them out to pizza every week. Just say, hey, how's it going? How's school? And be genuinely interested. That goes a long way. So be a parent, just be a person in your community who cares, be an adult in a child's life who cares. When all the other adults are bragging on a kid, you've seen it. If you've ever school and you've worked at schools, and you work at schools, right? Mm-hmm. You see it all the time. You see the kid that all the adults are picking on. Don't you be that adult. Don't join in with them. Ooh, so bad. Yeah, I know. Don't join in that conversation.
Yeah, I hate that. And that's something that happened at the school that I work at. When I first started working there, they would send out an email of these list of kids. They were Black, white, it didn't matter what color they were, but they would always have, oh, this kid, he's not allowed to leave campus because and they would say it every day. So I didn't talk to them. I talked to the kid. I said, hey man, why are they saying that, let me hear, I want to hear your side of the story. I know what they're gonna say. So what is this all about? Oh, they did this and da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, oh, okay. I said, man, give me your mom number, man. We need to chop it up. You know what I'm saying? And especially if it's a Black kid, they in Portland, more than likely I know your parents. You know what I mean? Because they can feel the parents even feel alienated dealing with the school. because they've been raised to believe that the teachers are always right. You know, it's just a culture around being in school and being around teachers that teachers know everything and they're always right. And I'll tell kids in a minute, trust me, I went to graduate school with these motherfuckers. They don't know shit. I said they only teach us so they can pay off their student debt. That's it. If they didn't have student debt, they would not be teachers. They chose the wrong degree because they don't like teaching. You know what I'm saying? They didn't choose the wrong degree because they can't get a job. They chose the wrong degree because they don't like teaching. And they don't like kids. They do not like kids. You know what I mean? It's really that simple. They don't like kids and they're not making enough money. They want to pay off their student debt. They really want to be out here on some hipster shit, riding bikes, drinking coffee every day, but they can't do it. You know what I mean? And so they take it out on you guys. And once I broke that down to them, they was like, this one kid named Dise, he was like, man, fuck them. I was like, thank you. That's basically it. I said, man, come to school, get your work, do what you got to do. And I make it a safe space in my office. And my office is pretty damn big that kids can come in. And some of the, admin will come in. Oh, is such and such supposed to be in here? Yeah, they're fine. They're doing their work. Don't worry about them. You know what I'm saying? They'll be all right. They'll be all right. You know what I mean?
And,
you don't have to
notice that there's always certain teachers or school staff that kids will always do their work for, will always cooperate with. I was an English teacher in Watts. She was actually Mexican or Afro-Mexican. She's Afro-Mexicano. I'm thinking about it. It was Karen Salazar. She was actually my tutor when I was in high school, funny enough. I became a teacher at Jordan High School in Watts. You can look up this story if you don't believe me. I was at the time I was running an after school program at one of the local elementary schools, and a lot of my high school volunteers came from Jordan, and they were her students. And the students started a protest because they fired their teacher. I was like, well, why did they fire her? She was following the curriculum standards. So they just kept coming to her class, harassing her, apparently, the district people, and then finally they just fired her. Come to find out, she had the kids reading this English class, reading Malcolm X, autobiography of Malcolm X. She has them basically reading all Black and Latino authors. This is an all Black and Latino school, right? And they're like revolutionaries. They're not just like anybody, right? They're reading revolutionaries. And they fired this teacher. Now, what's interesting is the other kids in other classes would ditch their class to
go to their class. Yep.
So clearly the kids don't have a problem with school and learning. They have a problem with how it's being taught to them. And when it's taught in the way that they like and they connect to it, they'll go to that class. And this is a quote unquote worst schools in the district. This is in Watts.
Yeah.
So, and these kids were down to learn about the people that look like them, the people that were fighting for them. They love learning about that. They didn't want to read about Shakespeare. Fuck him.
Right. Yeah. That shit ain't relevant.
It wasn't relevant to them.
No, that's not relevant at all. Absolutely. Walter wanted to know, was y'all's grandparents' relationship different from your parents and your own? I was thinking about how some of y'all said earlier in relation to that. Hell yeah, man. My grandparents, dude, I don't understand how my dad ended up the way he ended up, because my grandparents worked. My dad never lived. They always lived in a house. My grandparents used to own 3 or 4 different houses here in Portland. But when they did this eminent domain thing, when they built the Fremont Bridge, they took their homes. But my grandparents always kept a home. They went on vacations. They did all kinds of stuff when they were growing up. And my dad is 62. So you got to imagine, this is Black people, middle-class Black people in the 60s and 70s. And you know what I mean? My dad never had to deal with anybody in the family that was beating on them or alcoholic. But when you're a narcissist and a manipulator, that's not something that gets passed down. That's your shit. You know what I mean?
Your parents create that. Your parents can be a codependent and create it, and your parents can be narcissists and create it. Actually,
I don't know where he got it from, because I was raised by my grandparents, who are his parents, and my grandfather would always say, "Go ahead."
You don't know, because they were younger when they were raising him. You don't know what kind of parenting they had going on in the beginning.
So this is what I asked him. So one thing I do know for a fact, that my dad would always debate with my grandfather about religion. Now, my grandfather, when he was young, he was a street guy. And when I say street guy, I don't mean like selling drugs, nothing like that. He was just kind of wild. You know what I mean? My grandmother was the one that always had to keep things together, because my grandfather was because my great-grandparents were middle class. They came from New Orleans. They never lived in whatever was considered the Black community in Portland on my dad's side. They never did that. They had homes in Portland and in Los Angeles. They never dealt with any type of financial issues. So I was like, so you guys had some wealth, what was going on? So I started narrowing it down to maybe it was because my grandfather, when he was in his 30s, 20s, and 30s, he smoked, he drank, he never beat them, but it might have been a little bit of neglect because he wasn't there for them the way they needed him to. But
that creates narcissism.
Yeah. Eventually you have to do something about it. You know what I mean? But eventually you got to do something about it. Like my dad's in his 60s. Like,
if you can. I gave up on my. I don't think he can change. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I gave up. I gave up on him. Yeah.
I don't even think he can. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. Now that part I can't say because the people say, and I do believe this, that you can heal from like anything. Your brain can pretty much heal from anything. But it's hard because narcissists don't get help because their egos are too big. So they would need.
Yeah. I gave up on him.
But they don't like getting help because they don't like to feel like anything's wrong with them. Something's wrong with everybody else. It's always everybody else. It's never them.
Oh, it's always somebody else. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's always somebody else. I had an ex-girlfriend.
So I just gave up.
I had an ex-girlfriend was exactly that way. I gave up on that dude, and we cool. One of the things is I have boundaries. So what I do is I set boundaries, and if I feel like he's about to cross them boundaries, nah, bro, you got to go over there. You know what I'm saying? I'll holler at you next week or next month or whatever. You know what I mean? But I'm not about to entertain your bullshit right now because one, I don't have to. Two, I don't live in your goddamn house. So I gave up on the dude trying to get therapy.
I want to answer his question. He said, "Was y'all's grandparents' relationship different?" I guess he means relationship to each other, right? So my grandparents' relationships were actually not different than my parents' relationship. And what I mean by that is parents did divorce, unlike my grandparents. My grandparents didn't divorce. But they were both of my grandmothers were married to abusive alcoholics. My mother married an abusive alcoholic. My father was an abusive alcoholic. So both of them just played the role that their parent that they knew in their lives. She played the role that she saw women in her life play. He played the role that he saw the men in his life play. And they became magnets for each other. My goal is to break that cycle, right? Then I've been working really hard to break these cycles in our family. But I could have easily just ended up like my mother. But the difference is I realized certain things really quickly, you know. But I was in an abusive relationship that were very psychologically and emotionally abusive. There was no alcohol abuse. There wasn't physical. In fact, my first boyfriend, he wasn't physically abusive. In fact, he was highly sensitive to women being hit because his mother was abused by his stepfather. So he was super sensitive to it. He cannot watch What's Love Got to Do with It. He watched like a clip and he can't take it.
Oh.
But he was psychologically abusive. So he would do things, talk about my weight, in front of people. He posted a topless picture of me on the internet because he was mad about something I asked him, things like that. And I was like 19. I was still a virgin. My picture on
that's probably worse.
Huh?
That's almost damn near worse. Because now that's public humiliation.
But I ended up, that was my first relationship. So all I knew was manipulation and psychological abuse. Someone who put me down every day, like my dad put me down every day, So that's what I knew, and that's what I ended up in. And then my next relationship, I was in love with his family. Didn't really like this nigga at all, but I liked his family because he lived like you said, with your grandparents. Like he come from an upper middle class family. They're all from Baldwin Hills and Leimert Park, which is like those upper middle class Black areas. And his grandparents were still together on both sides. And it was just, his parents were still together. He was the only person I knew whose parents were still together. I don't know anybody whose parents were still together. They had a house in Leimert. They had, it was like this Cosby life. And I wanted that. So he wasn't really abusive. He was weird and did dumb shit, but I was more in love with his family. And then my last relationship with a complete full-blown narcissist, I didn't even realize it until maybe a month ago. Didn't even realize.
Wow.
Yeah. But we have
for me, my grandparents. Right. For me, my grandparents, my mom's parents, I never met them. My mom's dad was killed by the police in 1963. And then my mom's mom was a heroin addict and she OD'd in like 1983. So I don't even remember. I was born when she was alive, but I don't remember her. But what I did was I started noticing how, because of my mom's background, I see how she ended up the way she ended up. You know what I mean? So my mom was molested when she was young. Then she was given to another family member. When she turned 16, she went away from home. She met my dad, the narcissist. She had me, my brother, and my sister by my dad. And then next thing you know, she got away from my dad. She had enough. She didn't want to do it no more. So she left my dad in 1986 when she was 26 years old. But she had been through so much traumatic stuff. She didn't know how to live life in the real world without all these other people being involved in whatever she was doing and whatever. And she did fine. She got stabbed, and that's when she kind of lost it a little bit. And the traumatic part from that was the results what she got on drugs. She was on drugs from the time I was 14 years old till I was 27. Now, this is the thing, though. This is why my mom is a G. And this is why I got a lot of respect for my mom. Even though she was an addict, she wasn't a crackhead or a dope fiend. If my mom had an addiction. But if I needed to find her, she'll do the best she could to get me what I needed. But if I needed to find her, I knew where she was. You know what I'm saying? She just had an addiction. It's just something that she's been clean for 10, 11, 12 years. So, and we cool. And she's the person I can have a real conversation with. Like my mom will tell you some real shit. You know what I mean? She'll keep it real with you. She's not going to sugarcoat it. And she'll tell you straight up. I know I was a piss poor excuse for a parent, but I can do better with my grandkids. And all the grandkids, you know, that's granny. You know what I mean? So I told my daughter, I'm like, you don't know your granny like I do. I seen your granny beat down some people, put it on people. Like you don't know her like I do. You don't know that lady. You know what I mean? And but we were able to have these conversations to where I can't have that conversation with my dad because he'll act like it didn't happen. Or he'll say, well, you know, me and your mom. No, nigga, I ain't talking about her. I'm talking about you. You want to keep adding something that she did. No, bruh. I'm talking about you. So I gave up on him. You know what I mean? My mom was the one that when I started going to therapy, she was like, she would, because she knew I had a temper. And I told her she started noticing and she would validate my experiences and how the change that she started seeing. She was like, yeah, Kenny, you don't have that temper no more. Or you don't do this, this, and this no more. I noticed that you don't do this anymore. You don't do that anymore. And I could respect that because she was actually paying attention. My dad couldn't tell me if I was going to therapy. My dad couldn't tell me what my degree is in right now. You know what I'm saying? He don't know shit about me. You know what I mean? And this is the thing. I live with this dude. He don't know nothing about me. He don't know nothing about my brother. He don't know nothing about my sister. Now, he talked to us every damn week, damn near. But he can't tell you nothing about us because it's always about him. You know what I mean? And once we realize that, or at least for me, my sister has never been to therapy, and I can see, you know, when you go to therapy, you can see when someone else needs. When I talk to my sister about it, I can tell that she's still dealing with some of that. I don't deal with it anymore. It is what it is. I've accepted that dude for who he is, and I'm fine with that. You know what I mean? He want to live his life like that. That's fine. I don't have to be involved with it. You know what I mean? My brother and my sister, they're getting there, but not really. My brother has been able to mask all of that by creating his own family. You know what I mean? He got his girl, he got his kids, and they doing great. They over there kicking it right now. They're doing great. They got a baby on the way. But he ain't perfect. He had some fucked up shit going on with cheating and all that kind of stuff. And one night we were over at my cousin's house. We all watch boxing in my family. So we're over at my cousin's house watching the fight, and he was drinking. I don't drink, so I'm giving him a ride home. And it's this bar called the Nighthawk. And he goes, yeah, man, just drop me off at the Nighthawk. I'm taking your black ass home. I ain't dropping you off nowhere. If you're going to do some cheating, it ain't going to be because of me.
Right.
Because his girl's like family. I'm like, I said, bro, don't fuck up your family. Don't do that. Then it took him a little bit longer to mature. And he's 35 now, but he's 36. It took him a little bit of time to mature and realize that you don't mess up what you got going on at home for a piece of ass somewhere, some bullshit. So he's doing really well now, but I can tell that for me and my siblings, it took us a long time to navigate around the trauma. You know what I mean? And to a certain degree to where we still deal with it. But I gave up on that dude, man. But my grandparents, if they did screw up, they tried to fix it, but they old school. You know what I mean? They didn't really know how to fix whatever it is that they needed to fix with them.
There's nothing to blame your grandparents for. Like, I don't believe in blaming even my own parents. I don't have no blame because I get it.
Right.
And also, that's for my own healing. I just accepted what is as opposed to what I think things should have been. Like I just
Right.
accept who my dad is versus who I would love for him to be. Um,
Right.
so
Right.
that's a lot. But there was a really good statement that was made in this chat I just saw, and it said, "This is from Jules Winfield." And they said sending parents to old folks' homes seems so unloving and cold, but it really fits in well with capitalism. And I thought
Oh
that
yeah.
was such a good comment. And I wanted to ask, let's talk about capitalism and how we see it play out and how it affects our romantic relationships. In what
Oh
way
my God.
would you say capitalism, and I would love for the chat to also chime in on this as well. What ways have we seen capitalism affect relationships? Maybe your own personal story, or something in general. What are some ways that capitalism we've seen of how it affects relationships?
In particularly with between black men and black women, we start to play into these traditional capitalistic norms where it's all about money. The guy's got to make this money, or if he ain't making this much money, I ain't going out on no date with him. Or B. Scott, what's her name? What? No, not B. Scott. Sorry, B. Scott. B.
Simone.
Simone. B. Simone. I said B. Scott. Sorry about that, B. Scott. 2008 B. Scott. If I ain't messing with no dude that's working a 9 to 5, we don't give each other grace.
Mm-hmm.
We don't give each other grace to the point to where you have to understand if you black African American living in this country, I can almost damn near guarantee you don't make as much money as the next man because of the system that we're in. The trickle down of capitalism never trickles down to black people. Now we might get a couple of Negroes here and there that can squeeze through the cracks and get into these positions, but the idea that your mate. Now I'm not telling you to date a dusty motherfucker. I'm not saying that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you to date some bum. But you got to give each other grace. If I make 70 grand and my girl is in college and she's trying to do some things and she might have an idea for a business, we have to invest in each other. We can't invest in the system. The system's not going anywhere. For anybody that thinks that capitalism is going anywhere, it ain't gonna go nowhere.
Look,
Not
that's
in our
a
lifetime.
whole look. That's a whole other conversation. But I really like what Pretty Kelly said, and I'm so glad Pretty Kelly said it because I actually agree with B. Simone as well. She did not say he had to make a certain amount of money. She did not say he had to be a certain level of success. She was specifically talking about a way of thinking, and I actually related to that 100%. As a person, I work a 9 to 5, quote unquote, really just during quarantine. But most of my work, I have my own schedule. I create my own schedule. My boss, just as long as my shit gets done, she don't care. And then I have 2 other jobs that are based off of I do freelance, I do trainings, that kind of stuff. And I'm literally in the process of building a business. It's hard when you're with someone who does not understand that life. She was talking about sending emails. People laughed at that, but I got what she was saying. It's hard sometimes when you're trying to date or you're with somebody and they don't understand when you don't have time for them in the same way. And they don't understand what it feels like to stay up all night on something that seems small to you, but feels like everything to someone who's working on this thing. And not everybody has that way of thinking. Not saying everybody who has a 9 to 5 doesn't, because clearly there are people who have 9 to 5 are in the process of trying to do other things as well.
Absolutely.
But I don't think she was saying she eliminates those guys in particular. What it sounded like to me, she was talking about a specific way of thinking and a way of connecting. It's really hard to just date people who don't understand your lifestyle and they don't understand the way you talk and they don't understand what it's just really difficult. So I actually thought I didn't see anything wrong with that particular point.
So what do you think about this? B. Simone is not going to go for an entrepreneur that's still in the building phase, that's not making profit yet.
I don't know that. That's not what she said. So I can't just assume that. I have no fucking clue. I'm only going by what she actually said. So many times, I think that's what happened. And this, to me, BL is kind of an example to that. We read into it. We attached and projected our own experiences, our own feelings to what she said. I don't know. She might not. She might say you might be absolutely right, but I can't comment on what she didn't say. So I can only comment on what I heard her say. I don't like.
For me,
B. Simone. I don't like B. Simone. I think she's annoying. I don't even see how she got popular. So I'm not a B. defender in the least. I didn't even know who she was until
I had no idea who she was
a few months ago. Didn't even know who the fuck she was. But I do think that what she was trying to say, or at least from what I understood, is she wanted somebody who can understand the type of life she lives. Not everybody gets that. I think I was talking to you. Was it you? I think I was talking to you. No, I put it on Twitter and I was saying how hard it is for me to date sometimes because guys don't like to talk about the shit that I like to talk about. The shit we
Oh, yeah, you were talking to me.
Yeah, everybody don't like to talk about that. And I know that everybody's not talking about Black economics and sociology. Remember I told you when I put on my Tinder profile, I put those things specifically for a reason, because I know not every guy is interested in the things that I want to talk about. And I know not everybody can hang in those conversations, and not everybody is interested in having those conversations. So I think she was more so speaking to, how do I find somebody that I want to be with, somebody who understands how I live, understands how I talk, understands this world. And that world she's in, and I know what she's in because my brother's a full-time entrepreneur and a full-time online entrepreneur who's very successful and literally created a lane that's really huge right now. And so, and literally he's just, he does his thing. And that world is a whole different world. It's like the way they think, the way that they talk, the way that they do things. And if they're really living that life, it's not easy to keep up with that. My brother's girlfriend is also a full-time entrepreneur. That's the only reason that they're able to be. He even said he could not be with somebody with a 9-to-5 mentality because he's not going to get a job. My brother has never had a job. I'll take that back. Right. He's one job. He's building his business since he was 19. He's 33 now.
So I look at it like this: for a person like me, I've been an entrepreneur before, and I also work I don't even call it a 9-to-5. I call it an 8-to-3. You know what I mean? Whenever I have to work, if I have to work for the system, I work for someone else. I give them what little bit of time I got to give them, and I get the fuck out of there. You know what I mean? I don't get ingrained in that. And but the thing about it is this:
the way you said that, I get the fuck out of there.
I get the fuck out of there. I don't have time for their bullshit. So at the end of the day, like I think what ended up happening with what she was saying, a lot of people, I don't think she articulated the best way because she is annoying.
She's an airhead too. So
yeah, she's kind of ditzy. I don't have a problem with her. I don't have a problem with what she said or anything like that, because I know, as a person that I always considered myself a hustler, and I've hustled everything, legal and illegal. I had more fun doing it legally, but hustling, I never had a girlfriend when I was hustling. I never did because I didn't have any hours. You know what I mean? I'm up all day. I'm up all night. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And especially I live in Portland, and I used to be real connected with people at Nike. You know what I mean? So I had this whole full-on side business of being a reseller and making good money doing it, making really good money. I didn't have time to go out to dinner. I didn't have time. But I think what she was trying was the way she said it, it almost as like she was denigrating people that work a 9-to-5. I understand what she was trying to say.
I didn't hear her do that either, though. That's the thing. Like, people kept saying, I'm very particular about words. No, denigrate anybody for having a 9-to-5. That is projection. It was all projection. She said none of that.
I'm just telling you what it sounded like. But this is what it sounded like. It's what it sounded. Yeah, it's what it sounded like. It sounded like what she was saying was, if you had a 9-to-5, it doesn't matter what the 9-to-5 is. The simple fact that you have one, you're not going to understand an entrepreneur, when that's not true. That's not true.
Saying the mentality. Notice she said mentality too. People skip that part. It's a way of thinking. I don't date 9-to-5 guys either. Like, I'll date them, but I'll never be serious with one. So bigger than a 9-to-5. I've never had that. I would just never had that mentality of, I'm going to get a job and retire somewhere.
No.
That's fucking life. No, but that's a real thing. People think that way. I'm not that person. I don't see how I could be with somebody who thinks that way, because how could they support me? And what that's
an illusion. I've told people this. As a matter of fact, I told my boy Eric this. I said, man, and him and his wife. Well, his wife works for Metro down there in Long Beach. The bus, whatever the bus company is down there. I forgot. Was it Metro?
MTA, Metro. Yeah.
MTA. She worked for MTA, and he was talking about retirement. Now their family, that's what they're gonna do, you know. And I told him, I said, there's no such thing as retirement. I said, retirement is for people that work. I said, if you work for yourself, you don't have to retire. Right. And he had to think about that. So then he hit me up like a week later, like, he goes, hey man, you want to go in on a food cart? Yeah, nigga, what the fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Why wouldn't I? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, and I met him hustling, but when he started having kids, he got married and got settled down. He didn't want to hustle no more. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to just get his 9-to-5. He made $35 an hour. His wife makes $70 an hour. they good. And I told him, I said, if that's the type of life you want to live, I'm not mad at you. You know what I'm saying? That's your team. That's what you guys are doing.
Wants to be an entrepreneur. And I like something that I think is Land Razel says. I missed it.
Where'd it go?
It said, like literally describing other people as civilians because of their class is ridiculous. And then he said something else though that I thought was really interesting. Damn it. He said, basically like mocking people who have 9 to 5. Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of people got from the way she was saying it and the way it sounded.
So you're right. And so when you said that, I looked over at what he said, and then now I'm connecting what you guys are saying. I see now why people took it that way. I didn't get it before because I heard it the way I hear things.
Right.
But that's a really good point because those people are fucking annoying on Twitter, especially. What do you guys call them? LLC Twitter?
LLC Twitter. Yeah.
What are they talking about? Yes, 100%. But what's funny is most of those people are actually broke. So with the exception of maybe B. Simone.
Yeah, they are broke.
And I know this because I know that game. I'm telling you, I know a lot of these people. And because what happens in LA, you get these people who pretend to be like these successful entrepreneurs and they put these videos out and we think because they're popular online, but they're really getting the money that they say that they are. And I know a lot of it's fronting. I know it. I've seen it. I watched them take pictures in front of other people's cars. I've seen them take pictures in front of their mama's house. I've seen all those things. So I know that's how a lot of these guys get down. But you're right. I do see what you guys are saying now. It did come across in that same tone of the people who put down the 9 to 5ers. You know, they quote Jay-Z lyrics out of context.
Yeah. Those are the people that on Twitter a couple of weeks ago, they go, would you rather take $300,000 or dinner with Jay-Z? And these idiots were choosing dinner with Jay-Z. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
And you know what's funny about that? So, but what's interesting though, I actually don't think that's the wrong answer if there's an actual plan or strategy associated with it, right? So if you have an actual business that's associated with something that you know he's an expert on, and you feel like I'm at a certain level, I just need this information or this resource, totally get it. But those people are not doing that. That is not where they're at. They're not having business or some place where they just need that one little thing, and that's something that Jay-Z might have. So if that was the case, fine. But a lot of people are just they think they're gonna get a bunch of game from someone. But the problem with that thinking is people like Jay-Z or just entrepreneurs who are really successful in general, they don't give game to people that aren't already doing shit.
No, they don't at all. That's why they say the game is to be sold, not told. And I wanted to touch on this because Pretty Kelly says I could go on and on. Someone who works in 9 to 5 is not on the same level mentally as an entrepreneur. That's not true. Because a brother like me,
wait, before we say it's not true, what does she mean by that? Because I'm not even clear on what that means. What does that mean? Not on the same level mentally as an entrepreneur. What does that?
Yeah, break that down, Kelly. Yeah. Break that down.
I don't want to say it's not true if I don't really know what she means. So yeah, but what were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna address that. But as far as the people that are talking about they'd rather get the game from Jay-Z and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, Jay-Z ain't got to tell you shit. But you could have took that $300,000 and built a business and did something with it and met him at the top. I'm competing with Jay-Z. I'm not.
Why you just take the $300,000? Why the fuck would you do that?
That's what I said. You know what I'm saying? That was my whole thing. I was like, he gonna look at you like you a damn fool for turning down $300,000 and sitting down eating dinner with him just so he can talk to you about his last album. Because you can't make him give you any game. Right. The game is to be sold. So like, why would you do that?
Need his game. Like, are you even at the level where his game would be useful to you?
Right. Exactly. So
because you might not even be big enough for that shit. That connection ain't even gonna be helpful. You don't know. You know, it's just a lot of shooting in the dark.
She says they don't know their worth. They don't know their value. So that's kind of you're still being vague.
So
wait, hold on.
Okay.
Not on the same level mentally. They don't know their worth. They're willing to work harder for someone else's dream than their own. That's not necessarily true.
So this is the thing about that. I disagree with that. And Pretty Kelly. I like that name for some reason. But this is the thing. I don't think that's true because you can't say what someone else's dream is. Not everybody wants to slave and become an entrepreneur. You know, as an entrepreneur, that shit is not easy. That shit is it's really hard. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of money before you can even become successful most of the time, right? So I really don't think that's a fair statement. Not everybody's dream is to own their own business. So some people feel good just saying, you know, I had a friend, she's like, I don't even care about a job. A job is a job. All I care about is I'll make enough money to take care of my family and take care of my kids. So I can take my kids on vacation. That's all she wanted. Her dream was to take her kids on vacation. Who are we to say that's not a good dream? Because I can tell you, a lot of entrepreneurs that don't have any time to take their kid on vacation. So
no, they don't.
So we can't say what someone else's dream is, and you can't say what someone else sees their worth as. You can't dictate what someone else's worth is or what they're saying their worth is. You don't know.
I gave an example earlier. I was talking about my boy Eric, whose parents own an auto shop in my neighborhood. They've had this business for over 20 years. His mama started working at Popeyes. So you don't know why somebody else is working a 9 to 5. They could be working a 9 to 5, putting their money up, you know, because the statistics show and history shows most entrepreneurs come from middle-class families. Not all, but a lot of them come from middle-class families who can borrow money from somebody to get something going. I come from the hood. I come from Crippin. Ain't no motherfucking entrepreneurs in my family. Wasn't nobody doing none of that. I come from an abusive household. You know what I did? It took ingenuity and knowing somebody that knows somebody that could put me down with the gang. Whether it was me doing something illegal or once I learned who was working at Nike and plugged me. And even the things that I work on right now. This goddamn podcast is an entrepreneurship idea. This came between me, T, Mario, and Big Mike, rest in peace, as an idea, as an alternative to social media. How can we tap in with the culture and talk to people? Well, this shit ain't free. I can show you all the shit that cost me money I had to invest in.
You talked about I gotta get
it costs money. This shit ain't free. So you know what I did? I had a 9 to 5 job. I took money from my job and invested in this podcast. So that means I went out and bought a $2,500 computer. I went and bought a $300 microphone and all these other things I had to do. So what somebody else is doing with their 9 to 5, is there those people that really do believe that they're going to just work a 9 to 5 and retire and get their pension? Yeah, those people exist. You know what I'm saying? But even in 2020, we're starting to see a lot more people that are realizing that that's not going to happen.
So I want
to
So I see something Kelly's saying, and I really want you to put this on the screen. She said, I come from the hood, Bronx, New York. Wasn't any entrepreneurs in mine either. That's all excuses. Nobody picked me up. I stood the fuck up. I don't believe that at all. Not even a little bit. There's nobody is successful without help. Nobody is successful without support.
No.
You clearly got some information. Someone told you something. You witnessed something. You experienced something that turned that light on for you. That was not magic. That was not your own brain. What happened
don't work like that.
Experiences that triggered something in you. Not everybody had that trigger yet. Some people did, just maybe that light switch hasn't turned on yet, or maybe their life and their goals are just different than yours. I don't think that's a fair statement to say nobody picked you up, because I don't believe that, not even a little bit. No,
even if you was say, and I don't want to cut you off, but say you're an entrepreneur and you want to be a chef and you want to make food. Well, somebody taught you how to do the shit.
Right.
You didn't just wake up one day, macaroni and cheese. No, nigga, it don't work like that.
Somebody had to take a chance on you. Somebody had to. You weren't always an expert in whatever it is you're doing.
Nah, hell no. Nah.
Somebody said, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and give you this money. Your smoothies are nasty as fuck, but I'm gonna go ahead and support anyway. Right.
Look, you pick up a book. Well, who wrote the damn book?
How did you know what books to read? There's a lot of books.
Yeah.
There's a lot of books with misinformation out there too. Let's be honest. So the reality is this: you didn't just magically become this smart person. I don't think that's a fair sell, and it's not realistic, and you're not going to connect with more people to inspire them. It actually sounds arrogant. It doesn't sound like you're trying to inspire anybody. Nobody feels inspired by you telling them that you're just lazy and I'm smart. I'm the one who I picked myself up. You're just making excuses. Nobody is motivated by that.
No.
It really is. One, it puts people down and makes them feel bad, and it doesn't make them want to pick up and do shit. So if your goal is to inspire and encourage people, that strategy is not going to be very effective.
It's starting to sound a little narcissistic in here, Kelly.
It's just, to me, it's just not helpful. I'm a strong believer in entrepreneurship, but I also know I believe in it because we have to be able to employ people.
Yeah, man. Look, man.
So I cannot, as an entrepreneur, say the people that work for me, they don't realize their worth. Maybe they don't get my vision and my dream, and they think they have the skill set to help me get there. I can't do everything. So if they work for me and they're helping me achieve this dream and this goal of building whatever it is I'm trying to build, I'm not going to say that they don't know their worth. Maybe they do know their worth, and they realize that they can attach it to something because they have the same vision as me. So I will never say people who work 9 to 5s don't know their worth. I will never say I did it alone. I had a lot of help and a lot of support. When I started reaching out to other entrepreneurs, my brother found this. You guys heard that story about the guy, Jermaine Griggs, who was traveling around the world with his family. He took his black family, took his kids out of school, traveled around the world. He's a multimillionaire. That's one of my brother's best friends. And you know how he met him? He literally was a fan of his online, looking his entrepreneur shit. Mm-hmm. Somehow he found an address that looked like it was an office. My brother just went up there. He said, "Hey, I'm looking for this guy." I had an appointment with this guy. He didn't really have an appointment. They're like, "He don't even be here. He at the golf course."
Right.
So he's like, "What?" He thought he was always working in this office. He goes to, so he's like, "Well, I'm trying to get in touch with him." Somebody gave him a phone number. My brother called him, left the guy a message telling him who he was. Dude called back and said, "Meet me at the golf course."
Right.
So my brother had to meet somebody. He had the gumption, but that person had to put him on game and teach him how to become an entrepreneur and teach him how to do the sales funnels and all those other things. He had to learn. Somebody had to take that chance. Another black man said, "Hey, I want to support that. I hear it in your voice." So you still had to have support. Nobody does it on their own. Not a single person. No.
Orange Marley, hyper individualism. Roses are supposed to grow from concrete. They're supposed to grow nutrient sufficient flower beds. Exactly. Yes. And this is what I'm trying to say. You can say those things, Kelly, pretty Kelly, but you're talking to a brother that works a job, a salary position in a union. And I don't believe I'm going to be retiring from that. Why? Because I'm going to use their money to fund my shit.
So you're also an entrepreneur though.
Exactly. So I'm not going to say that because somebody works a 9 to 5 that they have a weak mentality or they don't understand my entrepreneur's mentality. No, I'm not saying that. Now you might be talking about somebody that works at somewhere else. You know what I mean? But I'm working for a school district. You know what I'm saying? I understand that system, but I also understand that they're going to pay me what I ask. You know what I'm saying? Because I know how to advocate for myself and bargain for my own salary. They're going to pay me what I ask. And I'm going to take their money and fund my shit. Okay. That's how this is supposed to work when you do work a 9 to 5, if you want to be an entrepreneur. Now, if you want to work a 9 to 5, I wouldn't tell anybody that works a 9 to 5 to go date an entrepreneur and think that you're going to have the regular every Saturday. We're going to go to dinner and go see a movie. And no, I wouldn't tell you to date anybody like that. I wouldn't tell you to have kids, and I wouldn't tell you to date anybody that has kids because you ain't going to have time for none of it. You know what I'm saying? That means if you on the rise and grind then. But don't say that they don't know their value. No, but you're wrong because I know my value. You know what I'm saying?
Well, how can you measure that? How can you measure how someone else sees their value? Like what is your measuring tool for how someone sees their value? So, and the other thing, and I like somebody said the word bootstrapping. I have a big problem with that mentality.
Right.
Because I get it. I woke up and I did it on my own. One, you didn't. But two, well, so the fuck what?
Yeah.
Does everybody else have to suffer and struggle too?
What race are you running?
My kids don't have to do that shit that I had to do. My parents didn't have $20,000, $100,000 to give me to start a business, right? But I would love to be able to do that for my own children.
Right.
So to me, it just that this mentality that,
she keeps saying that, because a person can pay you X if they're not going to pay you, if they're not going to make 2 times off you. Yeah, if you work for Nike.
So do you not have employees? Wait. Do you not have employees, Pretty Kelly? Do you have employees? If you don't have employees, I can see why you're saying what you're saying. But the thing is, even if you don't have employees, you have to be realistic and know everybody's not going to be an entrepreneur. And an economy not sustain itself with everybody being an entrepreneur. There are going to have to be employees. You're going to have people who help you achieve that vision. Do you not hire other people? I'm just curious, how can we say that everybody who's working a 9 to 5 just doesn't see their value? Maybe they value their ability to help you achieve the vision because they have that same vision. They know it's bigger than just your dream, unless your dream is really selfish. If your dream is only about you, maybe you have some kind of point. But a lot of people who have businesses, they have a bigger vision. How can I transform the world? How can I contribute something to society? How can I move things differently? How can I give my community jobs?
Right.
So to me, that mentality is just off. But also that bootstrapping shit, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. We have to be realistic. There are systems that are definitely hindering people. Everybody black that tries their best ain't gonna make it. Even if they try their best, read all the books Nipsey said to read, it don't fucking matter because that's just not the way our society is set up. And it shouldn't be the fact that we have to overcome trauma just to start a fucking business. We shouldn't have to go.
So she says, for special. My videographer's salary is what it is because I'm making 5 times ROI off them. Well, that's you.
So is your videography not realizing his value, or is he just want to support you in what you're doing?
Now you're doing this, Kelly.
Is he an entrepreneur himself? Could he be an entrepreneur himself? Are you bragging about that?
No, Kelly. We're having a convo right now. This is a good convo. We should have a convo one day. We're having it right now.
We're talking. Come on, join us.
Yeah, we're having it right now. You want me? I'll send you the link if you want to give. You want to jump in? I'll send you the link. First of all, hold on. Before we continue, let me say what's up to my man Adidas.
Very pretty. I just want to say that.
My man Adidas Elitist, he down there in Phoenix burning his ass up. Ain't it like 113 degrees down there, fam? Because I know it's hot as hell in Phoenix right now.
It's hot, man. I don't know how people in Arizona live, honestly. I went to Arizona once.
Man.
I'll never go back to that hellhole ever again. That shit was hot.
Because if he worked for himself, he would be making at least 3 times more. Well, how much game did you give him so that he could do these things? Because he's got to learn it from somebody, just like you did. You didn't just go to the library and pick up one book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Like, come on, man, don't bullshit a bullshitter. I'm a bullshitter, so don't bullshit a bullshitter now. Come on now.
So, do you have less respect for your videographer because he doesn't quote unquote know his value? Because he's helping you.
Yeah.
How do you achieve your work if you don't have a videographer to help you with it? How do you achieve your goals if you're going to be talking? And to me, that just seems kind of foul to be talking shit about people who
didn't learn from anybody. All right, Kelly. You know what? It's looking shaky. It's looking shaky, baby.
You're working at least 3 times more.
Yeah, it's looking shaky, baby. I don't know if I can believe you need more people, like Jay said.
I like what Walter said. Why are you paying him 1/5 of his worth?
Exactly. So you're exploiting him. You're an exploiter. You're pretty much talking about he doesn't know his worth, or he'd be making one.
Saying somebody doesn't know their worth is a little disrespectful. You can't say.
Yeah.
You just said he doesn't know his worth. He doesn't know his value, and you said you're less than what he's worth. So that doesn't sound very respectful. Maybe
I'm not Googling. Look, Kelly, I'm not Googling it. Yes, you're exploiting. I mean, the stuff that you're saying, you're trying to come off as.
Oh, come on, Kelly.
You're trying to come off as you're coming off very arrogant, and it's not working. Like, come on, you know what I mean? You can do better than this. You're better than this.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
You have this is a thing, Pretty Kelly. You have you're in a great position. You can be inspiring a lot of other people. You can be inspiring a lot of Black people. You can be really doing some amazing things, and maybe you are, but it seems a little off-putting when you sounds like you're talking down to people. You're saying you're not doing it. You say you're not.
What's your website, Kelly? What's your website? Because you got that whole New York arrogance thing going on. And I don't.
Right. She's from the Bronx. Oh,
yeah. I don't. You got that whole New York arrogance thing going on.
And I don't want to give her a pass. We give her a pass. She's
yeah. I get it. You know what I mean? You got the whole New York arrogance thing going on, and out here on the West Coast, we just, it is what it is.
We're a whole different vibe, Kelly.
We don't do that out here.
Now that I know you from the Bronx, this makes total sense.
Yeah, you know what I mean. We don't. You don't.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, tone it down.
She said, "Yes, I am from New York." Yeah, we know, girl.
I'm gonna have T come to your house and do some therapy with you. He live in Crown Heights in Brooklyn, so. But yeah, we're gonna definitely have you on because we got to have you on now because
she's Pretty Kelly on YouTube. She's saying,
"All right, that's fine. I'm Kenny on the Champagne Sharks. Okay, an entrepreneur with a 9 to 5."
I'm actually gonna probably start. I'm really curious about Pretty Kelly and what she's doing because it actually.
No, we're gonna get her on. We're gonna have her on. We're gonna have her on because now you got some splaining to do.
I think that would make a really great conversation. I think she'd be a great person. Conversation.
Yeah, don't come in here quoting Rich Dad Poor Dad and 48 Laws of Power and shit.
Don't start. No, you got let her say what she gonna say. Nah, don't do that. Nah.
No, I'm saying don't do that.
Try to censor the Black woman, okay, Kenny?
We're not gonna do that. Okay.
I'm not gonna let you talk crazy to this Black woman. Not here.
I'm not talking crazy to her.
I'm just messing with you.
I don't even know. I don't even know who she is. I've never seen her she wasn't on the stream earlier.
Oh, I'm joking. I don't know.
Oh no, I know. But well, that's what it is with LLC Twitter, especially the dudes. They start talking about everything they say based on Rich Dad Poor Dad. Everything is based on Rich Dad Poor Dad, and because they have a STEM degree. Before all of this is going on right now, there was, oh, you guys, you got that African studies degree. Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to get no job with that. You should have got an engineering degree. Rah, rah,
Right.
rah, rah.
Right.
Like, damn, bro. Like, what? Okay, all right. Yeah, you guys need to learn how to code and all that. I'm like, bro, people that code don't make no money, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Yep.
This is fucking ridiculous. One of my best friends, my boy Jate, is a tech guy. He'll tell you in a minute. Man, don't listen to nobody telling you just to learn how to code. They selling your ass. They selling you some bullshit. I'm like, man, I already know better, man. Like, come on. But that's where a lot of that is coming from.
I learned how to code shit on YouTube. So I literally
code shit.
I want to learn how to figure out this website I was trying to figure out. I went on there. So how do I learn scripts? How do I learn certain codes? I couldn't even tell you how to do it now. I just know how to follow the YouTube steps.
Right. You say so you don't even follow the podcast? You don't, so you just in here trolling, huh?
Oh, that's all right.
Okay, all right, it's all good. All right. Make sure you have your black ass hair next time too. Be a fan. Like, comment.
Truth. Okay.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
So actually, I realized I didn't even answer the question about capitalism and relationships.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I was also thinking about how we were talking.
Hey, hold on. Leave Vida. Look. Okay.
You have a very powerful story, and I'm pretty sure that's part of how you inspire people. I don't think there's no denial of your story. And, as someone who's also been experienced pretty much what you just said right now, I had the same experience. No one is denying that you worked really hard. No one is denying that you have certain ingenuity and you have a way of thinking that has gotten you to where you are. No one's denying that. And I think it's a beautiful thing that for what you've been able to do for yourself. The thing that we're talking about really has to do with how where we feel like there's a judgment that I don't think you have the real, how do I say? I don't want to say audacity, but really you don't have, you have no way of knowing how someone values themselves. And you are not the person who can define how people value themselves and see their worth. Not everybody sees their worth through dollar signs.
Well, look what she says here. Once again, don't
make money. Are they no longer valuable? Is their value less if they're not making money off of whatever it is they're doing?
Well, you can't say that. Once again, don't judge a person without knowing their story. Well, you just did that to a whole bunch of people.
But nobody judged you. We just went based off of what you were saying. Nobody said life. Nobody's saying that you didn't work hard. Nobody said that you didn't do amazing things to create the life that you have. What we are saying is that you didn't do it alone. What we are saying is that you also had to get support. You had to learn things. Somebody had to write the book that you read, right? So we're not saying that you didn't work hard. We understand you have a story. A lot of us have. Look, I ain't met a Black person yet that ain't got a story, whether they grew up middle class or not.
Right.
So people got stories. So if you really want to inspire people, why try to turn them off by telling them that they don't know their value? Maybe they do.
But you can't say you can't judge people without knowing their story when you basically just did that by saying people that have 9-to-5s don't know their worth. You don't know what everybody's going to do with a 9-to-5. Like I said, I go to work and I use my money that I get paid from them to fund my own shit. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say that. You can't jump into being a victim talking about we're over here judging you when you've been judging people for the last 25, 30 minutes talking about they don't know their worth. And then you even said that about your own employees. Like, God damn.
So, Pretty Kelly, I really wanted to. I'll tell you how I see for myself. I'm not a 9-to-5 person. I actually agree with you in a lot of stuff we were talking about earlier, because I'm not a 9-to-5 person. I just always grew up very entrepreneurial, right? So I get that part, and I do agree with you that there's a certain level of lack of excuse you have to have for yourself to inspire yourself. But that does not come without the lack of understanding of the obstacles that exist. And we don't want to miss that part either. So it's not that I think you're wrong in necessarily saying that we should, about being entrepreneurs and knowing your value. All that stuff is important and is true. But we can't say someone doesn't know their value because they don't measure things the way you measure things. So
Right.
that's to me, that's not very inspirational. And you're saying don't judge you, and no one's actually judged you. No one said that you were a bad person. I actually had nothing but nice things to say about you.
Yeah, man. I don't know you to judge you.
But but I didn't even say you were arrogant. He said you were coming off arrogant, and which is kind of how it was sounding. It sounds like, and you don't want to sound like you're better than other people because you have a different way of thinking. Like, so what?
Right.
I don't like 9 to 5s either, but I also understand everybody ain't trying to live my life. My homegirl already got a house, living with her, got a kid, got a house. She's a school teacher. She's doing all right. She's living the life that she wants. She is not trying to figure out all these things, learn a business, try business, invest in business, fail at that business. She ain't got to go through all that stress.
But see, Kelly, you're still projecting. You're saying if a woman was in an abusive relationship, would you say she is worth more than that? And then you say here, she is more valuable than the treatment she's accepting. But maybe your relationship with working a 9 to 5 was abusive. Everybody ain't going through that. You know what I mean? Right. So you can't say that that's what everybody is going through. You're doing a lot of projecting right now.
I don't even get the correlation because
there is no correlation.
What you said, every job isn't abusive. Some people love their jobs. If you love your relationship, you're not going to just leave it.
And I know people that are entrepreneurs and they're elders. They're entrepreneurs. They didn't want to do their business anymore, and they went and got a job working with kids. And they get up, go to work. So are they being abused now, or is it that they're doing something they love because this is the way that they can give back? You know what I mean? They're 65, they're retired, they don't really want to run their business anymore. They probably gave it to their kids. And now they go into the schools and work with kids. And most of them do it for free. You know what I'm saying? But the ones that do get paid, they'll take that money and, go to dinner or something. They're only there for a few hours. They're not there all day. So, I mean, should we look at them as being abused? I mean, this is a case-by-case scenario. Now, maybe for you, it was that way. Maybe your job sucked when you worked at 9 to 5. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty Kelly, every job isn't the same. I have a friend who has a limited PTO, so she can take as much time as she wants whenever she wants. So
look, everybody working with someone isn't given 1 to 2 weeks vacation. Pretty Kelly, let me tell you something. I've been off work since March 13th. I don't work again until August 24th. Okay? I'm at home every day because I want to be and because I can. You know what I'm saying? And it's by choice. I set it up this way. You know what I mean? I could have easily took that and said, okay, no, and I have my money set to where it's split up through the year. But that's because I want this summer to put my money into things that I want to do. You know what I'm saying? This is how I'm setting myself up for later. You know what I mean?
Are there people who don't know their value and don't know their worth? Those people definitely exist. We're not saying those people don't exist. What we're saying is everybody ain't that. You can't just everybody. Yes.
No, I can't be fired at any moment. No, I can't.
I have friends, I tell them all the time, you are too smart to be working for these motherfuckers. Why are you even working?
Yes, exactly.
But that's because they're at a job they hate, doing something that they don't want to do.
Exactly. The reason why I can't be fired at any moment is because the job that I have, I know nobody can do it but me. Because I know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. So now, first of all, y'all gonna stop clowning on my couch. Okay. Y'all gonna leave my couch alone. My couch is kind of raggedy right now because I've been sleeping on it all day. Talking about my couch is inhumane. Leave my couch alone.
I can't. What's wrong with your couch? I don't see nothing wrong with your couch.
I don't know. They always got something to say about me. First they said something about my mustache. Now they want to say something about my couch.
Okay, I won't lie to you. The mustache is a trip.
So now T got a bad mustache. I got a bad mustache. What's going on here?
So I'll say this in your Twitter photo, it's like you have a little more hair down here or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I was like, damn, he kind of fine. And then
I'm in quarantine right now, okay? I'm in quarantine.
I have a mustache. I was like, what is this?
I have a mustache and no beard. I'm gonna grow my beard back just so y'all leave me alone, okay? I'm gonna grow my beard back just so y'all leave me alone. I'm gonna take selfies all day and I'm gonna put them on Twitter. Okay. Golly. Man, now I know how T feels. Jeez. Good Lord.
But I was gonna say, because I still haven't answered the question. I
see what you're saying. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, I'm abusing my couch right now. I meant that your extended vacation is inhumane. Well, I mean, shit. At the end of the day, I set it up this way. I mean, if I'm gonna work a job and not be a do my entrepreneur thing or put my money into what I'm doing right now, and I'm using somebody else's money, I'm gonna set it up to where I'm comfortable. I'm not taking no job that I don't like. And leave my blinds alone too. My blinds are whack because my air conditioner is in the window. It's 93 degrees in Portland right now. So y'all gonna have to stop hating.
I'm glad you guys are clowning him because Mario was in here earlier talking about my bars on my window. Talking about
It really was.
yes, the sun's not out now, but
look, man, it's hot outside right now, man. I don't even have my air conditioner on right now because it'd be too loud. But I gotta do what I gotta do right now. See, Adidas is down in Phoenix, and it's probably 113 degrees right now, and it's almost 12 o'clock. Okay.
So look, I was going to say something, and I haven't gotten a chance to talk about the capitalism.
oh yeah. I forgot about that.
We got all sidetracked. No, because I was going to say, touching back on that conversation about relationships being transactional, like I have a really big problem with that. Like this idea that, like, whenever the conversations around dating come up online, notice they're always really stupid. And they're really based off of superficial things. Who's going to pay for dinner? How much is a date? Is $200 a day?
$200 dates? Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, what's funny about that in real life, none of that shit even fucking matters. Like,
hell no.
Most women are not judging you based off of whether or not you spend $200 on a date. That's some internet shit, right? Or people who live in a certain type of class bracket. But the reality is most Black people do not. This goes back to the conversation about imitating white relationships. Most of us are going to have regular 9 to 5s. Most of us are going to be working class. You know, most of us are not class. Most of us are going to be working class. Most of the guys we're going to meet are going to be are going to have certain types of income. That's just the reality of the situation. I don't have a problem with where a guy currently is. I'm always thinking, what are we trying to do? Even if he
right.
Even if you fail over and over, what is your passion? What is your drive? What is it that you're trying to really build? That's something that's important to me. If we're on a date, are we having a good fucking time? I can give a fuck how much you spent. If you bring me weed and tacos, you got weed, tacos, and good hip hop. Like if you do that, we good. Put me on to some shit I ain't never heard. My ex, well, know how he got me? He put me on to shit I had never heard. Sky Zoo. He put me on Sky Zoo.
Oh yeah.
And next thing, he had a girlfriend.
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
we just spent so much money. We really just smoked weed in the parking lot and then went to Simply Wholesome. That's literally all we did.
I'm gonna tell you, in my experience dating, and I have never spent more than going to dinner. I always pay for dinner because that's just me. But I ain't never spent more than $70. Like I don't even know where to go to get a $200 dinner. Where the fuck do people go to do that at? Because most of the time when we went
$200 dinner dates, I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely.
I live in Portland, so I mean, you're gonna have a better chance of finding some damn food carts before you find a place with $200 dates. But you got to be creative. One thing I learned about women don't like dudes that just do the same thing over and over again. You got to be creative. You got to actually have some ingenuity and come up with some ideas. So when a woman says I'm hungry, you shouldn't say, well, where you want to go? You know what they're gonna say.
I don't know.
I'm gonna call and be like, hey, we going over here to such and such. What you think about that? No, I don't want to eat that. Okay, I got 3 spots. If you say no to the first one, say no to the third one, say no to the third one, then it's on your ass.
And you know what? If I say no to the third one, I always have one.
See? Exactly.
So I like that because I actually hate flowers. I hate them. I don't like them. And it makes guys mad all the time because I don't like flowers. I also don't care about chivalry. That makes girls mad when I say it. So guys and girls get mad at the shit I say. Because I don't care about any of that shit. I don't even like flowers. So when people give me flowers, I'm grateful because I appreciate that they thought about that. But I also know they don't really know me and they didn't really listen when I said I don't like flowers.
Right.
so that's one thing. But there are things that I do like, right? So like when I was in college, this guy, he would just make me mix CDs. So as you can see, music is like the weight of my heart. So he would literally just make me these mix CDs. Y'all remember the mixtapes and the mix CDs? The guys would put songs on it to make you think of them. But he would give me like all these rap songs that I hadn't heard. And so that was how, I wasn't into flowers, but I was into that, right? So the girl you like is into. When a guy gives me some generic shit, I feel like he goes through the check. I went on a date with a guy. This is why I also don't care about chivalry. I felt like he was checking off a list of the things to do on a date. And it's supposed to as though it's a one size fit all for whatever girl he's on a date with. And it's like, you're not even paying attention. It's like not really going with the flow. He was determined to open up my car door, despite it not being a very convenient thing to do. When he came to pick me up, my curb where I live was really, really high. So the way he pulled up, I would not be able to open the door, or he wouldn't be able to. I told him, just pull up to the driveway and I'll get in. Instead of him just pulling up to the driveway, he says, no, I'm going to open the door. Guy opened the door. He can't open the door, like I fucking said. Then he pulls up. So then I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to try to get in the car. He locks the door, so I can't get in the car. Unlocks the door, and then opens the door to let me in. That was just way too much when I could have just got in the goddamn car, right? So when we were walking from the car, we had to park on the street to the restaurant. We went to Harold and Bell's. And as we're walking there, he starts pushing me because I'm on the street side of the sidewalk. I don't know how, fellas, you niggas are not Superman. You're not made of steel. If a car jumped the curb, you ain't gonna save us. I don't know how.
We're all dead.
We both fucked up. But this is tradition. This was on the checklist of things you're supposed to do to get pussy. So that's what he was doing. So I took off my own jacket. He had a whole ass attitude because he was to help me take off my jacket. I don't even know the rules of chivalry. I don't give a fuck about that shit.
Yeah, most women only care about half of the shit.
The whole time on the date, he's staring at my chest. He doesn't even hear anything I'm saying. So that date was terrible. He did all the checklist shit, and then I felt completely dehumanized the entire time. My boobs weren't. I didn't have no cleavage out. There was no cleavage. He was still not paying attention. So that to me, all that chivalry shit was useless. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
He was a fucking idiot. I mean, I don't know. I think sometimes, I think it depends on the guy. Like for me, I'm kind of crazy. So I always come up with shit to do. Like I'm the dude. This is who I am. I'll ask a girl, hey, you want to go to the arcade? We'll go to the arcade and I'll beat your ass in all the games. I'm not doing that chivalry shit where I'm letting her win. That's not happening.
Chivalry too?
Yeah. Dudes start letting girls win and shit. Like, no, you're not winning. You better learn how to play this game. I was dating this girl. She came over my house. We was playing Uno. Man, I was trying to whoop her. She beat me, but I made it a point. I'm like, nah, man, you ain't winning. And I talk shit. You know what I'm saying? I talk shit. I'm not about to just let you win just because I like you. I'm going to like you even when I kick your ass in this game. Okay?
See, I hate when guys let me win because I'm actually not that bad at video games. I mean, I haven't played in years, but I'll play with my neighbor. So my neighbor, he has a PS4. So he'll invite me over. I'll just knock on the door and say, I'm bored. Can I play your video game? And so I'll just sit there and I'll Mortal Kombat for like ever. And I'll keep playing until I win. So I don't let me win, but I do try my best. And eventually I'm going to kick your ass. So, yeah, because Marvel versus Capcom when I was a kid was my game. So the liquor store had a Marvel versus Capcom game. I had a pocket full of quarters that I stole from my dad. And I was sitting there playing Marvel versus Capcom every single morning. I missed my bus. I missed my fucking bus in the fucking liquor store playing this game. So don't let me win. I don't like that shit. I don't care how bad I lose. Don't let me win.
Look, I went to this bowling alley. Me and this girl, we were gonna go bowling, and we ended up bowling. But you don't bowl. So we went bowling, but they had this little game room type area where you can have all these different games, and they have air hockey, table hockey.
Oh yeah.
And so I told her straight up, I was like, "You're not gonna win." And who was it that just said I beat him 8 times in a row? I really did. I beat her like 6-7 times in a row. But the thing about it was she started getting more confident. She beat me. And then she wanted to keep playing. That's what I like. I like challenging. You know what I'm saying? Yep. If we're playing a game, I'm not about to just let you win because I like you. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm going to beat your ass until you learn how to beat me. I do that with my daughter though too. My daughter will whoop my ass in Uno. Like I don't even play her in Uno no more because I can't win. You know what I mean? I've respectfully tapped out. I cannot win in Uno against my 16-year-old. But when it comes to like dating and stuff like that, man, like I'm not about to do a lot of things because I don't mind having these conversations before we go on dates. You know what I'm saying? Before we go on a date, I want to know who you are. I want to know what you're about because I might not want to date you. So I want to know like what do you like to eat and what do you expect? What are your expectations? All these different kind of things. Because I don't feel like we should have to hide something so that when eventually we ain't feeling each other, then we're scared to tell the other person. No, man, it's an open floor.
Did you see the question we had? The question was something about roommates. Have y'all ever gone back? And Walter asked, have y'all ever gone back to a date's house and their roommate looks better than them? LOL. What do you do? I actually haven't had a roommate, but there was a brother who Oh man, I was like, damn, I got the wrong one. Like I fucked up, you know. But
I've never had that situation.
just let it go. These are the breaks. Curtis blow.
Right. These are the breaks.
These
I
are
mean,
the breaks.
I've never had that situation, but I have had a situation where. So this is when I was like 18. I was dating this girl and she had a twin sister, and this was funny because the twin was ugly. But the twin that I was dating, she looked pretty. She was good looking. I'm in high school. I'm like 17, 18. So there was a girl that we both mutually knew. Now we all three went to different high schools. I knew this other girl, and I was trying to date her too. So, unbeknownst to me, they knew each other, and they found out that I had tried to talk to the other one, and they set my black ass up
with the ugly twin.
No, with the girl that I already knew. You know what I'm saying? I already knew her, and I was dating the twin, but I knew this other girl, and they knew each other. So they had me go over to the girl house, and they jumped out the closet on me. I was like, oh, like I ain't never doing that again. But you know, yeah. I was a scumbag. I was a dirtbag back then. I was a horrible human being.
I was prepared to call you mean about the ugly twin thing, but that wasn't part of the story. You were just telling me.
No. I'm just saying
right now.
No. Well, put it this way: they weren't identical twins; they were fraternal twins. So you know, but no, it was
okay. I was about to get on.
I was a scumbag back in the day. So the other girl was giving me some rhythm. So I'm like, well, she do look good, and my girl already looked good. So I was like, well, I'm gonna go over there. She told me she wanted me to come over. I had no idea what was going to happen. It wasn't a plan to go over there and have sex or nothing like that. I was just being a horrible human being. So I go over there and they in the damn closet.
Well, it was like cheaters before there was cheaters, huh?
Yeah. You're right. I was a horrible human being. Exactly.
I like that 2008 B. Scott. I like that.
I was a horrible human being, but that was 20 years ago.
I was such an innocent flower, so I really don't have any wild stories like that. I wasn't like most kids that lost their virginity at 13. Nah, I didn't lose my virginity until I was like 17, 16, 17 years old. I was 21.
Yeah. So you're saying like my sister didn't lose her virginity until she was 22.
Yeah, I was 21.
You know, I didn't grow up in a sexualized household. I just got beat all the time. But you know,
oh no,
when it comes to
I was supposed to wait till marriage. That was.
Oh yeah.
So,
but I mean, when it comes to dating, like if I'm approaching a woman, or when it comes to this whole capitalism thing that you were talking about, like and this is just my thing. I don't know how other dudes do it, but if I feel like my finances aren't in check, I'm not trying to date anybody.
I understand that.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to date anybody if I ain't got no car. There was a point in time when my car got wrecked. I didn't have a car. My job wasn't paying very much. I'm getting up at 5 a.m. to catch the bus to work. I wasn't thinking about dating. I was trying to get back on the road, get my car back running.
So that's one of the things I hate though about guys. Like, because you could be dating a guy, or just starting out dating a guy, and then if his financial circumstances change, he'll sometimes like you don't see him as much, or you don't see him really at all. He might call you on the phone, but then you're not going out no more. And I just
no. I'm saying if we're already dating, then hopefully that we have a good enough relationship to you understand that where I'm at. But this is if I'm single. Yeah,
okay.
If I'm single,
I hate that. When I'm dating a guy, he's like, "Well, I'm broke. I can't take you out." I'm like, "I don't give a fuck. I just want to hang out with you."
Right.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no. If we're in a relationship and circumstances change, well, what's the point of us being in a relationship if you can't handle the simple fact that
we might be in a relationship? Maybe we're just dating, like casual,
or whatever. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But just like, dang, I want to hang out with you. I don't really care if we just sit and watch a movie, or if I treat this time or whatever, you know.
Right. So, yeah. No. Yeah, definitely. Because if we're just casually dating, or if we're just friends, or if we're in a relationship, and my circumstances changes, if anybody's gonna understand, it's you. Because if we're casually dating or we're in a relationship, I think that we've had some conversations that explains where we are as people. But now if I'm single and my circumstances is bad, I'm not dating anybody. I need to get my shit together.
No, I understand that too. Because people ask me, why haven't I been in a relationship for so long? I did not need to be in anybody's relationship. Like I was homeless for about almost 2 years. I was couch surfing. I had a lot on. I was depressed. I mean, I was severely depressed. Like they wanted to put me in a facility, in an institution. I was that depressed to help me get better. Like it was bad. I was suicidal, all those things. And so, because I didn't know that your trauma in your childhood can literally affect you as an adult. And so I was having these nervous breakdowns that didn't make any sense. and I was having them for years, and I didn't know that they were breakdowns. I didn't know I thought it was crazy. Couldn't find out I had, when you're abused as a kid, you have something what they call complex PTSD. So
Yes.
that's PTSD is usually there's like a short period of time or there's an incident that creates the PTSD. But complex PTSD is when you're under that severe threat or that harm for a long period of time, like a totalitarian regime sort of thing, right? So I did not need to be in a relationship until I had all that shit healed. And I didn't, on top of getting my financial situation straight. Now I'm doing great financially. Even with the COVID thing, I'm doing pretty good. But, you know, it took a lot. Like I had to really work up there. But I will say this, while I was homeless, I was dating. I was dating. I was couch surfing. One time I was staying at a friend's house in Venice Beach. She lived on the beach in Venice Beach.
Oh, wow.
Staying there. That's when I first hopped on Tinder. And I was having a great time, homeless and dating, having a great old time. So and I wasn't looking for a relationship though. I just wanted to start back dating because not only was I not in a relationship for 6 years, I hadn't dated for like 4 or 5 of those years at all, not even a little bit. So I went right back in there and really start. And I'm homeless, broke, all that shit. But even while I was dating, I still got on my feet. I was able to build up my business. Now I'm getting trainings all the time. So, and I have my own place and I don't have roommates, So all that shit happened as I healed and worked on my shit. So now when I'm ready for a relationship, I think I want to have my shit. I'll have my shit together. And my credit will be great, by the way. My credit's about to be amazing.
Now this, what Deaf Guy 6Q3 said, I think a portion of society is obsessed with being in relationships, like they can't live without having someone, even if they don't really like the person. Now, we talked about that.
Yeah, that's codependency.
Codependency, right?
That's codependency. That's
right. So it's not a healthy relationship.
Right. It'll never be healthy because you have this obsession with not feeling lonely.
Right.
So what's funny about narcissists and codependents, even though they're kind of extreme opposites, they have the same problem with feeling lonely. They hate that feeling of loneliness. It's like torture.
Right.
So that's what that is. So, and that's why they're also become magnets for each other because they both hate loneliness and it's hard for them to leave their relationship. Or you have those relationships where they're always breaking up and getting back together.
Yes.
They're like magnets. It's like whatever, no matter what you do, they just seem to get right back together, right? That's usually because there's one's a narcissist and one's a codependent. So, and those people just hate being lonely. And they know they have the go-to, and that's this other person. So absolutely that happened.
Yeah, so let's get these things straight. $200 date Twitter is usually on some bullshit. We agree with that?
Yes, always. Always on some bullshit.
Okay. LLC Twitter. Well, we're not gonna go back to that. I don't want to go back to that. $200 date Twitter is always the same people. They're always a certain age range, and they always talk about the same stuff. They're usually educated in the same levels. Usually the millennial, like lower age millennials, like between ages of 25 and 37. I've never heard people in their 40s and 50s talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong.
No,
I've never heard old people talk about that kind of stuff, but it's the whole people that are trying to live up to someone else's standards. These are the people that when they they only travel so they can take pictures and put it on Instagram. Like, they can have a horrible time doing the whole trip, but you look at their Instagram, you ain't gonna know no better. You're gonna think they're at the time of their life.
Right.
I think that's really a weird.
Well, I can't speak on how relationships in the past works. I'm pretty sure all that shit is on the internet. Like people just be talking on the internet.
Right.
I guarantee you 90.5% of women, especially Black women, just want you to have a fucking job. Like you have a job.
Don't be broke. God damn.
I'm just saying they just be happy with that. But I do think in the past that happened. I just feel like it was a little bit different. It happened among certain types of families, right? Because you usually didn't want your kids to be with somebody who didn't come from a family that had similar income status as you, right?
Right.
So so I think that definitely was also the case in the past. I just think that our conversations have just gotten insane and ridiculous. Like this expectation that you're entitled to it, that you're entitled to it. I'm not a, you know what's funny? Everybody shames the meetup. The meetup, like let's say you meet online or a dating site or Twitter or some shit, and you just want to meet on a date. A lot of women hate that. I never thought that was I didn't know it was supposed to be a bad thing until the internet said it was a bad thing.
Why is it a bad thing? Why do they say it's a bad thing?
Because they say that guys only do that to see if you're worth going on a date, to see if you're valuable enough to go on a date or worthy to go on a date. And so that's why they don't like it. Because that's what guys say sometimes. They say, well, I want to meet you first before I know if I want to spend money on you. And that's what that's what guys say. I didn't even know that was a conversation because I always suggested the meetup because I don't know you, nigga.
Yeah, I thought that sounds
I don't want to
logical.
be obligated to sit through a whole movie or a dinner with you. Let's just meet up for some coffee. Let's talk, see how, if you're a cool person. If you're cool, we meet again. If you're not cool, we go our separate ways. I don't have to, so I don't have this entitled feeling like you have to take me on a certain type of date. Now, if you never take me on a date, did I ever show? I didn't show you. I'm gonna see if I can pull this shit. If I can pull this shit up, it'll crack you up. Hopefully I can find it. Well, hopefully I'll find it later. But basically, this guy had never taken me on a date. We met up, the first time we met in person. It turned out we had already matched on Tinder, and I didn't know. We just happened to meet at a whole other place. And he worked for an organization I used to work with. So we had just crossing paths all the time. We never went on a date. One day I was out. He said, "Can you want to stop by?" I stopped by his house, but I didn't go in the house. We were just outside by my car, and we just talked. And we know a lot of the same people. So I was just like, I didn't feel anything about it. One day he texted me out of the blue saying he text me if I actually wanted to come over to cuddle. And I said, cuddle? He's like, no, sex, really? I was like, you've never taken me on a date. You've never done it. We don't even talk. We barely talk. You want me to just come over and fuck you? Are you serious? And he was like, yeah. He's like, damn. He said, why are you so pressed about this date thing? But
That's weird.
What do you mean, why am I so pressed about a date? I've met up with you like a couple times. We've just talked. We've never done anything. He doesn't even call me on the phone to talk. But so he just gonna text me out the blue, ask me to come over to fuck him.
That's weird. Yeah, that's not nobody you want to be around.
Oh, fuck him. He's a bitch anyway. He was on my Facebook talking some nonsense. So
I just I had to see something real quick. So I went over to Pretty Kelly's YouTube page. You're on live right now. What is going on with this meditation thing with somebody doing sit-ups? What's that all about? That's all it shows is somebody doing sit-ups. You're live right now. How are you over here and your channel is live right now on some type of weight loss thing?
But she's not the one doing the sit-ups, right?
No, it's just a video that's just playing sit-ups over and over again.
So she just has a 24-hour live stream, she said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's like a channel. That sounds like some hustling. Okay, girl.
I was about to say, you hustling over here.
Out here,
I see what you're doing.
That's smart, though. She has a 24-hour stream, and she's making that 24-hour money.
Hold on.
Death God, that's capitalism, baby.
It sure the fuck is. So it's a live stream of someone doing sit-ups, and the people in the comments.
All the kinds of varieties that your body needs.
You're just gonna watch her live stream?
Oh, you trying to hypnotize people, Kelly? What you doing over here? Oh no, we're gonna have you on.
Look, you about to. This is what I'm saying, Kelly. You could just give us a class on this shit.
Yeah, we're gonna have your ass on because you apparently know something about the game that we don't know because you got 588,000 followers.
Yeah, I don't really need your opinions on people's value, but I really do think you're clearly very smart. Like I was saying, I know you're clearly very smart, and you have something to really offer us and offer the world and contribute to the world. That's fine. That's great. You just didn't like how you're talking about other people, but I can see you're very smart.
Yeah, and I'm looking at your interaction. You're doing very well on your you have 588,000 subscribers, and your
Mm-hmm.
videos are you're getting thousands of views on your videos. You're talking about weight loss and all those different kind of things. Okay, I see what you're doing, but we still gonna have you on so you can explain this stuff because you said maybe it's important to hear your voice as long as the stream doesn't go down. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Um,
She says because my text is coming across hostile.
yeah,
Across hostile. I just think it came across.
arrogant.
Yeah, a little.
You just came across arrogant. That's all. But
Well,
this isn't the live stream of the podcast where we gonna shit on you. What we gonna do is have you come on and explain the shit. Now, if you end up shitting on yourself, that's up to you. But we're interested in this kind of stuff. This is how we need to communicate with each other so we know how we don't misunderstand what we're saying and we don't come across as a certain kind of way. Because not saying if you don't never come on, but if we never get a chance to hear you articulate the things that you're trying to say, then you leave us with a kind of a weird impression. You know what I'm saying? So, because I've never seen you on the live stream before. I don't know if you're a follower of the show. You should be. Like, comment, and subscribe. Since you've been commenting.
She ran across it, didn't she?
Yeah, you just came across it just all of a sudden. It was probably in your in the algorithms. So you should be. You look like you are a person of color, African American, Black woman. Yes, we're on Spotify. We're on iTunes as well. Yes, the actual podcast is on iTunes, SoundCloud, Spotify, Stitcher. We're everywhere. Yeah, but when we go live on YouTube, this is what we do when we're streaming live. But we actually have actual podcasts where we interview authors, writers, all kind of different people. You just light. You still black?
Wait, who said she wasn't black?
I don't know. She said, "I'm just light." Well, you still black? I don't give a damn.
Did she mean light, or is it her skin, or she meant light as in like doing just a little bit?
Well, she said LITE is light, so that can mean a whole lot of different things. I don't know.
Well, I thought light. Okay, I don't know. I forgot what.
I don't know. But if you're saying like your skin color is light, you could be mellow yellow.
That's not what she said.
Well, I can't tell.
That's not.
Look, it is what she said.
Well, but who said she wasn't black though? Nobody said that.
I don't know where she got that from.
Well, I like Kelly. I don't care what you say. You're gonna get her.
Yeah, I ain't tripping on Kelly. Shoot, Kelly might be she might be fine. I don't know what she looked like in real life.
Well, but she looks pretty in her picture.
You said I think you're black. No, I didn't say I think you're black. I said you look like you black. So I'm not tripping.
maybe she's you might have made passing.
Yeah, I see what she's saying. I see what she's saying. No, I know you black.
I was gonna say you look black in your picture. I assumed you were black. You look black as hell to me.
You look black to me? Yeah.
You look black as hell to me. You definitely just look light, but you definitely look black.
Ain't no colorism going over here. You could be dark chocolate and mellow yellow. It ain't gonna make a difference. Are we drinking Bud Light? Okay, Bud Light. I know, right? No, nah. Kelly's cool. Kelly just didn't articulate her point the right way, the way it came off. No, we ain't taking nothing. You say hostile. What you talking about?
No.
Okay, first things first.
No, that was him. For the record, that was him.
That was 2008 B. Scott doing that. No, for the record on the Champagne Sharks, I'm gonna tell you straight up right now, I'm gonna poke you in the ribs. I'm just telling you right now. That's just what I do. I'm going to fuck with you. I fuck with my brothers on the podcast. That's just what I do. Okay, T's gonna come in here and give you all that lawyer talk. See, T's a lawyer. He gonna do all that lawyer talk. I'm gonna come in here and talk shit because y'all talking shit about my goddamn mustache. You talked about my mustache. You talked about my damn couch.
So how are you gonna blame quarantine for why you shaved off the bottom part of your fucking face?
See, we're not gonna have this conversation right now, but we can have this conversation. So this is what happened.
Because you blame quarantine. That don't even make no sense.
So because during quarantine, it started getting bad. And one day I just got stressed. I was like, fuck it. I just shaved it all off. Beard, everything. Just left the mustache. That was it. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's all I did. The beard's coming back. Okay. So next time.
Old. So I'm telling you the truth. When you said you were 39, I was like, oh, I thought you was.
What, 59?
I thought you was almost 50.
Hell no.
That's your mustache. When I saw
the mustache
picture, I was like, oh, he's cute. And then I saw, oh, he's old. But you're not old. You're 30.
No, I'm only 30. I just turned 39. It's the
You said
mustache. So everybody,
your couch, and your blinds.
you see what's going on here? You see how they doing me? I should block all y'all motherfuckers. That's what I should do.
Mario was talking about my bars in my window earlier. So
no, but you know what though? I'm gonna keep it real. Whenever T and everybody's on and I'm not on, I'll be in the comments roasting people. See? And you see what I do on Twitter. So yeah, I got it coming to me.
Whose camera quality is bad? Is mine bad or is his bad?
No, because it's got to be the internet. It ain't.
Well, yours look fuzzy to me.
It does right now?
Yeah, but it's been looking like that.
That's probably because it's not the lighting in here. But hold on, let me move.
Oh, maybe it is the lighting. Story is that Kenney and T, to fight against allegations of homophobia, decided to do a facial hair that paid tribute to the
So you trying to say I look gay, bro? Is that what you saying? Is that what we doing here?
You said they're paying tribute. Can we at least put black LGBTQ? I just don't like that. You just leave it like
right?
I'm like a white people.
I don't know why my screen is fuzzy. I have no idea why.
You know what? I can tell if you had your beard right now, you would look way younger, which is funny because I guess beard people think makes them look older. But your mustache is what makes you look old.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
I just shave the mustache off too. How about that?
I mean, it would probably be better than the mustache.
Probably would be.
I'm just kidding.
I can't believe this girl said you thought I was close to 49. I thought I was 50 years old. I don't even have any hair.
Huh? I'm just teasing.
Wait, hold on. I said Kenny's camera quality is pixel soupy because of the internet speed, I'm guessing. I don't know. You don't even want to know the type of issues that we've had when we record sometimes. Like, for everybody that has been following the podcast for a long time, you guys remember when I used to sound like Darth Vader? I'm sure there's people here that remember that. Well, Kelly, what are you talking about? The frame rate will make it clear until you upgrade. Woman, I don't give a damn about the internet and the bandwidth.
No,
what are you talking about?
She's saying your broke ass is some better internet.
Nigga, I'm using somebody else's Wi-Fi. You think I give a fuck?
Niggas are pretty Kelly. This is 9 to 5 niggas, girl. Look at that. I don't know. I feel like she's the only other woman I see on here. I gotta stick with Pretty Kelly. I'm on.
I'll roast both y'all niggas. It don't make a difference to me. Don't get me started. It's 12:30 in the morning.
She said
and it's late. I got time.
She said she's joking with your broke ass.
I ain't broke, okay, motherfucker. Bet you that. But
see, Kelly, I got you, girl. I got you.
Kelly gonna get your ass blocked. That's what's gonna happen.
No, she ain't.
Let Kelly get. What you gonna find out? Kelly gonna be a old Jewish man. Watch.
Fuck no.
You're gonna find out Kelly gonna be an old Jewish white man. Then got you blocked.
I knew I should have rolled up before I started this.
It sounds like a perfect. I ain't got nothing to do with that. It's legal in California. You gotta do what you gotta do.
See this? I got all this shine on my face now. See?
Here you go. Here she go, y'all. I ain't gonna tell y'all what she said before we came on. She always talking about I don't like the way I look. Like, man, you look fine. What you talking about? But now you try to say I look like I'm 49. Now I gotta roast your black ass.
Oh, you know what's funny? I started looking at your face. And I started thinking, damn, I'm talking shit about him, and I look like I got I put my face in a bunch of chicken grease. I look crazy. I put Vaseline on fight a bitch.
Exactly. You try to roast me about my mustache because I ain't got no beard. Like, damn, man, I thought I was out here pulling shorties. I guess I was wrong. I better grow the beard back.
I'm in California, Kelly, and he's in Portland, Oregon. I'm in
Portland, Oregon.
I'm in the best city on earth, Los Angeles.
It's true. That is true.
Yes, very true.
I was born in California. I was born in Inglewood, California. I've been in Portland, Oregon for 30 years.
Hospital, which is like in the bougie area, so it's by
I
was born by the Beverly Center.
Yo, my man T just showed up. T, I know you're gonna be up late. You want to jump in?
Ooh, please. That'll give me some time to roll up.
Come on, I'm gonna send you a link right now.
Where are you at now, Kelly? Just curious. And are you from the Bronx? She's in the Bronx. Are you back in the
Hold on one second.
I think I like people from the Bronx. I think I do.
People from the Bronx.
Yeah. Except Maul. I'm still pissed at Maul.
Yeah, that dude, man. I told you that dude was a clown.
You know, I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, remember?
Yeah, I told you. You can't teach that nigga nothing. There we go.
Hey, Pretty Kelly's out there trying to buy back the block. Hey, see? Don't you talk? We ain't talking about Kelly's a real one. We gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. I fuck with Kelly.
Yeah, she seems like a real one. She seemed cool.
Is Maul from Harlem or is he from the Bronx? They always because Joe always says he's from the Bronx. So are you sure he's from Harlem? I know he was in the Harlem Boys Choir. I do know that.
You're from the choir of dumb niggas.
I listen to this podcast religiously, so I've listened to literally every single episode. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't like that girl that was on there, Marissa. When they got rid of her, I started listening to every single episode.
Yeah, I don't listen to the podcast. I like Joe. Joe's all right, but that dude, man, after I seen the stuff he was saying, I was like, oh no.
So Joe pisses me off too, but I won't lie. I love that show. I just think it's one of the best discussion podcasts because it's just so brilliantly done with the type of personalities that they have, and their jokes are really funny. But Maul just when they start getting serious and they're uninformed, I just feel like, yo, just shut the fuck up.
Well, they don't know when to shut up. That's the problem. They just keep on and keep on and keep on and keep on. I don't know if it's a New York thing or what.
Notice Parks gets real quiet.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Parks don't say shit after a while.
Pretty Kelly, our lives it varies. Our lives go from anywhere from an hour. I think we only recorded night before last was like an hour, not even that.
Yeah,
like an hour, like that. And then we recorded earlier today was like 2 hours, and right now we've been on. This is like the fucking Jerry Lewis. This is like a Jerry Lewis telethon. You know what I'm saying? It's 3 hours.
I need to stay busy today, so I'm really grateful I was able to.
Well, that's what you were saying. I told you I had to take a power nap. I went to sleep. I was knocked out. I went to sleep. I woke up and I went to the corner store and bought some candy because I knew I was going to be up. So I'm like, oh, okay. I'll say T said he was on for 4 hours last night. Jesus Christ.
Oh, nice. We gotta beat his record. You ready?
Yeah. You was on there by yourself for 4 hours? Goodness gracious.
Oh, I see. I like what Orange Marley said. And it's funny because me and my brother had the same conversation. And I might have also had a conversation with you about Maul and his hood nigga logic. And it's so true. That's exactly what it is. It's like I was talking to my cousin about this yesterday. That's what it was. Yeah, it's funny because when you talk to a lot of guys who grew up like how Gilly grew up, Gilly the kid and all that, they do have this sort of internalized mentality that it's about like it's their fault that that they went through these things. And so because of they blame other black people, it's black people's fault. The problem is the logic just doesn't make any sense. One, most of the niggas you might know might be killers, but that's the space that you're in. 99.9% of black people have never killed anybody.
Anybody, right.
Nobody. Less than 1% of gang members have even killed anybody.
Yeah, that's true.
Less than 1%. And I can get you, that's in LA, in one of the biggest gang cities on earth, right? So this idea that somehow we're all killing each other makes no fucking sense. We're clearly not all killing each other. Right. Now, is there increased violence in our communities? Yes. Why? You cannot separate the systematic oppression from the circumstances that we're living in today. You cannot separate those two. And he kept trying to do that. Oh, no, I see there's systematic oppression, but I'm talking about, the 100 people got shot in Chicago and we're not doing anything. That's not true. Motherfuckers have been, as a person who's been community organizing since I was 15 years old, literally, and I still do this shit. I can name all the organizations I'm with right now.
Yeah.
I got them out last time. There are plenty of people out here doing this work around social justice and around addressing the violence in our communities because they go hand in hand. When we're marching out there for our lives, we're also talking about the poverty, We're also talking about the fact that we have the lack of resources. We talk about the lack of opportunity, the lack of jobs. All that stuff is part of it. So that stuff is not absent. So when Maul says that shit, I just want to punch him in the fucking throat. You sound fucking stupid. You just sound stupid. You can't tell me because less than 1% of people are killing each other, somehow we rest of us don't deserve justice. Like, you just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is that the thing that Maul doesn't understand is in the system of white supremacy, when a black person kills somebody, we go to jail.
Right.
Okay? So when you start talking about what are we not doing or what are we not doing about people getting killed in Chicago, first of all, I don't know anybody in Chicago. So why the fuck are you asking me about Chicago? Motherfucker, do you know somebody in Chicago? You know more people in Chicago? Why ain't you doing that then? I don't know anybody in Chicago. And that's like me asking a white person, hey man, what about Jeffrey Dahmer? Say that again?
I can always tell people who not doing shit. People who don't do shit are always saying ain't nobody doing shit. Yeah. People who do shit knows people are doing shit. You can't help but run into these motherfuckers because y'all out there doing shit. People who not doing shit are the only ones who say that we not doing shit. And blacks aren't killing blacks simply because exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about proximity. You gonna and this goes for every community.
Proximity.
Kill, rob, steal people that look like you because those are the people that live near
you. I'm hungry and I need to eat. Like, there's all kinds. Like, it's not just because you're black, right? Like, these motherfuckers are. And on top of that, we're talking about state action violence against people that are paying taxes to them. So it says, why not ever bring up places like Joplin, Missouri, where there's crazy meth and heroin epidemic. He says heroin epidemics.
You know that when it's heroin. I told somebody that the other day. When it's heroin, that means it's bad.
He said heroin. I said heroin at first. Oh, he means heroin. But yeah, that's absolutely true.
Heroin.
That's absolutely true. I don't.
So there's a delay. So T, I want to ask T a question. So T, if I refresh this, is it going to screw up the live? He'll be answering in a minute. But yeah, people like Maul and Gilly Kid. What it is that there's a certain section of black people that when they get any type of financial security, they start trying to protect it by blaming other people for the trauma that they've been through, even people that they don't know. You know, it's a horrible idea, and I see it all the time. I mean, it's usually people like Gilly Kid, people like that. They're still, even though they've done some things, that doesn't mean that they might have lived a life as a gamer at one point in time, and they've done things. And this is why I love Nipsey, and they've done some things. Nipsey, you never heard Nipsey blame other people for the things that was either happened to him or the things that he did or anything like that. He didn't do that. You know what I mean? Towards these dudes feel like the way for them to secure their finances is to get as further away from quote unquote niggas as they can. You know what I'm saying? So that means, what about black on black crime? And what about Chicago? In the 90s, it was what about Los Angeles? You know, I posted a clip on Twitter of Steve Coakley doing an interview with Pat Buchanan. And the first thing Pat Buchanan said was, well, what about all the killings that's going on in LA? Now, this is in like 1991, 92, when gangbanging was insane in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And the first thing Steve Coakley said was, well, due to white supremacy, and they tried to cut him off. You know what I mean? And these Negroes, Gilly Kid and all these other idiots, they know what the deal is, but this is the way that they protect themselves.
Yeah, I think but see, Gilly has had other things. Because at first I liked Gilly, and he had his little Instagram. I thought it was funny and interesting. But he had also said other things that kind of made me side-eye him. So I wasn't really super surprised he said that. And also, I had already seen the clip he had said about his son going to, he wouldn't let his kid go to the NFL. HBCU. He wouldn't let him go to an HBCU. Okay, so he disappeared on me. There he goes.
Yeah, so I'm back.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm about to grab my herb. I'm here though.
Okay. Yeah, man, that's the thing. When you hear a black person say heroin, that means somebody strung out like a motherfucker, man. That means you in bad shape. I don't know anybody doing heroin. but I do know some people doing heroin.
Okay.
They're saying the shit up here in Canada about the missing and murdered Indigenous women. What about the violence on the res? Perfect example. That's another example. They're blaming the victims for the issues that are happening of their reaction to the system of white supremacy. You know what I'm saying?
So the reason why,
when I seen Gilly on Instagram doing that, I was disappointed.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna
go ahead.
This question. I think she was asking why he wouldn't let his kid go to an HBCU for sports. So he was saying that nobody's gonna look at an HBCU. He was responding to young people who are in college. I mean, who are in high school, talking about going to an HBCU to play sports to basically help HBCUs. Also, there was a player. Was he a basketball player? I forgot his name. Somebody just
it's a young guy named Mikey Williams. Mikey Williams is one of them. He's a sophomore in high school, and he's talking about going to HBCU. But there's another brother who just graduated high school, who's a top 10 basketball player in the country, who's going to I think Southern. I can't remember what school it was, but and one of me and my high school athlete, and my first time going to college, I was a college athlete. And what people don't understand is that it ain't about where you go to school. Yeah. If it was about me, then Jerry Rice went to Mississippi Valley. He did not go to a big time university. Walter Payton did not go to a big time university. So Gilly is a fucking coon.
Yeah.
Period, point blank. Okay, that's Gilly's problem.
Oh, I think he has a lot of resentment towards Black people. I think it's like similar to when we talk about like how Black men or Black women are jaded by other Black men and Black women. I think that's him. I think he's jaded by Black people because of his experiences.
Yeah.
Being shot and running in the streets and shit. He'll be off the couch if this.
Yeah, we'll go get some therapy.
Enough, right?
For real. She ain't lying. Pick your ass on couch state if you.
I mean, if you want to have a conversation,
you know, when you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I think there's still a delay. I don't know what's going on. But if you really want to talk about, you know, the effects of going to these big time universities, then we can have that conversation. We can talk about how Black athletes are being exploited when they should be getting paid. We can talk about that kind of stuff, but don't just say, if I want my kid to get recognized. When he said that, I posted a picture of Steve McNair back in 1994 on the front cover of Sports Illustrated. And they were talking about Steve McNair winning the Heisman Trophy. Steve McNair went to Alcorn State. Who I don't even know if they even have a football program anymore.
Alcorn?
Okay? So it ain't about where you go to school, but Alcorn State.
Where's that?
I think Alcorn State is in Alabama. I think it's in Alabama.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see.
So, you know,
I agree with you. I think
for him, he don't know no better. Yeah.
You know what? There was something somebody said earlier.
That's really all it was.
We're talking about, somebody made a comment earlier, something about it sounds like they don't love themselves. And we're talking about codependence. And I was going to say, actually, in the book that I read, they call codependency self-love deficiency syndrome, or self-love deficiency disorder. Wow. So I wanted to throw that out there. I forgot who said it, but wanted to make sure that I touched on that. Is T going to join us?
That's a damn good way to put it, because that's exactly. I don't know. I'm waiting for him.
No, she asked me. So
hey, where you at?
I'm running low now, but I had an ounce. But it was I want to say it was wedding cake. I think it was wedding cake. It was a mix of wedding cake and Larry Bird. So Larry Bird is like one of my favorites right now, and Skywalker. Something's in my eye.
Larry Bird, what?
Yeah, there's one called Larry.
This one we call Larry Bird.
Yeah, I think it's a hybrid, or is it an indica? Indica hybrid. Some shit is in my eye.
That's funny.
I think some weed got in my eye.
TC's not coming on. He's in the bed. He's just in the bed. Well, it is like 3:30 in the morning in New York, ain't it?
Oh, he went to bed?
Something like that.
This is not for the weak.
Yeah, he in the bed. It's not. Where's Mario at? Mario had a whole lot to say earlier. Well, he's probably in the from his kettle in Altadena.
You see, it said Cali so lucky, all these different flavors in New York, you take whatever the fuck you can get. You know what's funny? I've heard But no, we got. And I don't even, you know what? I don't even go to the legal shops. I go to what they call sessions. So they have these little underground swap meets that you can go to now, even with quarantine. And you can just you go in and it's like basically a big flea market of all types of weed products. So that's where I go. And that's how so my ounce, this was gonna fuck y'all up. My ounce was like $120. So it was good. That's why I go to the.
I mean, that's how it is up here in Portland. I mean, everything up here in Portland is legal. I mean, you know, they got everything you could think of: Girl Scout cookies, Gorilla Glue, all that bullshit. They got all that. You know,
some shit really is in my eye. What were you? I'm listening.
What pissed me off about? Oh, go ahead. What pissed me off about when weed became legal? I used to sell weed way back in the day. Is I went inside of a weed shop, and the way they had it set up, it was like being in a dope house. It was like you had to give them your ID. They close the window. Then you got to go sit down. You sit down. They wait for them to let you come in one by one. I'm like, man, this is a damn dope spot. You mean to tell me y'all motherfuckers try to arrest me for this shit? They doing the same goddamn thing.
Oh, that's how I always did. I don't know what the dope spot is like. That's pretty much how I always did. That's when I went to the shop. That's how they do. They get your ID and all that.
Yeah, that's how it is. Well, if you came to my house to buy weed, I wouldn't take your ID, but I wouldn't let you be all up in my kitchen. You'd have to be in the living room. But it's just the way it was set up. I'm like, oh, so they really are selling drugs. Okay. All right. Yeah, I heard New York got some horrible weed. I heard New York they always talking about quote unquote sour. I'm like, bro, we stopped selling sour out here years ago.
Sour diesel?
Yeah, that's just a long time ago.
Well, I didn't know people still was on that.
Yeah, I used to sell sour diesel, and that was back in 2005. A long time ago. Yeah, T. The thing about it is like when you go into a medical marijuana. I keep saying medical marijuana, but when you go into a weed shop, now it's a little bit different. It's a little bit more open. But when they first started, yeah, man, you had to go in and like get vetted first or something. Like it was ridiculous. Yeah, so yeah, he said New York has good weed, but you need the bougie stuff the white people smoke. That's all you're gonna get out here. If you got trash weed out here, you in trouble. That's hilarious.
The thing on my eye, but I can't get it.
You need to do like somebody grandma blowing your eye. Let me see it, baby. Blowing your eye. Gentrifier weed. Yeah, it's gentrifier weed. That's basically what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's gentrifier weed. T don't smoke weed. Nah, T don't smoke. Yeah, man. If somebody told you they had some sour, they'd be like, nigga, you still smoke that? That's from like 1999 and shit. These days, man, these dudes got that hydroponic shit and some shit that sprayed some shit on it. Like, it's ridiculous. Some shit that'll probably blow your lungs up, man. I quit smoking weed in 1998, 1999. I haven't smoked weed since. That shit started giving me panic attacks. It ain't my thing. Oh yeah, for whatever reason, it just started doing. I went to the doctor, and the doctor was like, "Yeah." He goes, "We don't know we only know if something's wrong with it if somebody puts something in it." He's like, "Your urine came back with just marijuana, so whatever your body doesn't want, don't do it anymore." Yeah, I remember back in the day, the hydro stuff was expensive weed back in the day. Like you go get some hydro from somebody, and it'd be like $45 for an eighth. Like, damn. Nowadays, you can get an ounce of weed. Like you were saying, you can get a half ounce of weed, an ounce of weed for $100 of some fire.
Yeah. I got an ounce for money. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, my eye not fucking me. I don't know what's going on right now.
You got contacts in too?
No, I ain't got no contacts. I don't know what something blew in my eye, like a hair or something.
Oh, something going on.
I got it now though.
Yeah, that gentrifier weed, man. That gentrifier weed to have your ass, you be sitting in the house like, I don't want to do this no more. I don't want to smoke no more. I ain't never getting high again. I can see T smoking some of that gentrifier weed. Have your ass stuck.
Yeah,
I have no desire.
I only like I don't even know if it's gentrified. I don't know if it's gentrifier weed. Cause everybody. I also can buy from the growers directly too.
Yeah. Well, on the West Coast, everything is in other cities will be considered gentrified weed because
Oh,
out
okay.
here there ain't nothing that we can't get. I mean, you name it, you can get it out here. You know what I mean? And these days, people ain't even smoking bud. Really, they more or less doing the edibles, the vape pens, wax, all that kind of stuff. They're not even really smoking bud no more. There's places that if they don't have wax in there, people just walk out of there. They don't even want to shop there anymore. So you got to have the wax, you got to have the edibles, you got to have all this other stuff. It ain't just bud no more. You know what I'm saying? So
Man,
back when I smoked weed, that shit didn't exist. Not like that or nothing.
you said what?
Yeah, I was talking to somebody in the chat back in them days. When I smoked weed, people wasn't smoking wax. They wasn't doing wax yet.
Oh,
That's like some new shit. The wax shit that you put inside the what do they call those pipes?
part
Um,
the vape.
yeah, it's like a vape thing, but you gotta. I seen Be Real from Cypress Hill do it, and it looks like syrup, and you like drop it in there, and it just burns automatically, and it looks ridiculous.
Oh, the dabs.
The dabs,
Oh, I
exactly.
love dabs. Oh, when you get to go to a shop and they give you free dabs, that's
Yeah,
big.
that's crazy.
Okay, I think I got it together. Let's see. How do I get this thing? Boom. We are back.
You good? There you go. See,
Hold
you
on.
already. Oh, you did that. You did
Give me one.
that. Yeah, Land Razel. Yeah, wax is like the dabs. Like I don't know how they make it. I forgot how they make it. I used to know how they did it, but that's the type of shit that puts you under the ground. Yeah, with a giant blowtorch. Yeah, that shit is lethal. That's lethal. That's not even that ain't. I don't even think if I smoked weed. If I smoked weed still, I probably wouldn't even do that shit because that shit look crazy. Hey Vita, where'd you
No.
go?
Yeah, yeah.
So they want to know: do you prefer sativa or indica?
Hybrid.
Hybrid.
Yeah, I'm more of a hybrid person.
That's a
Yep.
good question. What's something you think we can all do to keep the black dollar circulating through our communities longer than financial support and the basics? It's a good question.
Um,
Anybody from the chat? Somebody, but well, we can answer that. But somebody from the chat got any answers for that? Well, they're talking about weed. Go ahead and answer that, Vita. They're talking about
ask the
some damn
question
weed.
again. I missed it when I saw it up
Oh,
there.
I'll put it back up. There you go.
What's something you think we can all do to keep the black dollar circulating through our communities longer, other than financial support and the basics? Wow, that's a great question. Well, how do we develop a system? I think that's kind of the question, right? What
Yeah.
system can we develop that will keep the dollar circulating outside of just saying buy black? How do we keep it going?
Right.
I
Right.
mean, for one thing, if you're going to refer people, if you have a job where you can have clients, you can refer people, refer them to other black people. That's one thing I noticed that the Jewish people and the Armenians do. If you have an Armenian accountant and they say you should get a lawyer, they will hit up their Armenian lawyer or their Jewish, you know what I mean? So definitely, when you have referrals, if you're a business, find a B2B that will service your business needs that are black owned if you can find that. So maybe that's also part of it. And also making sure that we hire from the community, not just outsiders, but hire from the community.
Right.
I mean,
Does that even fall to like say you live in a city like in Los Angeles where a lot of black people aren't from Los Angeles. Do you do business with them or do you do business with black people from South Los Angeles?
it depends on your goal. For me, I would do South Los Angeles because that's my goal. That's my community that I
Right.
know. But if you have a different type of vision, it doesn't matter. It depends on what your vision is.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe that sometimes what ends up happening is like when we're talking about circulating the money, we don't think about people that have jobs that are doing certain things. So if it's a black person that is a mechanic, go to the black dude that got the mechanic shop. Go to the black dude. Now, hold on. Let me preface this. First of all, make sure your services is top notch. I'm not gonna give you my money just because you black. You know what I'm saying? You don't get my money just because you black and you doing shoddy business. If you want my black dollars, I need your black excellence. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So let's say that thing first. So yeah, I definitely believe that if we can get more black people in positions of service, then yeah, I think that is a good idea. That's the only way you're gonna circulate money. Like you said, when the Jewish person advises you to go see a lawyer, they're gonna give advice to go see their Jewish lawyer friend.
You know, and no, seriously, I went to a chiropractor once, and I had I forgot what he was. He was he was Armenian. I had an Armenian chiropractor, and he sent me to an Armenian orthopedic surgeon. So, you know, that's what we have to do. We have to start referring people. So what about dating and marrying outside of the community? Because technically, as soon as it enters interracial household, it leaves our community, right? I'm gonna be real. I'm not a big proponent of the interracial dating thing. So
No, that's not my thing.
things like that. I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not marrying a non, and this ain't no hate to anybody else, but I'm attracted to black women, and I want to build a black family, and I can't do that with a white woman in my house.
I just can't imagine a non-black person raising my black kids. You know, I couldn't see it. I do want to something else that was said that I wanted to hit on. Forgot it. Oh well. What's this?
Thank you, T, for the $1.99 donation.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And thank you for the donation, because they've been talking about my mustache. They was talking about your mustache earlier, just so you know. I'm snitching. They was talking about your mustache too. So we got to work on that. We're going to work on our mustaches.
I was actually what was I going to ask? Oh my God, it was such a good. Oh, we're talking about, was it weed? Ugh, I don't remember. Oh, I know what I was going to say, because you made
I don't remember.
Make sure your black business is on point. That's another thing. I don't believe that every black business doesn't have their customer service on point, but I will say in South Central, a lot of our black businesses, they don't understand what customer service is. It's not just being nice. It's basic things. Like if I go to your food truck and you know people are going to be taking food to go, make sure the food is in a container where they can carry it home. I went and bought some food truck where they put rice. It's delicious. They put rice and seafood inside this pineapple. They carve out the pineapple and they put the rice and the seafood, and it's like this pineapple bowl. It's so good. The company's called Pineapple Express, but when you try to take it home, they literally just give you a piece of foil to wrap over it. There's no container. You got to try to get this wrapped. It's not even all the way covered. It's literally just a sheet that they put on the top. Like, and they give you these weak ass napkins. How am I supposed to carry that home? They don't have bags, no containers. Just basic things like that. Like little things make a big difference in whether or not a customer is going to come back. And we can't really, and as an entrepreneur, I'm going to speak from a business perspective. Black people, we have to remember this. Nobody is obligated to support your fucking business. Do not get on the internet complaining about your clients and patrons because they just don't want to support black business. If you were doing a good job and you're doing what they want, they're going to come to you. So if people are already saying, I want to support black business, show them that you can be a great black business. So this idea that nobody's obligated to support you. Black people are not obligated to support you. I hate to say it, but it's true. Are you going to let your business fail? Or are you going to get your shit together? Get your marketing on point. Target your demographic. Get to who you need to get to. Do whatever it is you got to do to improve your business. Are you getting feedback? Are you getting evaluations? Are you talking to a consultant? Do those things. Quit trying to blame the black people and the black community for not supporting, quote unquote, your business.
Right. No, I think you're absolutely right. And I see that a lot with people on social media that might have some type of whatever there is that they're selling. You know, also realize that sometimes you might not have some that somebody else don't want. They don't need it. You know what I mean? If I sell chicken, you sell chicken, T sell chicken, Kelly sells chicken. Well, damn it, all of us ain't gonna sell no chicken. Somebody's gonna be left out. Somebody's gonna be left out. You know what I'm saying? So also thinking about your business strategy and how you gonna sell something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
and I like what Kelly said too. You know, we have to also have patience with each other.
yeah,
And I
yeah,
agree with that. I have a lot of patience because I also understand a lot of Black businesses just don't know, and they don't always have the funds and the same access and resources that other businesses do. Although I do know that now the SBA has been trying to step its game up, but you know, for a long time, Black people were really struggling to get their businesses, you know, get to where they would like to get them, especially now with gentrification happening. Brick and mortar business is really difficult right now. So if you have a brick and mortar business, a restaurant, a lot of people are getting pushed out, especially with this pandemic happening. So yeah, patience is going to be really, really important. So I agree with that. I have a business
yeah.
right now, I ain't shipped my body butter yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of brick and mortar businesses that are. I was watching on YouTube. There was a burger spot down in LA that just went out of business. The brother's been there for like 58 years.
Oh, who?
I can't think of the name of it. I forgot. But he had been there for
A1?
like no older black dude. He just went out of business because of COVID. And
Damn.
it was another brother that because he wouldn't install cameras on his business, the police pretty much put him out of business.
What kind of business was it?
It was another burger spot.
They make you put cameras? I thought it was only if you had like a liquor store or a
But he was saying that because of, I guess there's a store that's across the street, and because he wouldn't install cameras for the sheriff, the LA County sheriffs to be able to look across the street and see what was going on, they made it to where it was so hard for him to run his business. What they did was they told him that he had too many seats outside for outdoor seating. So he had to change that up. And it was always something, and he just closed the doors. He just said, forget it, and closed the doors.
So that's actually not uncommon. It's actually in LA, that's actually exactly what has happened historically in LA. So if you know the history, so I love Black economic history. I wish I had my book near me. I could just show you guys. But Black economic history is something I really am interested in. And like a lot of places across the country, South Central was a thriving Black community. In fact, the term South Central comes from the street Central Avenue. Central is where all the Black-owned businesses and bars and things were. So if you've ever seen the movie Devil in a Blue Dress with Washington, if you ever watch that movie, it's actually based off of the second wave of the Great Migration. It's off a book, but it starts with the second wave of the Great Migration. He moves from the South, buys a house in South LA, and then he also goes to this bar that he frequents that's on Central Avenue. And that's where all the Black-owned bars, hotels, the Dunbar Hotel, that's where all that nice stuff was. So if you were Lena Horne or Louis Armstrong or Billie Holiday, you could film in Hollywood, you could perform in Hollywood, but your Black ass couldn't stay at a hotel in Hollywood. Couldn't do shit in Hollywood. Couldn't go to the bars, couldn't do shit because you were Black. So, and this is even in LA. So you would go to South Central Avenue to kick it, go to the bars, go to the clubs, go shopping, all that stuff, right? And this is the case in most places across the country. You have these thriving Black communities. So in places like Tulsa, you had massacres. In Rosewood, you had massacres. Wilmington, North Carolina, you had massacres. In LA, what they did was have raids. So you accuse the Black business of running numbers, which they may or may not have been, but all these businesses were gambling all across the city, right? But they only targeted Black ones, assuming that they even were, ransack them, raid them, go through all their shit, and make it basically impossible for these businesses to stay open. That's not so. The police fucking with Black business is a history here in LA.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like. And then I was watching on I think it was on Street Gangs or Kev Mac or something like that, and they were showing like basically COVID was another way for them to finally put the stake in the heart of the Black businesses. It was the easiest thing to do. Yeah, I
said that because all these businesses it was moving slow, and South Central was fighting. I mean, they were fighting. They killed Nip, and he was fighting it actively. Other Black people started fighting it actively. And this pandemic hit, and a lot of these businesses are not going to make it.
You're absolutely right about that, Kelly. The worst.
I had a wax she's done.
Yeah. The worst people in LA are the LAPD. I mean, the LAPD. The LAPD. I mean, I remember that whole Rampart shit that went down.
Yeah.
I was living in Los Angeles when the gang task force and all that shit crash unit, all that shit was coming around the crash unit at that time in the 80s.
And it's not just the LAPD, the sheriffs too. The LA
sheriff. No, it's the LA County Sheriff. Yeah.
Yep. The sheriffs.
Yeah. The LA County Sheriff is the motherfucker out there.
They tried to intimidate an FBI agent, and that's when they got their ass handed to him. That was recently.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Chris
Yeah, Chris Dorner. The Rampart scandal was pretty much a group of LAPD that were, I forgot what Rampart stood for. You probably know better than I do.
Rampart was the street. That was the area.
Right, but what was it? But they had it as an acronym for something, that Rampart Division. It was an acronym, but what they were ended up doing was they were actually robbing banks. Like some of them robbed a bank, some of them were planting drugs and guns on people. Like there was a story about one dude that was on his he had 2 strikes, and they forced his hand on a gun, got the prints from the gun, 3 strikes. Now he ended up getting out years later because the Rampart division got caught up in that scandal.
Yeah.
And they had to let a whole bunch of people out of prison, but he had been in prison for like 15 years.
Wow.
And there was black cops involved in that, Latino cops involved in that, white cops involved in that. So yeah, the LAPD is a motherfucker, man. The LA County Sheriff
gang unit. It was their anti-gang unit.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That motherfucker was, man. When I read the story, I was living up here, but when I read the story about the Rampart scandal was in like 96, around that time. And all of that was entitled with Suge Knight and Tupac, and all of that played hand in each other.
Mm-hmm.
It said Rampart Radar Advancement Measurement Program for Analysis of Reentry Techniques. Damn.
For analysis of reentry techniques. So people coming out of prison?
Yeah, I'm not sure. The police corruption in LA was Rampart, but Daryl Gates and Stacy Coon and all them dudes, that was the LA County Sheriff.
Daryl Gates? No, he was LAPD police chief.
Was he LA? What was Stacy Coon was the LA County Sheriff?
That might have been sheriffs.
Yeah.
I know Gates was LAPD because he was the police chief.
Yeah, that motherfucker was something else, man.
He was a fucking nut.
Yeah.
Bratton out of New York.
Yeah.
In LA. And he literally pretty much utilized the same racist tactics out here.
Well, something that I learned about the LAPD back in the 1960s and 70s, what they would do is they would hire racist white former military dudes from the South.
I didn't even know that.
And bring them out to LA. I seen it. Bone Sloan was talking about that in that documentary, Bastards of the Party.
No, I've seen that. I had to watch it in school, and I don't even remember it. I literally had to watch that in school.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Right. I know.
Huh? No, somebody was asking, was SWAT was born in LA? I'm not sure.
Oh, SWAT was made after the SWAT riots. I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I did not know that. That doesn't surprise me though.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty. See, Pretty Kelly, you caught the same shit I did. Reentry. See, you caught that shit too. Reentry is the term that they usually use for people who come out of prison.
Right.
So they were targeting certain people. That's what it sounds like to me. So that shit's crazy to me. So you saw that shit too, Pretty Kelly.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you know, with the reentry, I mean, then you got to start talking about the injunctions, gang injunctions. So if you're talking about reentry, then we're talking about people that aren't even allowed to be in certain neighborhoods, be around certain people that are going to go to prison because they're on a gang file. You know what I'm saying? So
the kids, I had kids who couldn't even go to school with their friends because they were on a gang list and they weren't even in a gang. They just projects.
Yeah, back in them days, if they say if you grew up in the 60s and you was from rolling 60s, whether you would never gang banged or anything, if you went to Morningside High School, you was apparently Inglewood family. You probably never gang banged before in your life.
They'll put you in a gang injunction just because you're in a group of 3 or more. Literally.
Exactly. Yeah.
They can literally just stop you, ask your name, ask information, and say you're a gang member. They don't have to, and they can do it whenever they want. Like there's no protocol, there's no process. They just do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll say, "Oh, they have gang tattoos," or they'll
right.
But this is the thing about that. Being in a gang is not illegal.
No.
There's nothing illegal about being in a gang. So the fact that they're even they're even putting him on a list, that has to violate civil rights. That doesn't even make any sense.
Well, this is what they started doing, and I learned this because I was looking at this case for this young dude. He was 15 years old. I forgot what hood he was from. He's from down there in Watts. And I think they were beefing with Mexicans at the time. This is back in the early 2000s. And what ended up happening is he committed a crime that the same type of crime that someone else committed. But because he was on the gang file, the gang enhancement is an extra 30 years. So instead of him doing 20 years for the shooting, he's doing 50 years because he's on a gang file. Because what they're going to say in court is he did this to further the gang. When really it probably had nothing to do with that. And that's why a lot of people, they like if you're a gang member and you commit a crime, I'm a gang member and you not, and we go rob somebody. Well, you're gonna get 10 years, I'm gonna get 40 because I'm on a gang file.
Oh, it's insane. I don't even see how that shit is legal. Like I really don't. Like, it doesn't even seem like it should be legal.
Yeah, the crash unit, that's the batter ram. That's the batter ram squad. If you ever heard that song back in the day called the batter ram, I think Toddy T did that. The batter ram. That's pretty much
the videos on it. I've seen the videos of the
the batter ram.
You know what's crazy?
And it doesn't. He said, "How does it rehabilitate anybody?" It doesn't.
Exactly, it doesn't. And their goal isn't to rehabilitate. They say that shit, right? They put that in their words. They write down all these policies, but their goal is never to rehabilitate. Too many people make money off of not rehabilitating you.
Yes.
The same reason why the school system ain't gonna liberate you. The same thing. They ain't giving you no education that's gonna liberate you. But
remember we were talking about that the other night, that basically if we're talking about prison abolition, you got to go deep into it, because that means the people that make the uniforms for people in prison don't have a job. That means the people that make the food that get sent to the prisons don't have a job. That means the bail bondsmen don't have a job. So we're talking about people that are getting pensions and people that are making millions and millions of dollars putting you in prison. I mean, I think California has more prisons than anywhere in the United States.
LA has the largest prison system on earth.
Yeah.
Alone.
And that's just LA County.
LA County. That's wild, right? I only learned
insane.
Was when they were fighting the county for building these prisons down here. They were kind of going to build, like, they had all this money and they're going to build another prison. So what this organization called Dignity Power Now, they actually fought against that. It's actually founded by Patrisse Cullors of Black Lives Matter. But they had basically stopped it. They fought it. They protested everything, went to the hearings, and they stopped it. And then they had to use that money for mental health services.
Yeah. Yeah, T said he's going back to bed. All right, man, I'm going to holler at you tomorrow, man. It's 4 a.m. in New York. I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize how it was.
Which brings us to another conversation, because a lot of people be talking about Kamala Harris.
So wait.
Kamala the cop.
Kamala the evil bitch. I don't fuck even a little bit. I think she's an evil, disgusting human being. Let me tell you, any person that gets on a stage and on a mic and brags about threatening parents, and predominantly they're going to be Black parents with incarceration because they are struggling with their children, is some sick, evil, sadistic shit. And you know what the criminal justice system is, because you're a fucking attorney general.
Right.
So you're trash. You're not a good person. To me, ripping apart Black families or ripping apart families is unacceptable. And to get on TV and brag about threatening parents with it and threatening families. If kids aren't going to school, we got to find out why they aren't going to school. I guarantee you it ain't because the parents just want them sitting up under them all day. I bet you that's not why. If kids aren't going to school, there's a reason why.
You know, people like her, unfortunately. People like her. Unfortunately, people like her, and I noticed how there was a lot of Black people on social media trying to weaponize her against us by basically saying, well, if you don't vote for her, then it's a vote for Trump. Well, I guess it's just a vote for Trump then, because I'm not one of those lesser of two evil motherfuckers. I don't believe in all that. I don't do all that. You know, she's a horrible human being. If you knew the things that she did in California for the time that she was the AG in California, she's a horrible human being.
How did you close that sheriff case, Maitrice Richardson case, and we still have no information?
Yeah.
We have no clue why the fuck they let her go when people were coming to pick her up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So that Maitrice Richardson case also really pissed me off. You know what's crazy? A lot of Black people in California were not fucking with Kamala Harris.
No.
Fucking with her. Especially Black people in South LA, for sure. Because of all that, the Maitrice Richardson shit was really what pissed them off. Because they elected her thinking, oh, she's a Black woman, and she ain't did shit for Black people.
Kamala, people don't fuck with in California. Black folks don't fuck with Kamala Harris the same way people in New York don't fuck with Donald Trump. People in New York been knowing Donald Trump as a scumbag and a con artist for 40 years.
Right.
That everybody in New York knows that. Even the mob knows that. Even Sammy the Bull even said it. He even said he's a con artist. He's a scumbag. The same way that black people don't fuck with Kamala Harris in California. When I seen her name pop up, I was like, oh yeah, this ain't gonna work. The same way as like when Donald Trump was running for president, I was like, oh, there's no way. Me, T, and Mario almost had a bet. I was like, man, there's no way he's gonna win. I said, New York don't even fuck with him. If any of you want to know what people think about Donald Trump, I'll talk to a New Yorker. They know he's a con artist.
You know the worst thing ever is having a birthday party at a restaurant, and you have all the screens on the election, and Donald Trump gets elected on your birthday.
Oh,
talk about a damper to your birthday party. Nobody thought he was going to win.
I didn't.
I just couldn't believe it. I didn't want Hillary to win, but I definitely didn't expect Trump to win.
You couldn't have convinced me that he was going to win. There was no way. And you know, maybe it was my own ignorance because I thought that white people were a little more progressive. I gave them a little bit too much credit for progressive as they really are. They really aren't.
Who, white
and
people?
I think, yeah, they're not progressive at all.
Progressive
No.
who? Yeah.
Yeah, they're not progressive at all.
She said birthday over. That's like 4 years ago. I can't. My last birthday made up for the Trump birthday. I had a great last birthday. So that's
one of the things I can always remember. I'll be telling people this. I'm like, you guys don't remember? And I have to remember that I'm a little bit older than some people on social media. And I'm like, dude, you guys don't remember how Donald Trump used to always be in like the Inquirer and all those tabloid magazines and shit?
Honestly, I didn't even know much about Donald Trump, except people shouting.
Really?
And I really didn't know. I know he did real estate. I knew about Ivanka because she was in a documentary I saw, but I really didn't know much about Donald Trump.
He got like 3 baby mamas. He got kids by all of them. Like he was always in a scandal
during the election. But I didn't.
Oh damn!
I didn't know anything about Trump. I didn't care about Trump. Why would I give him any attention?
I just remember always seeing him in the tabloids at the grocery store, and it was always some wild shit going on, and it always has something to do with women. And as they say, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Well,
he's he's a rapist.
0.
Yeah, he's a rapist.
Yeah, I don't fuck with none of these people. It's hard because I don't like I don't like anybody. Like I really don't. And it's hard for me to even see voting as a key to our freedom. I don't even see, because I don't see where if we have to vote between people like Biden, who was actively against desegregation, and not for the reasons I'm against desegregation.
Right.
Racial jungle. These are his words. The same person, people keep trying to brush aside. Well, the crime bill was 1992. That was a long time ago. People don't realize he was begging Reagan to ramp up the drug war before he wrote the crime bill. He was begging him, admonishing him. So
if he becomes president, what you think he gonna do?
Right. Oh, somebody already highlighted some shit that he was already talking about, putting more police in our communities and putting social workers in our homes and all that bullshit. Like, no, that man's nuts. But Biden is not going to help Negroes. I don't know where they got this idea that they're going to be better off with him versus Trump. I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
I think because we like passivity. Like we're getting actively poorer. The gap is getting wider. So yes, all of America is getting poorer because everybody getting broke. However, Black people are getting poorer at a higher rate, faster rate. And since the 1960s, we were making less money. The civil rights movement did not help us economically.
No.
It doesn't say that there were no gains with it. Of course, there were certain things we can do lawsuits and shit now, right? Because a lot of things we can do before. However, we have to really be honest about the fact that economically it has not served us. We have an important decision to make between shit and vomit. Choose wisely, folks.
Basically.
That's pretty much what it is, right? Like, yeah, it's just race relations in the US are going to get even worse in November, no matter who wins. What is race relations? Tell me what that is. I don't even know.
You mean white supremacy is going to get worse?
Right. And is that possible?
I mean, what have they done that they can't already do? I mean, they pull us out of our house and kill us.
multiple times
Right.
in multiple places. We got Philly, we got Tulsa. They raped us, they rape us with impunity. We got the Paramore law. So like, what have they not done already? And
Yeah.
what are race relations? When people say that, I never really know what that means.
I mean, in this country, the average age of adults in this country is 37, but the people we got to vote for are 2 times that age. That doesn't even make any sense.
I mean, I'm okay with older people running. It's just a matter of what the fuck is your agenda and how does that serve me in my community?
So if it's an older white dude, I kind of can guess what you're going to say.
Yeah. Anything
You know
that's
what I'm saying?
Think about white people and white supremacy is they not letting that shit go. So whatever this fantasy is Negroes have that you're going to convince white people to give it up, I don't know where the fuck y'all got that from.
Even if they give us reparations tomorrow, they ain't giving up white supremacy.
Oh, all your little white friends talking about they allies?
They're going to be mad than a motherfucker.
Nobody white that I'm cool with would ever tell me no shit like that.
No.
You're not my ally. How are you yourself a fucking ally?
No, I don't get into all that bullshit. I'll tell you right now, they give us reparations, I'm getting the fuck out of here. That's what I'm gonna do. Fuck that.
And that's the other thing. We are owed that shit.
Yeah, this is something that they owe. This isn't like we're asking. You owe it. So yeah.
They have to convince us that he is better so that we can use our votes to save everyone else. No, to save their party. Let's just be all the way real.
That's all it is.
Their party. And that's what they've been doing. That's why they funded the civil rights movement. People don't know that, but that was Kennedy and them.
Yep.
The foundation funded the civil rights movement. And when they started, and notice that when they started funding it, a lot of the movement had changed. It went from let's desegregate public places that we pay taxes to desegregating private spaces. And instead of funding our schools, our Black schools, they said, we don't want to fund your schools. We're going to create this new program. We're going to usher them into these white schools. And all those white people did was move to the suburbs.
Yep. That's all it did was cause white flight.
Right. And guess what? The schools are more segregated today than they were in 1954.
They sure the fuck are.
No, this is a fact. You can Google this. All I'm saying, you can literally Google away.
Yeah, I'm not getting on that president voting for the president bullshit. I vote local.
The Democratic Party feels like they deserve all votes from POC. Yeah, I mean, it's not even that they feel like they deserve it. They just feel like that's what they have to do to win. Makes them look progressive. Because the thing about young people and getting young voters is they want to feel like you're progressive. So if you get Black people and Latino people and Asian people to look like they're on your team, you look more progressive. That's their whole strategy. So as long as that's what keeps their party alive, how can we give the illusion of progress? That's why what was that shit? Remember when Hillary was running and they had the Democratic National Convention and they paraded all those Black mothers and daughters.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Stage, all those Black women across that, people who lost like their children and their husbands and their fathers. That shit was so disgusting because not a single policy came out of that.
Wasn't Trayvon Martin's mom up there?
Yeah, they had her everywhere. The Democrats fuck out of her. That shit really burned me the fuck up because they use our pain, they use our plight, they use our stats to get what they want from us, and we get nothing.
It's like being a prostitute put on the track. They use us up just like a prostitute. They put us on the track. We go out there, fuck everybody, give them money, and they don't give us shit in return.
Make us poorer.
Yes.
Make us poor. Lyndon B. Johnson was a known racist on the record. He didn't about you niggas. You think he was trying to send your Black kids to this school to create racial harmony? You thought
Lyndon
known Dixiecrat. You think they were trying to? No, they saw that you niggas had money, and they said, "How can we get it?"
Yep.
Here with your white ice is colder mentality, thinking, "Oh, I gotta go to the white ice cream shop because that's way better than the one in my block." People don't know this, but you know what ultimately destroyed Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Greenwood community of Tulsa, Oklahoma? You can look this up. It was not the massacre, because guess what? It got rebuilt after the massacre. What ultimately destroyed it was urban renewal and desegregation. And this is on the record. That is what ultimately destroyed Greenwood Community of Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know what else destroyed Black economy? Your boy Jackie Robinson. My brother calls him the agent.
That's the truth. I tell people this all the time. Jackie Robinson was chosen. Jackie Robinson was not the best baseball player in the Negro Leagues. He wasn't even close to being the best player in the Negro Leagues. But they knew that Jackie Robinson, one, went to the military. One, he went to UCLA. So he's been assimilated and been around white people for a long time. And when you listen to the stuff that Jackie Robinson said during the 1960s, first of all, Jackie Robinson was against Muhammad Ali. He didn't like Muhammad Ali. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that Jackie Robinson said was coonish. No, Willie Mays wasn't even the best baseball player in the Negro Leagues. Josh Gibson was. Josh Gibson was the best baseball player probably ever. But yes, Jackie Robinson hated the Black Power movement.
Sure did.
Yes, that's a fact. That is a fact. People like Jackie Robinson, Floyd Patterson. You know, back in those days, we talk about coons these days. Man, those dudes was on another level. And I posted the video a couple days ago when Floyd Patterson was going to fight Muhammad Ali. They did an interview with him, and he said the only reason why he's going to fight Muhammad Ali is to take the championship back and give it to America and not to Black Muslims. So he didn't give he was literally trying to save white people by beating Muhammad Ali. Now he got his ass whooped all around the ring for 12 rounds. He got beat down. You know what I'm saying? But the simple fact that he thought that he was going to bring the championship back to white people, like it was going to put him in white people's grace, is just sickening.
There was this professor I seen on a one of these podcasts, live podcasts like this.
Yeah,
really good. I forgot his name is Carl something, and he calls it the white supremacy trauma trance. Yeah, I've been really liking that word. He doesn't like the word coon, so he likes to use white supremacy trauma trance.
Okay.
Yeah, that way we don't blame victims for their. I still say coon, but
look, man.
But I like the concept. But like you said, you know, people don't really think about. Also, people don't also think about the way we've been conditioned to see history. Why
right?
Do some Jackie Robinson. Think about that. I always question that. Whenever white people love somebody, I have to question that person and or the story that is told about that person.
Absolutely.
Because I just don't trust it. So when I started really looking at Jackie Robinson, what had me look at it with my brother. We were really obsessed with Black economic history, right? And so we were talking about the Negro Leagues. And we're like, how did it end? We couldn't really, we were trying to figure it out. There's actually an article by MLB that actually talks about Jackie Robinson being part of the decline. So MLB has their own on their website. I found it. On their website, they say Jackie Robinson was the beginning of the decline of the Negro League.
Yes.
So this is on the record. So I had been saying this before I even read the article. I had already been reading about it because what was happening, and Dr. Claude Anderson talks about it too. What happened was the Negro Leagues was making a lot of money.
Yes.
Negro League stadiums and their audiences, they're not even just Black. It's actually everybody's there, right? And there was a saying at the time, you probably know the saying, the best players are where?
In the Negro Leagues.
That was the saying. Everybody
even the white major leaguers were saying it. Daffy Dean, Dizzy Dean, they were all saying it, that in the major they were of course they were racist baseball players back then. But for the white players, and Dizzy Dean and Daffy Dean are Hall of Famers. Like they're some of the greatest pitchers of all time. And one of the things that Daffy Dean said was, we would play our season and we would play against the barnstorming teams of the Negro Leagues, and they would routinely beat us. They would beat us every year. And he said, we knew that they were better than us, but we knew that there was nothing we could do because Judge Mountain, what was his name? Kennesaw Mountain Landis was a racist. You know what I mean? So he wasn't going to let any Black players in. Rube Foster, I believe Rube Foster was either the commissioner of the Negro Leagues. I think Rube Foster was the commissioner of the Negro Leagues. And I have to look that up real quick because I don't want to be wrong about that. But I believe that he saw it coming. And Rube Foster. So Rube Foster was a part of the Negro Leagues, and he saw it coming. And when Jackie Robinson left, he knew that, okay, this is not a good thing. He knew
Well,
that this wasn't gonna. Go ahead.
yeah, I would say, remember who owned baseball and owns baseball? Blue Bloods. The thing about Blue
Yes.
is they think 100 years ahead. They're not like us. We're in survival mode. So we think about today, tomorrow, and maybe the next few years from now. They literally think 100 years ahead. So the Negro League wasn't anywhere close to MLB yet, but it was making a lot of money. And they were growing. So they're thinking
Yes.
easily catch up. And it's not just the baseball team, not just the diamond. It's not just that. That's not just who's making money. It's everything associated with it. All the Black businesses that are also providing services for that team. All the Black businesses that are in the area when there's a game in town and everybody's staying at the Black-owned hotel. Everybody's going to the Black-owned restaurants. Everybody's eating at going to the Black-owned shopping centers. So at the time, people are going to Black spaces and they're building Black economy.
Yes.
So and I think I was talking about it earlier or the last show, I was talking about the history of R&B. I think it was earlier today. And the thing that we forget is that Chitlin circuit was money. Black people had money and we were spending, we were growing our economy. These Major League Baseball owners saw what was coming. And they said, we got to destroy that. And they started poaching the.
Yeah.
They took Jackie, and then they started taking top players because they could afford to do that.
Yeah, they did.
They
started after Jackie Robinson, and you know that kind of deals with the mentality of the player, because the player, if they're not politically and socially conscious, they see Jackie Robinson up there in the major leagues getting some love, whether it's fake love or not, and now they want to go.
And they tell you it's progress. That's the problem.
Yes.
So they tell you, see, this is what progress looks like. He broke the color barrier. Nobody points out the fact that it wasn't his barrier to begin with. Why did he have to break the barrier? Right? So, but they say, so he's now hailed as a hero. We go to our classes, even in our Black schools, they put him right up there with Frederick Douglass and Madam C.J. Walker, right?
Yep.
They put him right up there. And we got to say he's a hero. Why? Because he broke the color barrier in a white space. We don't even realize how that in itself is indoctrinating us.
Right.
That's why I call school the indoctrination station. That's literally why I call it that. Because
I got lucky. When I was growing up, I played baseball. I had a guy in my neighborhood named Kevin Lovings. Kevin Lovings was a Black baseball coach, and he would always talk about the Negro Leagues. And he would talk about Cool Papa Bell and Willie Mays and Josh Gibson and all these different people. And he would have these little these little booklets. I don't know if they make them anymore, but they're like a little booklet, look like a little matchbox, and it would have like 3 pages, and it have the Negro League player's face on it, and it would have a little story inside. And he would always pass those out, and you know, things like that. And then when I grew up and I learned about Barry Bonds. So a lot of, like you just said a minute ago, whenever they love somebody, I wonder why, and when they hate somebody, I wonder why. White people hate Barry Bonds, and it has nothing to do with steroids.
Why do they hate Barry Bonds?
They hate Barry Bonds because Barry Bonds' dad, Bobby Bonds, played in the major leagues, and his godfather is Willie Mays. That's Barry Bonds' godfather. They gave Barry Bonds the game about what this league is about and what the history is. Barry Bonds, when he was about to break the record for home runs, he even said he didn't want to break Hank Aaron's record. He only wanted to break Babe Ruth's record. He didn't care anything about breaking Hank Aaron's record. He wanted to break Babe Ruth's record. There's a lot in that. Yeah,
it's funny because whenever I hear people talk about Babe Ruth, people say people say he's so great, but there were no Black people in the league at the time.
Not one.
So
not one.
How can we measure how great he was when he wasn't even facing the best players?
Exactly.
I want to highlight something Kelly. I fuck with Kelly. So Kelly said, in order for us to now be 100 years ahead, we as a people have to start thinking and focusing on digital. And I actually agree with that 100%. And in fact, I want to say more, but I just refuse to say it publicly because I have a whole idea behind that. And I think that's absolutely correct there. But I just wanted to highlight that. I thought it was a really good point.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Kelly. Yes, that's not what happened.
Vida over here opening them doors to her brain that only open when you lift it.
So,
but no, that's the truth.
That's so funny. Integration with no redress and reparations screwed us. Oh, okay. Integration with no redress and reparations screwed us and imposed severe limitations on our ability to build our economy. Yeah, 100.
Yeah, that's number one right there.
Well, the thing is, we were building it and then they destroyed it.
Yes.
That's the thing. It was built and then destroyed. Physically, economically, politically, socially, you name it, they did it.
Right. Right.
I was just watching, there's a really good movie on Apple TV called The Banker.
Okay.
Highly recommend it. It's based on a true story. These black guys that own just a gang of real estate all through LA. And they were basically, the guy, he was from Texas. One of the guys was from Texas. And so he went back to Texas, bought a bank, bought 2 banks, and was just giving loans to black people.
Wow.
People got mad because he bought the bank, but he was buying real estate and buying the banks under the guise of being white. So they paid this white guy to be the front man. So they taught him basically just enough to go sit in the meeting. So they didn't know shit. So he trained him enough to go sit in the meeting, and then he'd get the deal, and then they'd be operating it. So they just sign the paperwork, and then they do the deal. Because he was doing that because, so it was just a really good movie, because they also talk about the ways in which that system of redlining was preventing black people from building wealth. They talk, he said this he had to go to a hearing in DC in front of Congress because he got in trouble for fraud. So they basically, they were trying to find some shit. He got set up, and he ended up going to have to go to prison. But when he had a printed out statement he was supposed to read, but instead he started checking America on their bullshit, saying you can't say this is the greatest country and we're supposed to build this American dream, but block us out of the wealth. It doesn't make any sense. They're like, right. But he actually opened a lot of doors for black people. You've never heard about him in your history books.
I've never heard that before.
It's a great movie. It's Samuel L. Jackson and what's that guy's name? Anthony Mackie.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna check that out.
Ian Long is in it. Anthony Mackie and Samuel L. Jackson.
Look, this nigga is over here hustling. Look at this.
For example, a friend of mine and myself came up with the crazy idea to sell Confederate flag clothes. It sells very well.
I like Kelly.
As the face of the company.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Don't tell too many people that. Don't tell too many people that. You keep that hidden. Keep that hidden, or they're gonna start questioning. You gotta keep that a secret. Keep that a secret.
I like.
That's funny.
We're gonna get this money. Fuck these crackers. We're gonna get this.
Hell yeah.
He didn't say it.
That's exactly what you gotta do.
I said that. Take from racists and give back to blacks. I mean,
Robin Hood theory.
Robin Hood, Robin with a Y.
Yeah, Robin Hood theory right there.
See,
oh my God, we've been over here for 4 hours.
Oh, I just got started. Shit.
Oh damn.
I gotta do shit tomorrow, so go to the mechanic. I took off. I couldn't really work in this state of mind, after the shit happened yesterday. So
yeah. I ain't got shit. I ain't doing nothing tomorrow either. What is tomorrow? Thursday? Friday?
It's Friday.
Shit. I don't know what the fuck day it is. Every day it's Groundhog Day. It's like the movie Groundhog Day. Every day is the same. I mean, we're in quarantine. We're back in phase 1 here in Portland. So I know y'all shut down too out there in California.
Yep.
They shut everything down.
I told you I was supposed to go to Guitar Center with my brother and get some.
Oh yeah, the mic and everything.
Yeah, so now I gotta just buy it online. But he put me up on Z Sounds, and that they have good equipment. They have payment plans, so I can get really good equipment and just maybe get on a 5-month plan instead of buying some cheap shit that's down or not have the quality that I'm more accustomed to. So
right. Yeah, I mean, I usually buy used stuff. I have so much music equipment in my house. I just traded a bunch of stuff too.
You missed this one, which is why it's important to license white names and faces for some of our businesses because they aren't touched. Pro tip. You know what? What's funny about that is historically that has been actually the case.
Yep.
Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's how it was literally built. Literally how it was built. So exactly. So you're right. We have to sometimes.
That's how a lot of people bought homes. A lot of black people bought homes that way by knowing somebody that was cool and then getting it through them, and then that's how they built their wealth in the real estate game back in the 1940s and 50s.
Yeah, like even O.W. Gurley, the guy, one of the guys that helped found Greenwood Community, Tulsa, Oklahoma. His name, I forgot what it actually was because I know him as O-Dub. I call him Uncle O-Dub because I have an uncle named Uncle O-Dub.
Right.
But O.W. Gurley, his name, whatever it was like some real Negro name, like Odell something. Some type of name.
Odell Watson.
So he only went by O.W. So he signed everything O.W. Gurley for that very reason, because he knew he wasn't going to be able to do the things he wanted to do in real estate. He was a wealthy guy, Right. It was what he and his partner did is they got a white guy to be the front, and he went and got paperwork signed that so he could buy up a bunch of land. So these guys bought up a bunch of land, and then once they bought up the land, they built houses and only leased it out and sold property to Black people, literally. IG is Vida Star, VIDA STARR. And if you go to my page, you'll see my work around trauma-informed care. So that's my business. I actually teach people trauma-informed nonviolent parenting, and also teach teachers trauma-informed compassionate classrooms. And I teach people how to understand childhood trauma and resilience. So that's what I do. And also do media work as well. So you guys can go to my page and you'll see some of my stuff. I got to update it. I've done a lot more stuff and I haven't been updating all my stuff. But I do a lot of media stuff as well. I'm a radio producer. So I'm doing work around African-American trauma and resilience because I believe healing has to come hand in hand with our economic growth. Otherwise, we're going to lose it all. So yeah, check me out, Vida Star. Also on Twitter, Lifestar Media. I talk more like this on my Twitter page. I don't really do this on my Instagram. But on my Twitter, I'll be getting down. So
I barely even use Instagram.
Media. Huh?
I barely even use Instagram. I use it sometimes, but not really.
I got to get back better because actually a good chunk of my trauma-informed care audience comes from Instagram. I got a lot of my jobs through Instagram, funny enough. Somebody found Instagram. That's actually how I started training. People found me on Instagram and they liked me and I got hired to do some trainings.
Oh, nice. I use Twitter. I don't have a Facebook. I use Twitter every day, but Instagram, I have a habit on Instagram. On Instagram, this probably happens to a lot of dudes. Just start following all these Instagram models. I'm like, damn, I gotta get off Instagram. This is not a good look.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie though. That shit, Instagram does that to you though, because once you start, they just keep showing you. I'm not even into girls, but I like pictures. I like good photos. So I start liking all these beautiful photos of these beautiful girls. And apparently Twitter thinks I like IG models, BBW IG models. And dancers. They think they keep showing me dance videos. So now I have nothing but dance videos coming up my timeline.
Let's stop using it because I'm like, okay, this girl got a fake ass. This girl. Then you start analyzing stuff. I wonder if that's fake or not. I wonder if that's real.
Like the picture, you doing the most.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, let me just get off of this damn thing. They all look alike. They all got that Kardashian look. It's always you can't never just find just Black women on there. There's always some Kardashian looking shit. Like, let me get up off of here. I ain't got time for this shit. I ain't never gonna meet these women.
Does that shit ever really? So I don't know how guys think. So my question, I do have to ask this, and hopefully the chat can also answer. Do guys get tired of certain looks? So I feel like I think twerking, for example, is so oversaturated. At first I thought it was fun and cool, and now I'm just like over it.
So I have a friend who follows me on Instagram, and all he does is inbox me different videos that he see. And after a while, I don't even respond anymore because it's like, all right, I've seen one ass, you've seen them all. Like this is getting old. You know what I mean? And of course, now I'll be the first to tell you, I love women, especially Black women. But after a while, I don't want to see women twerking all day. It's okay, all right. You come desensitized to it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, she got they all, I wish I could show you, but they all got the same stance with that one right foot halfway in the air. You know what I'm saying?
know what you're talking about. They do all the same poses, the same stances. They do the same thing. Yeah.
The same shit. You know, the only
Yeah.
difference is what the girl in the face look like. She might, and most of them is gonna have a quote unquote Kardashian look, or they're gonna have what I call the Atlanta look. They're gonna look like B. Simone. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's only one of three looks that you're gonna see. Yeah, it's like, you know, you even see black girls on there with the Kardashian look. I'm like, what? You be like, I don't know what race she is. She looks racially ambiguous. I don't know what she is. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, I've seen enough, man. Like, then they want to try to get you to join the OnlyFans, and I'm not giving you any money. Like, stop. You know what I mean? Like,
so Walter said, is that every look gets absorbed
crazy
until it's everywhere. Absolutely, Walter. And yes, Kelly is nuts. You can. So the thing is, I get high and I do really lame nerd shit like Google the history of ketchup. So
right.
So I end up there. Not saying I don't watch porn. I do, but it's just not. I don't venture down midget porn area.
No, I'm not. I'm just old school, but I just keep it with the basic stuff. If I'm gonna get on Pornhub or whatever website, I'm just looking at the basic stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to, because one thing about Twitter, on Twitter, you see, that's where you start seeing a lot of crazy stuff.
Yo, Twitter, I don't even see how should be looking illegal. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Should be
like, it look like a hostage situation. Man, there's some stuff I seen. I think me and the brothers talked about this, and I'm not gonna get graphic or nothing like that, but I'm telling you, I saw this on Twitter, and this is when I start really tailoring who I'll be following, because I'm like, okay, y'all in some weirdo shit. Like, you gotta get unfollowed. There's a site called Black Payback, and I'm telling you, I saw this. It's black dudes shooting their porn scenes with white chicks, and they talking crazy to them. Yeah, you remember slavery, and yeah, remember Jim Crow, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
see, I think
hell no.
I think that type of porn is actually for white people.
Yes.
Imagine white men getting off on that.
Yes. Black people don't want to see no shit like that.
So I just don't see black men being like, yeah, this is really what I need. The revolution plus pussy. Like, it just
your dad was the cop that arrested me, and he fucking the girl. I'm serious. I'm telling you, when I seen that, I went and found the dude that retweeted it, and I blocked this motherfucker.
You see what BL said?
Wait, what is that? What did he say?
Imagine somebody said, I said, remember Jim Crow? No,
I'm telling you, I'm not making this up. I'm not making it up.
Dramatic shit during the time I'm trying to have. Like, this is insane. There's no revenge in that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's white. Fantasies of this.
Not only that, but there's nothing about that gets me aroused to see a black dude. I mean, to me, it looks like, people are into sex like that, whatever. But to me, it's a black dude that's abusing some white girl talking about Jim Crow.
Yeah, that's weird.
I have no desire. That's weird. That's weird shit. So it's like, dude, when you get on social media, that's when you see the weird shit, man. And you know what's crazy is that when you talk to most people that don't use social media, they don't know what the fuck you be talking about.
Oh, Lord, somebody said they seen a bunch of dudes dressed in the Nation of Islam suits and bow ties, gangbang.
Yes. We talked about that on the podcast. We talked about it on the pod.
That's some white girl's fantasy. I swear to God, or some weird.
But
those guys, some weird.
But that same website we talked about on the podcast months upon months ago. That same website has the reverse, where it'll be a bunch of white dudes with Confederate flag shirts on, gangbanging some black girl.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. Somebody said that porn has desensitized peeps in so many ways that they need to get on some extreme shit.
Yes.
Probably true. I think that's probably true. You know,
that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
I read an article. I took this class called this is when I was in undergrad years ago. I took this class called Marriage and Intimacy. That's what it was called. And in this class, they showed us things that I did not know. I didn't think of it this way. So in this class, they were talking about pornography, and they showed, like, you know, they couldn't show you, like, you know, raw stuff, but they would show box covers to porn movies. And the name of the movies would be like my daddy doesn't know that I'm fucking a Negro. And it would be a white girl looking all scared, and the dude got his dick laying on her head, and his dick, of course, is like 30 feet long. I'm dead serious. So we did some research, and one of the things that the research showed us that in some of the most racist cities in America, in the South and in the Pacific Northwest, that's where it's popular. Wherever there's a majority white population, they like quote unquote ebony porn.
See, how did I know that? I did not know that, but I knew that because I couldn't think of like who wants to hear this shit? Who wants to see this?
It's never too late for porn, brother. What you mean?
Isn't this when you're supposed to be talking about porn?
Right. This is the Champagne Sharks on Cinemax.
Don't worry, I'm pretty G-rated, so don't worry.
But now this is the type of research that we were doing. You know what I mean? And when I saw that stuff, I was like, so you mean to tell me that they create movies? And let's go further into the Twilight Zone for a second. So one of the things that I found out is even when they create the porn where the girls are dressed up like high school students and shit, they started creating that porn as a deterrent for pedophiles. So pedophiles went to court and were saying that if they made this type of porn, we wouldn't pursue kids, which is bullshit. That's a mental illness. That's some other shit that I don't even know too much about.
What?
They went to court and said that they would prefer if there was pornography that existed with grown-ups, but the girls were dressed up like teenagers, then that would deter them from going after kids. This is what the porn directors, producers, and pedophiles said this in court.
That's why you get that teen category.
Yes.
18 and 19-year-olds, right?
Yeah, exactly. And what they do is we watched in the class, we watched like this intro where it looked like a high school classroom. But in the scene, they started talking about, oh, you're in college and da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, nah, that's a mind fuck. You know what I'm saying? You guys are portraying this as if it's high school. Like these are minors, but you're talking about college. College classrooms don't look like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's just,
Well, you know what's even weirder than that? Because that's porn. But I was watching, I'll be going down the YouTube rabbit hole. I'm going to let y'all know right now. You can tell I'm high right now because I'm about to tell you this kind of shit I find when I'm high. I found this weird documentary about Shirley Temple movies and how it was really, her movies were really basically like for pedophiles.
What?
Yeah, but look, the evidence is fucking like it's there. Like it's 100, like it's wild. You saw on YouTube, just look up like Shirley Temple movie conspiracy theory or something. But it's like the wildest video because they have actual clips of movies. And I used to watch Shirley Temple movies when I was a kid. I used to love Shirley Temple movies. Don't ask why. I just like kids tap dancing or some shit, right?
Right.
So I remember watching movies, and I always thought it was weird that all her movies, she was always close to some random guy.
Yeah.
It was like some guy that ends up adopting her, or like some business guy that she makes soft at heart, or she's really close to her dad, and then but he dies in this accident. It's like it's always like this, and always a parent that dies, and then she ends up having to be cared for by some man, right? And she's always singing and hugging on some guy, and it's really, and they compared it to like all these movies she had done when she was a kid. So there were actually these weird sexual innuendo movies that they use really small kids for, and she's like 3 or 4, and they have the clips, and it's like even black kids, right, are in it, and they're like these weird sex jokes, they're like these double entendres. We're using and so these are real clips. Like it's not, and I even researched it myself to make sure I wasn't tripping. I was like, this is true. It's on everything. It's in books. It's on Wikipedia. It's like you can find it, and they have all the sources on all this shit in the actual clips. I'm a Googler. So that Shirley Temple shit, if you watch that shit, I recommend people look at it. If I sound crazy, let me know because it looked real to me.
No, I believe you.
But they even compared a movie where they compared it to Lolita, which was like also this weird sex movie, kind of like into like some young girl type shit. So
no, I believe you, man, because there was that documentary that came out. Somebody might know the name of it, but I can't remember what it was called. But I think Corey Feldman had something to do with it, and they were talking about all those agents in Hollywood that were like pedophiles.
I saw no. So there is already one like that. Not with Corey Feldman, I don't think. So I don't think did his come out?
I think it did. Open Secret. Exactly. That's what it's called. Open Secret.
Yeah, there's maybe that's the I don't know if that's the one I saw. I saw one, but I don't think it was Corey Feldman. But it was weird because it was like this guy, he would get these kids, like he would meet their parents and their family and be hella cool with them. And then, gain all their trust, and they let him go with him to Hollywood. And they end up getting this house, and it's like a bunch of little boys in there. And then they'd be like these old producers and stuff. They'd all hang out in this guy's house, and they'd be in the hot tub together with all these older men. And of course, they find out that the kids are being sexually abused and shit.
Wow.
Yeah,
it
was going like in the 90s or some shit, or the 80s. Yeah. It was some wild shit.
I know the documentary Conspiracy of Silence is another one about those politicians that was going to that place called Boys Town in Nebraska. And they was using the boys. They was sexually abusing the boys. They was literally selling the boys. And these politicians were coming to Nebraska, raping the boys, using them as drug carriers, all kinds of shit.
That's so sick, man. People are fucking sick.
Yeah, no, Epstein definitely wasn't the first. This country was built by pedophiles.
Oh, there was another ring in Britain. Yeah. There was royalty and all that shit. I heard that I heard that on a podcast, and they were talking. It was connected to another story about this guy who was like this serial killer who was raping boys.
Yeah, man, there was a story. I need to cite my sources, but I can't remember it. But there's a story about how these kids. This was back in the 1600s or something like that. The kids were revolting over in Ireland, I think it was. And they had a grown-up that was like marching with them. And the kids were marching somewhere. I can't remember where they were going. And come to find out the grown-up was marching them to other grown-ups and were selling them into slavery as sex slaves. Like this was in the 1600s over in Ireland or something like that. I got to get the information. But I heard it on Zoe Williams' podcast. He was talking about it. So I can't remember what the name of it was, but yeah, man, this country is ran by pedophiles. Like this is all about pedophilia. Like there's certain things like even in cartoons, Bugs Bunny cartoons, all that shit.
Hey, I saw a tweet that said the reason why the law is soft on pedophiles and rapists is because the pedophiles and rapists are the ones who make the laws.
Yeah. Absolutely. They didn't care nothing about pimping until black men started doing it. The Mann Act was created because of Jack Johnson. The Mann Act didn't exist until Jack Johnson was dating a white woman. They tried to put Jack Johnson in prison for that. The Mann Act is used right now for brothers that's pimping. If you get caught pimping and pandering, you get hit with the Mann Act. The Mann Act didn't exist until 1910. And they created it for Jack Johnson because they were mad about Jack Johnson going from state to state, rolling around with white women in a drop top. You know what I'm saying? And none of the women were underage, nothing like that. But the simple fact that it was, they just didn't like it. So they use the Mann Act for dudes that get caught pimping and pandering. Even with the whole sex trafficking thing, they racialize everything. But before black men was pimping and hoeing, always been around. The whole house is where the sheriff will be at, and the police and the town mailman and all of that. They go to the saloon and go to the whole house. That's what they did.
I was watching something, and it was like this really old guy. He was a white guy. He was a pimp. And he was talking about how pimping was supposed to... What happened was women were already doing it themselves.
Yeah.
But what was happening was they would get overpowered by the men. The men wouldn't want to pay, or they would get attacked, or they were getting... all these things were happening. So the pimp was supposed to be their protection.
Right.
And that got exploited.
Yes, that's true.
That's the other thing I want people to always be conscious of. And this, I was talking to you about growing up in a cult.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was after the show, right?
Yeah.
So I grew up in a cult, and I'm pretty open about that. But the thing is, like cults, they prey on people who are in need, and then they give them the solution to their problem. So you think that these people are here to help you, and they're here to help you solve this problem. And you trust these people, and you end up in a fucked up situation. We have to be really careful of thinking everybody's our friend and our ally. You know what I mean? I think we just think of people. We end up in fucked up situations because we trust people. And we have to stop that. We're in need. Oh, this white person's here to help me. No, they're not. They're gonna fuck you over. And I think that's the same thing that happens in so many situations. Coast, like I said, it's the same thing. This idea that I should trust the people that are offering me this help and this support. And they're saying that for Black people, they say Black Lives Matter. We should trust them. We gotta stop that shit. We can't just trust people because what is it?
You're gonna get pimped.
For the most part, that's what pimp do. You find somebody who needs your help, and then you exploit it. Yep, miscegenation laws are straight up for Black men. What are miscegenation? I don't even know how to say that. What are those?
Miscegenation
a white
laws.
person and Black person can't marry. Is that law?
They pretty much weaponize everything racially against you. If you get caught with a white woman and you commit a crime, you're gonna get a lot more time because you're with a white woman.
I have to keep telling you.
Like I said, Jack Johnson.
But see, this
I ain't doing that.
Like, why? If y'all know,
I don't do that.
If y'all know this is what they gonna do, why do y'all still be fucking with these white women? That's what I don't understand.
First of all, you keep saying y'all. I ain't doing none of that.
I'm just saying. I be wondering that.
I'm not the one doing it.
That's why I don't. That's why I don't fuck with Harry Belafonte. He's kicking on my nerves with that shit. He act like he's some type of hero. This was the first time a Black man and a white woman touched on screen. Be like, so the fuck what, nigga? Yeah. Proud of yourself because you touched a white bitch. Calm down.
Yeah.
She was sipping out of her coconut. I'm serious. This is actually what he says. It's Netflix. I'm imitating what he basically said. This is coon ass documentary. Let me not say that. Or this sucker nigga ass documentary called "They Gotta Have Us." They gotta have us, and it's basically about Black people in Hollywood.
Oh hell no! Are you serious?
The title alone, right?
Wow.
Insane. And it's just like this sucker nigga Black guy's documentary. And it's all these Black people talk. I like that you learn some Black history in it, like Black film history and shit. But what bothers me about it is it just sounds so sucker nigga-ish. Like it's so like mostly Harry Belafonte and the guy who produced it and a couple other people. It's just very much like white people, they need us in their space, and we're showing that we're not just Black actors, we're actors, And I'm just like, God. Like, shut the fuck up.
Nah, I'm not doing that.
Keep saying y'all. I'm like, what we do? I'm saying y'all because I'm talking to y'all. All y'all. You guys have to represent all Black
people man.
Now on.
Yeah, all 25 of us in here. Shit.
All 25.
I can't. I done had conversation with brothers till I'm blue in the face. Like, look, man, I understand that she do this and she that, and you get to have all this nasty sex with her, bro. But all it takes is for one time they say something wrong, bro. You going?
I don't even get the fascination with it. But I also come from a place where there's plenty of Black people, so I don't feel the need to like. And I also went to mostly Black schools, and even like the Latino population didn't even grow until the end of my high school year. Before it was mostly Black people at most of my schools.
Right.
I didn't even know white people until I got to college.
Right.
So I that, whole I gotta have a white person thing. I did have a crush on Jonathan Taylor Thomas at one point, but that was very short period of my life. I really liked Lion King.
Every Black person has had every Black person has had a white person that they had a crush on or thought was attractive.
Okay.
When you're young and you don't know,
Yeah.
But once you get older, you gotta know. You gotta know, like, hey, bro, chill with that shit.
Y'all gotta
and this is the thing. It'd be different if look, I've said enough.
You see them doing wrong. That's right.
He said a lot of brothers in Phoenix. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of brothers in Phoenix when I was down there last year. A lot of brothers, Yeah, Topanga did look
I
good.
had a crush on Topanga. I did not know she was such a. I didn't know all these guys had crushes on her until I was an adult. I was like, dang, all y'all had a crush on Topanga? I never thought of her. I don't know. I just never thought of it, I guess. I thought she was a cool character on the show.
Yeah, a lot of brothers did.
Weaver was.
I just don't like that the way brothers be. Jason Weaver?
Yeah, Jason Weaver. Isaac, I have a question. What does that mean? Harry Belafonte is 1 degree away from Tariq Nasheed with that statement. What does that mean? I want the tea on that.
Uh-oh. Let us know. Give us the tea.
Boy meets world. That's what BMW means. But anyway, so yeah, tell me more, Isaac, please. I need to know. How is that 1 degree from Tariq Nasheed? Yeah, so let me see.
Tariq Nasheed married to a black woman, right?
Huh?
Tariq Nasheed's married to a black woman, right?
She half black. When Tariq was talking about raising the flag of white women in the bedroom, what? I don't even know what that means. What is raising the flag of white women in the bedroom? What does that mean? Yeah, his wife is, I know she's half black. I do remember him saying that you shouldn't marry. This is a long time ago. And because I used to watch his, I used to watch him a long time ago, but back when he was talking about macking and shit, how to mac or some shit.
Pimping hoes and bitches and all that.
Because a lot of the guys I knew were really into his books. And so I was just really curious about who this guy was. And funny enough, the guy that Mr. Over Chivalry guy that I was talking about earlier, he was a big Tariq Nasheed reader.
That explains a lot.
There was a whole lot. Yeah, there was a whole lot to that. But anyway, yeah, so I even read Tariq Nasheed's book called How to Be a Gold Digger. I was just really curious about what it was he was talking about. All it really is just basic shit about how people think. It's not really magic or anything like that, right? But I realized that a lot of people look up to him, and a lot of people like care what he has to say. And I've heard him say shit like, "Don't marry a black woman if she has a black mom."
Whoa!
Yeah, he said that. I remember him saying that. I used to watch his little thing.
Really?
Yep. He said like, "Don't marry a black woman if she has a black mom. Don't marry a black woman who." What did they say? I forgot. He just said a bunch of shit about black women. So like, basically, they had to be mixed.
Whoa! I didn't know that.
And he had all types of reasons too. Like he had it logically put out. He had logically laid out.
That's that info energy.
And he said, man, it's crazy because it was so long. I mean, years ago. This is back when like he just had this website called like Mac Lessons Radio or something. It's a long time ago. Yeah. So I remember Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed's a hustler. Like he knows how to market. He knows how to sell. He knows his demographic. You know.
Damn, I never heard that. That's crazy.
So it's like one of those really old ones. Like you'd have to really dig to find it if he hasn't deleted them by now.
Shit.
He was on YouTube. He's put them up on YouTube. Remember, this is back in the days of like Tommy Sotomayor.
Oh yeah.
Guys that would get. Remember that was like. Remember the whole YouTube era. You saw nothing but like black men getting on here talking shit about black women. Some of y'all might remember that. Like that was a real.
Oh, I remember.
They put out like these weird documentaries about how black men are tired of black women, or like these.
They going over to Brazil and shit.
Yeah. Or like the short film that came out was like this black guy is telling off his black baby mama and all her friends because he pulls up to pick up their kid with a white one in the car, and he's like, he tells them off. All these black guys are like, yeah, like it was this whole. So that whole era was like just anti-black woman.
That's that incel shit. That's that incel shit. That's that incel bullshit, and that's the stuff we be talking about. Like, I didn't know he said that. I'm not shocked. But when it comes to that type of shit and Tommy Sotomayor and all that kind of shit, like, I never liked that dude. Yeah. When I first saw that dude on YouTube, I was like, who the fuck is this dude?
I like Isaac's statements. He's saying all the shit. He said he said Tariq is a hustler. He just did that black version. Yep, that's so true. He did the black version of What the Day. Remember Mystery and what was the other guy's name? He had a book out. Oh, what was his name? It was another guy. Nielsen or Neil Strauss, I think that was his name. It was the whole era of pickup artists, and so he was like the pickup artist. And during that time, he was even on Millionaire Matchmaker, giving advice.
I remember seeing him on Conan O'Brien long time ago.
Yeah, so yeah,
years ago, probably like around 0203, I saw Tariq Nasheed on Conan O'Brien years ago. And he was breaking down all this Mackin stuff. And I was like, who is this nigga? You know what I'm saying? And then I out of sight, out of mind. And then I started hearing him on a podcast, like probably about 06, 07. Mm-hmm. He didn't sound nothing like he do today.
So also, Isaac said Tariq Nasheed and Tommy Sotomayor did shows together. And I remember that. In fact, I think that's how I knew about Tommy Sotomayor, because of Tariq Nasheed. So absolutely. And then I remember when they had a falling out online, and the only time Tariq Nasheed started calling Tommy Sotomayor out on his anti-black woman shit was when they had their falling out. He didn't have no problem with it until they had a falling out. He did not check his ass until after that. So he don't care about black women either. In fact, his brand is to harass black women. That's pretty much his brand. And then everybody cheers it on because it's like black feminists who say some stupid shit. But he specifically targets black women. Notice that he does that.
Yeah. The crazy thing about it is, even if it is, you try to do it in the name of attacking black feminists. Yeah, but your narrative, you can't cover that because your narrative is on some negative shit. Like, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
Well, because you're not doing the other thing. Like, what else are you doing besides making?
Well, the only people that listen to that type of shit are incels. Like, incels only want to listen to that. If you grew up and you got game and you've been around some men that is really stand-up dudes, you ain't listening. I've never needed to get that type of game from no dude, because I got uncles, I got dudes in the street life that laced me on game of what women, what to do with women, how to treat women, all that kind of stuff. I never had a problem getting a date either. So a lot of dudes that have problems getting dates, they look at those Alex L cartoons. Remember I showed you those Alex L cartoons where it's like the black dude. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That kind of shit, they get off on that kind of shit. It was always weird and corny to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you a dude that looks at that kind of shit, you a corny dude. Like, it's something wrong with you. Like, when you date a woman, the woman ends up not liking you because you're weird.
Right. They don't get that.
You ugly. No, they don't understand that.
Yeah, they don't get that. They don't get that they're creating the problem that they're having an issue with. Like, they're creating the problem. You're a fucking weirdo. Nobody likes you because you're an asshole. Now that you're bitter, you're more of an asshole. You think you're justified in being an asshole because nobody wants to fuck with you. So
I'm not hating on if those dudes want to listen to those dudes and they milking them and getting money from them. Hey, you get your hustle on. But for me, I don't need that shit in my life.
Yeah, and it boils down to the same shit that I was saying about black women who feel bitter. They're just really hurt. They're just hurt people.
Hurt people, yeah.
Their mother, somebody in their life hurt them, and then they play that, just relive that over and over and over again in their relationships to the point where they just become more and more bitter. We have to do our shit. That's why these relationships are so important to look at. One thing I can say about relationships that really help you is that they show you a side of you wouldn't even remember exist or even know existed, because they can see things about you don't even see about yourself, and they're really holding up a mirror to who you are.
Right.
What was it that I missed what Pretty Kelly said?
She said she was going to bed.
Oh, okay. I saw, do black men who say stupid shit like that ever wonder about the pain statements like that inflict on their own mothers? I don't know.
A lot of dudes, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I'm gonna tell you straight up, a lot of dudes that do talk that crazy shit, the reason why they do it is because maybe their mom maybe had a certain type of lifestyle she was living, you know what I'm saying, with men or something like that. And these dudes took it out. Like I heard, damn, who was it? Oh, I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about how when they were young, they had a friend and they would go over to their friend's mom's house and the mom would come out basically with her booty cheeks out and dancing on the kids and twerking and shit. And the boy would like walk out of the house like, ma'am, she always do this, da 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 da. And that dude grew up being an incel. He grew up being like that because of the experience he had living with his mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, those are the guys that become serial killers too. If you look at those,
absolutely.
I always like those serial killer documentaries and shit. Oh, he said, "What's an Alex L cartoon?" So an Alex L
just
cartoon.
Google it.
Yeah, so he's this black cartoonist who creates these weird scenarios, these extreme comics that make no sense in real life. But pretty much 99.9% of them just shit on black women. And it's like, you know, it's always some shit like it'll be like a black woman is dissing some short guy with glasses, and then she to go be with a thug who's tall with muscles and tattoos all over himself. And then the guy with the glasses, you know, he gets to get a good job or, you know, becomes like a millionaire. And then they show the black woman who's, you know, trying to get with the guy who
she got a baby, she's pregnant.
Yeah, she's pregnant, she's sloppy. You know, she had 10 baby daddies. Now she's trying to get with him now that he's a millionaire computer nerd or some shit. And he's like, nah. So it's really just some incel fantasy shit. That's pretty much what it is. It's like the most nonsensical shit.
That's all it is.
What'd you say?
It's just some incel bullshit. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
There's a delay.
What? You talking to me?
Yes, real life. That's all it is. No, talking to you. Yeah.
My neighbors are over here killing the game with the music.
Hold on, I think there's a delay.
Yeah, there is. My neighbors over here killing it though.
Oh, let me see if I can share my screen real quick.
My neighbors are playing Buddy.
Can y'all see that?
Oh, you showing them the cartoon? Oh,
yeah, these are Alex L cartoons over here.
Can you zoom in on the one at the top right?
I don't know if I can.
You can't. You can't just spread your fingers across the thing.
Oh.
Nice guy wants the nice girl.
Can you guys see that?
Yeah, so the nice guy wants the nice girl, but the nice girl wants the thug, and the thug wants the slut.
Now look at the bottom.
What does it say? 1 year later.
It says, yeah, 1 year later. No, wait, come back. I need someone to fix the bad choices I've made. And he says, bitch, please. Now look at his suitcase, purpose, passion. And then she says, all these men. Hold on. Then it says, all these men are either gay or in jail. Why can't I find a good man? Now look at the back of her luggage, though.
What does it say?
It's some nigga. It's some nigga on the back of her luggage with with muscles.
He's on the.
And then he says he's talking to some other woman that he's leaving. He says, bitch, go. You better go on with that bullshit. I got me a new girl. Deuces. And the other shit that's pregnant says, I thought you loved me. I don't want my baby growing up without a dad like I did. You need to be a man. And she goes, Mama was right. These deadbeat niggas ain't shit.
The baby in the belly.
Like
the baby in the belly also.
Yeah.
So what's funny about this is I've never seen that cartoon, but did I not just describe that exact scenario? All of his,
Right, you did.
all of them are the same.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
He was
BL.
literally laying on the
That's what
luggage.
got
He
me
really was
too.
laying on the luggage.
Yeah, BL, that's literally what got me too. I was like, what? Is he like?
He's literally laying on the luggage. He is part of her luggage.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's Alex L.
You guys are so cool. You guys really just be up here rocking with Kenny like this. That's
We're
wild.
running out of time. A lot of people's jumping off. We only got 18 viewers now.
Oh, okay.
We'll be on for like 4 hours and 49 minutes.
But I'm about to tap out. My weed didn't hit me.
Yeah, I'm about to tap out. I'm about to watch the Flintstones and go to bed.
I'm about to watch the Beverly Hillbillies.
Man, I ain't seen that shit in years. Damn.
I watched all the old shows: Beverly Hillbillies, The Dick Van Dyke Show, Andy Griffith Show, Mary Tyler Moore, Bob Newhart Show.
God damn, you probably watching Rawhide, Guns. You be watching Gunsmoke.
No, I don't like those. The ones I named. I like the old Nick at Night shows because when I was a kid,
The Carol Burnett Show.
I didn't like that show, but I know I've seen it. I liked All in the Family and the Jeffersons. And
What's the other one I used to watch when I was a kid? Laverne and Shirley.
I loved Laverne and Shirley and Happy Days. That was a spinoff. Oh, Mork and Mindy. That was also a spinoff. Welcome Back, Kotter. I'm telling you, I was a Nick at Night fanatic. So if it came up, the Munsters, the Addams Family. Yep. All those. So I was just like Dennis the Menace. I watched Dennis Menace had a black and white TV show.
Yep.
My favorites are the ones I was saying earlier. So Dick Van Dyke Show is one of my favorite shows. Because it's just so funny to see how they were portraying their little 1960s suburban life. Because it was like the suburbs.
Well, that's what it's funny you said that because that's history. That's the way they really projected after World War II that the suburbs was going to be. Leave it to Beaver. That's what the suburbs was.
And the thing is, at that time, there were all those shows like that. So the Donna Reed, there was, like I said, the Dick Van Dyke Show. Then there was what was interesting is right after that, in the 70s come, and then you have shows like the Mary Tyler Moore Show, right, where she's a single girl who's never been married. In the entire series, she never gets married, and all she does is have this great career that she loves and has amazing friends. And that's whereas before, women had to be married and be housewives.
Yeah, even in Bewitched, she has to pretend she's married to the guy.
No, she is married to the guy. She just pretends that she's not a witch.
Right, she is married to the guy, right. Even though she's a witch, she still has to be married to the guy.
Right. Did you know white people just hate their women? Like
absolutely, yes. That's what I've been look.
Like, damn, a bitch can't even be a witch. She a witch. You married a witch.
We talked about that on the podcast, how a lot of white dudes don't like white women. They always marry Asian women. They can't stand white women.
Look how
they go over to Thailand. They go to Thailand and Korea and all these different places to get wives over there. They can't stand white women.
Well, shit. But even if they with them, they just treat them like shit. I mean,
they treat them like shit. Yeah. They
have whole TV shows bragging about stopping their women from trying to do what they want to do.
Basically,
they want to be in a show because, like the Dick Van Dyke Show, the wife is also a dancer. That's how they met. They were both in show business, but she don't get to be in business no more. He does.
Right.
Tries to. He basically shuts it down, or he gets jealous and starts feeling bad. And then in the show, they write it out like, "Oh, I'm just too tired to do it. I'd rather be a mom and mom and wife to my husband." And they make you this fantasy. And I'm like, if this was true, all the white bitches would have been marching in the 70s.
You didn't see white women start fighting back until Married with Children.
That was a funny show too. But
hell yeah,
fun. I'll let you go watch your show.
I'm about to tap out. Everybody, like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for tuning in with us on the Champagne Sharks Telethon Marathon. Hopefully, we save some children tonight.
Yes, and don't hit your children. Talk to me first, and we'll figure something else out. But don't hit your kids. I promise.
Exactly. And we'll be back. Vida, you can come on whenever you want to come on. If you want to host, you can host if you want. I mean, I'll show you how to set all this stuff up, and you can do everything that you want to do, and then we'll go from there. But everybody, holla, because I'm gone and my back hurt.
Thank you, guys. It was nice meeting you.